씨가 응가요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와 게이다.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the board.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us all!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You demon. Please.
What is up, everyone? Liz here, not with an NACT recap, but something even better. Now, real NAOG fans know that Area 77 is a name that's been making NACT history since day one. So today, let's probe into the personalities of their current lineup with some fun questions to get on the human side of the alien legends. In the event of a real alien invasion, which NACT player would you want to be on your team?
For Rome, I take Jay because he's a Giga Chad. He goes to the gym every day. For me, I take Mar.
For me, I think I'll take Jay. He's a tank, you know. He used to be in the Navy, so I think he got me.
For me, I'll take Mar, Basic, PZ, Jay, and Yureshi. Because we're all Filipinos, we could communicate better, you know? We're gonna survive the invasion.
In the event of a real alien invasion, which MLBB heroes would you choose to be on your team?
I might take Lolita, you know, his second skill shield.
For me, I'll take Chip. So we just teleport, you know? Chip and Louis.
If there was an invasion, I'll be Fredrin. I'll just be tanking all the damage.
Who do you think on your team has the most Riz?
For me, it would be Mark, because he pulls all the girls. Like, he just stares at them and they fall in love. I don't know how. He's the Riz god.
No.
Yeah.
For me, I'll take Jay.
I'll
I'll pick Jay.
Oh,
I saw him last NACT, the interview thingy, and he just threw someone in there. I don't know.
I think Maren drops.
Silent killer, ISO.
He got the championship buff too.
Nah, it's Yureshi. He pulls all the e-girls. Come on, let's be honest. He has 5 e-girls right now in his roster. Come on. No reaction by Yureshi.
What is Yureshi's best Riz line?
One time he was like, "Damn girl, your ass so fat. What you be doing?" Now he was like, "Damn girl, you got the yachts."
Yeah.
How do e-girls get your attention in game? By feeding? Getting high elo? Cute prof pick maybe?
I'm more focused on winning, like MSC, you feel me?
Like Yureshi's the only guy who leaves practice just for e-girls.
Yeah.
Who is your all-time esport inspiration?
For me, it's gonna be Faker from League of Legends because he's always been at the top for like years now. So I like his consistency.
If you guys know Seb, the OG Dota player, it's like how he motivates his teammate and play as a captain too.
Which era of Area 77 would you say is your prime?
For me right now, I think it's the best lineup that we had. Because I think we're all Filipinos, it's easier, you know? I think that's it.
What do you want people to think when they think of Area 77?
GOAT.
Filipino pride.
I want people to fear us.
If you could remove one hero from Mobile Legends, who would it be?
I really don't know. I wanna play all heroes. Nothing.
Yeah, so for me, it's gonna be Export because it's annoying how much sustain he has.
I agree.
If you can become best friends with anyone in the Mobile Legends community, who would you choose?
I'll have Jay.
I'll choose Speedy too. If you ask me.
Yeah, that's it. Jay.
What's the reason?
We're always happy. Good vibes.
For me, if I had to choose a best friend, it would be Yureshi.
Come on, Arashi.
Really, come on, participate.
I would pick Chinatsu.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This guy's a simp.
Oh my god.
Oh
Simp.
my god.
Yeah, that's it.
Chinatsu or?
Chinatsu, if you're watching this, leave our XP alone.
Ooh.
Not so please.
Leave our XP alone.
I guess now we all know how much the A77 boys love one another and how much Yureshi loves his e-girls. For more fun content like this, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and don't forget to catch us on stream this weekend.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
足を裏返してゆけ躊躇はゼロでラビュー光よりも眩しい存在感で世界を再インパクトしよう胸をかき破った衝動が今歌となる諦めないで君の夢を叶わないと証明するよ僕だけのメロディー奏でるから情熱のビートを高らかに刻むわ回り続けるこの時間 We say
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars! Team up! Enjoy the beat!
無数の人がすれ違いぶつかって去っていく人生のそんなスクランブル交差点の中で偶然のバンプだって見逃したりしないでちゃんと互いを見つけられたありがとう絶え間ない信頼のビートがあるから僕は歌っていけるよ涙も笑顔も四季折々彩っていく奏でるカラフルな本当な素晴らしい音楽だって君とじゃなきゃ意味ないよ僕らが出会えた奇跡のストーリーリアルに歌い継いでいこうきっと世界を変えていくのはたった一人のいるよりも平凡で弱い僕らの絆が導き出す無限の力これからもずっと一緒に手をつないでいよう彩っていく奏でる永遠のメロディー
Everyone, make some noise! It's time to rock!
今何もかもが果てない可能性抱くように見えるためらいを振り切って息を合わせて魂の奥までさらけ出してみせようなんだって乗り越えてゆけ圧倒的な信念で社会説明の逆境さえも想像裏切って味方にしてゆく僕らの共鳴を世界に広げよう僕の祈り君の祈りが波紋描くリズムの手打ち抜けるそうやってカウント
Big pick on Momoe here, though.
Big stun, Eternal Guard going down. The Terrify, Tarzan finding Momoe. One member falling for the side of the Night Horde. Demon Hunter Sword picked up by R. Getting those core items. Zero! Very low. This is for the Akai. Coming to display the frontline bully. But speaking of frontline bully, Dennis Welcome, oh my foe, going in for the kill. Finds JQT, final slash goes out. Yureshi joining the party. Yureshi taking down Sayori. Zero, he wants blood. Still cables in, the cutthroat.
He uses it for the minions, clears out the waves. Ooh, maybe a whiff. Sayori goes down.
Ooh, quick kill by ISO, able to take him down. ISO find him a Moe for the double triple. Finds Zero. Immortality being procced on Tarzan. A maniac. ISO, the immortal, the unstoppable. He wants the savage. Does he get it? They're not even worried about the base. Oh my goodness. Oh, wipe out. But look at the damage. Triple kill from my phone. The base crystal. What is going on right now?
EA, man, able to get these objectives. And then Melon as well, just farming away, has been doing a great job. And finally, Kush puts a kill on the map.
Oh, yeah, they need to watch out for Melon. Going in for Pro Destroyer. We'll take him down to Blazing Duet. Your cutie, Faraga Armor has been taken down. PMI back to safety, but still in the fight. Takes down the turret and now going in for the kill. Joy Bosch on your cutie. We'll be able to take him down. Yeah, respect the power of a swan song. Last standing from your cutie. Both teams fighting it out in the Lord pit. Kush very low, not in position for the retribution. Melon need to get out of there. Kohari taking a lot of damage, able to dodge the last insanity. Look at the Lord though, 50% HP. Pro Destroyer able to claim it. Swan song in, Members out. Kohari finds Jato. Churubambi finds Kush. A double kill.
Yeah, he does not have any more. Oh, another wild charge comes in at the cost of Cole World's life. Mozen comes in, heavy spin onto Joy Boz, looking for a kill onto him. Melon is down. Oh my gosh, a lot of damage goes onto BTK, but the rest of DA, are they going to be able to capitalize on him? Yellow still has that immortality.
This Lord objective, if the side of BTK chooses to come in, they could find a fight that's potentially in their favor, and it does look like they're looking for it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to possibly get this. Mobazane gets the
It's definitely one for the books, and I can't wait to see what today brings to the table.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the time, the moment for these teams to really shine through and, you know, get to where they really want to be. And we have a lot of great teams in the show today. I honestly think it's going to be a very, very tight series between both of our series coming through. So it's going to be a very exciting day. These teams have worked very hard to get to this moment, and, you know, it's about to be a good show.
And they're almost about to clash that prize pool back home. So let's take a look at what the prize pool is for this season. Once again, we have a total prize pool of $25,000 in diamonds, where the top team will be going home with $10,000 in diamonds. And the most exciting part, as always, not only will they go to Vegas for the offline event coming to you in 2 weeks, but they have a chance to MSC with the biggest prize pool in Mobile Legends history.
That's right. As these teams are getting ready to fight it out. There's even some additional prizes that aren't even mentioned there, right? Every series won by a team gets an additional $100 as a team thrown in that cash pot for them as well. So definitely something to be proud about. And I can't wait to see where this goes. Like I said, HyperX Arena, we get to go back to Las Vegas again. We got to see how that turned out. Honestly, our best grand finals that we ever had was in the spring season of last year. And guess where it was? It was Las Vegas. So to go ahead and do that for a second time in a row is definitely something we are all looking forward to.
Yeah, and I mean the prize pool, it's something quite big for a lot of these players, and even for anyone that's watching out there. These people have competed for such a long time, and to be able to get such a big prize pool coming out from Moontoon, it's honestly quite nice. And we've been having so much viewerships coming in, so many people, so many fans out there warming our hearts these matches. It's been amazing. So not only the prize pool that they're winning, but the hearts of the people.
Well, one thing is certain today is that all the 4 teams will be walking home with a prize pool. So that's definitely exciting. And let's take a look at what the matches are today. I know all the fans out there already know what we're looking at. We have Devious Activity versus Area 77. And on the bottom half, we have BloodThirstyKings versus GG.
Yeah, definitely going to be some spicy matches. Devious Activity, Area 77. Definitely have some familiar names across the board who've been in the competitive scene for a while. And then BTK and Gaimin Gladiators, it speaks for itself. Nothing out of the ordinary. The top 2 teams who everybody predicted at least making it this far. Now, the question is, where do you go from here? I mean, if we even just take a look at NACT fall, right? We saw BTK. They didn't play second place. They lost in that 3rd position. And, as we get higher up that ladder, the little decisions that you make in game can definitely cost you everything on the line. Like Liz mentioned, we're fighting it out not only for the cash prize of NACT, but also to have a ticket to MSC 2024 for that $3 million cash prize, which is the biggest prize pool that Mobile Legends has ever had in history. So 2 amazing things are going to be happening within these next few days, and also for the grand finals in Las Vegas. And I hope these teams are ready for it.
So, I did take a little notice that there's only 1 red team out of those 4 candidates out there. I was just wondering where we're sitting on the desk with the reds for. I know why I'm wearing red, Liz?
I can't speak for everyone here. I mean, red is a color that literally just means good luck in Chinese. At least that's what I think it means. So we're cheering for all of NA teams. When people ask me which teams are you rooting for, I'm rooting for the best team in NA. Whichever team that represents North America that got to that level, that's who I'm rooting for.
Speaking facts.
With that being said, so many exciting things happening today. Let's see if our first teams are ready.
That's right, as we are now looking at it. Devious Activity on the board. Currently sitting with Melon, Joybot, Yato, Kush, and T. A lot of these players have been on former teams in North America. Some of them making it even to a grand finals, such as playing on BTK. You have Joybaj over there alongside T, but nonetheless going to be a powerhouse, a very hard one to take down. I mean, they have a lot of good synergy. I think with the recent addition of Joybaj to the team has definitely strengthened their arsenal, right? I mean, he's been one of the top roams in North America, and now he gets to kind of showcase it on the professional platform. Didn't make it through the open qualifiers though. Got knocked down, had 2 other teams he played with, but 3rd time's the charm, and he's been performing so well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really gotta talk too much about the qualifiers. The point is he is here now, but the real question is he able to fill the shoes that T has kind of left for him? Because T did a great job leading up to this point, right? And now that DA is kind of shifting their teams around, it's very exciting to see how they could get up to that next level to compete against the best of the best teams.
Well, T did, some could argue, a better job last weekend being on his main position. So we're super excited for their matchup. And let's take a look at Area 77's roster with ISO in the house.
the aliens coming through here. ISO, JQT, Mark QT, Tarzan QT, and Rueshi QT. It's the cutie gang, the cutie squad coming through with the aliens behind their back, backed up by, I know Smilin is out there watching on the top right. But you know, this is a team that has done quite well in majority of the NACTs. They've even been able to, you know, go through to the grand finals of the offline for our last one. So, you know, these are very familiar faces. This time around, I want to see if they're willing to turn things around, get to that next level, and compete even further.
For sure. And let's see what our casters predicted for this matchup. I know we have some crazy ones in the house.
It's splitting. Whoo, blues.
Yeah.
You know,
so
go ahead.
I mean, Private Dancer is here with me rooting for the aliens. What about you guys?
This one was hard, right? It was kind of like that fork in the road, not really knowing which way you would go with. I mean, both of them have a lot of similarities, but they do have their differences. I would say Area 77, they're a great team. They have very good synergy. We got to see it last NACT fall. Like Yuwei mentioned, they placed in the grand finals. They made it all the way out there. They didn't play in the grand finals, though. They lost in 4th place. But nonetheless, they made it to this point in the NACT. But they were not able to go any further than this. So if they can get to that 3rd position or 2nd or even 1st, it's definitely something to be proud about. But I went with Devious Activity just for the fact of they have players that were in the best grand finals that we've ever seen, right? When it was BTK up against Outplay. You've got Joybaj back in the building. You've got T. You've got all of them ready to fight it out. And I can't wait to, actually not T. You got Joybaj in the building as the Roam. I can't wait to see what he kind of brings to the table. I've been a fan of just his gameplay overall. And I think this is going to be his biggest challenge yet against Area 77 to showcase to the world that he's ready to compete at this level of complexity.
Yeah, what he said, pretty much. A77 is a strong team. This is gonna be this is gonna be a very, very tight match. And you know, I could swing my vote both left and right here. I love both teams, and I think these two teams have made North America so extremely competitive. And you know, to pull players from the left, from the right, from GG, from BTK, like these are all players in a huge pool that have mixed and match. But, you know, I went with DA this time around. I feel like DA has, especially with the roster change, it brings that new element of excitement, and they performed quite well. Even though in the regular season they did take a few losses, I think DA still stands quite tall in this matchup. I think this is where A77 needs to overcome in order for them to, you know, progress forward and step it up and see if they can match.
I know something you guys don't. I actually saw Yuwei changing his prediction to Area 77 last minute. I thought the production just did not accept that last minute change. Tell me about it, Yuwei. You were considering choosing Area 77. What's going on?
Yo, let me justify, okay? I love a lot of the members from A77. A lot of them I've actually played with in the past. I think one of my highest rank, I want to say M3 when BTK was, you know, dominating in the global scene. I was actually playing with ISO, Easy Peasy, and also Fleur from Gosu, and we lost 5th place in that NACT. So, you know, this, like, it's the A77 is a team that I've honestly loved and enjoyed watching them play, and especially, you know, I've been involved with, you know, some things with them too. That's the team that I kind of rep for. But I also still think Devious Activities with the new roster, T coming in, Joybaj coming through, they are that lineup, just like what Weezy said, that pretty much exploded in the grand finals, and they made their mark. So I think both teams are really strong. Liz, it's a split between me. It's a very hard decision, but you know, the vote says what it says. DA all the way here.
Hold on. No, let's clarify this real quick. Are you going for Area 77 or are you going for Devious Activity? This is your clean slate. Place your vote now, Yuwei. The world has to know.
So what you're saying is your heart chooses Area 77, but your analyst instincts picks DA.
You know, I think both teams are great. I would not be disappointed or sad if either team went up against the Giants, the Titans. this is gonna be a good series regardless, guys, right? This is, you know, we've seen this match before. This is what we probably most of us predicted in the start of the season. A77 has been so consistent getting that top 4 position. They haven't been able to break that all-star, that championship, but they've always been there. This season, especially with how competitive things are, it might just be the season that A77 goes through. But DA, a very, very similar story, has the more experienced background. They've just had a little bit more success. It's hard to pick here.
I mean, if you guys haven't checked out my recent chat with the Area 77, go do so on our YouTube channel. And they mentioned how ISO on the team has a championship buff. And if you think about it, Tarzan plays second in the previous NACT, but on the side of DA, we have 3 ex-champs. So, you know, it's really neck to neck here, and that's what we want to see in the NA community, right?
Yes, definitely bringing another level of competition that you have to kind of look at their achievements as individual players and what assets they bring to the table for their squad. Like I said, with Devious Activity, another reason why I kind of voted for them is when they played in the regular season up against Area 77, they didn't have Joy Bosch in their own position. They were still able to pull off the victory. It wasn't the easiest fight, though. It was a 2-1 in the best of 3, so Area 77 was able to take one off them. Again, I think it was one of the most impressive series that we've had so far in the NACT, and that's why I kind of think like it is that fork in the road where you kind of have to pick a side, but either side is the right option. So I'm just gonna go with I'm just gonna go with DA. That's who I'm gonna vote for. I think Yuwei. I gotta know, because this is going on our prediction rates too. Yuwei's trying, look, he's trying to swindle it, because if they lose, he still wins. This is crazy.
You know, I also want to mention the fact that A77 almost beat GG on the first game that they played. It was like, I think, a 25 minutes long drawn. It was a very tough series. They were right at the base. They made a small mistake, right? And GG is the team that typically sweeps everyone. Yes, BTK did get a victory in the best 3, but, you know, GG has done quite well. They're the top team, kind of showing how the other teams stand against each other to go against the best of the best. And A77 has done quite well in that sense. But DA also knows, you know, like how to go and compete against this.
I'm hearing like going round and round. I don't hear any.
He doesn't want to answer
information.
He doesn't want to. He's trying to keep his. He's trying to win either way. You have to pick a team.
You know what? BTK all the way.
Oh my god.
BTK all the way here.
All right, I think my client intel tells me that the match might be starting. So let's see if it's right.
All right.
Raw intel.
It's not. It's
not. It happens. It happens in the world of intelligence. You know, sometimes you get all these false information.
Let's talk about the recent patch. You know, if the send off happens, you know, click it in. But the recent patch coming through, a lot of changes. Like the tanks have been kind of nerfed in the sense of all their items literally just got shredded off. It seems like there's an assassin wave coming in. I'm not sure if it's gonna hit NACT yet, but the fever has started for everyone. It's been quite interesting since we've seen a lot of Fredrin, we've seen a lot of Barats. The Ling, the Hayabusa, the Lance has not come out. Liz, I know you're gonna pass us off soon, but what do you think? Do you think we're gonna be able to see some assassin fever coming in today?
Well, I'm hoping so. I think I saw Onyx pulled out some assassins following this draft, following this change. So it's definitely exciting. And they also changed a lot of things, right? The Holy Crystal that somehow is more expensive now than the Blood Wings, which as a mage main, I gotta complain a little bit. But apparently damage is buffed, super buffed. And there's also a lot of interesting changes to the mages that I really liked. So maybe we'll see that. Maybe we see some. I saw a Selena and Loi combo.
Eve is
against
out
some
too.
Navaria. Which is pretty interesting to me. Selena coming back to meta. Do you guys think that we're gonna see that in today's series?
Honestly, I would be very excited if we did. I like seeing new things step into the NACT spring season. I mean, this NACT has been full of surprises already, and to throw a whole new patch near the final 2 days of the online portion is kind of crazy, and definitely going to bring a lot more challenges to the mix. I mean, honestly, this is huge because it's going to change possibly even synergy between teams and what they're used to kind of playing with. Not even that much time to kind of prepare. So yeah, with everything on the line, it's going to make it a little bit more riskier. I don't know if we'll see a Selena. I think that'll be a little too risky, but you never know. I mean, we've seen some crazy things. We've seen a Hanabi the other day, so you never really know which way it's going to go. So, you know, it's a good point. You mentioned Area 77, back on that point with them almost beating GG. They beat BTK. Remember that? It was the very first week they beat BTK. That kind of just slipped past me. So that's definitely something to kind of have to look forward to between these two teams.
Liz?
Yeah, well, okay. Yep, we got actually American intel here. Yep, draft is ready, guys. Let's head to draft.
All right, and away we go into the draft. Liz is gone, Yuwei in. Now, as we are looking at these two amazing teams, this is going to be our first series of the day. We are now in the lower bracket semifinals. Area 77 up against Devious Activity. Now, let's start from the very beginning, all right? Let's just kind of paint that picture and let everybody know what's at stake for these two teams. They got to face each other in the regular season. Devious Activity came through with the clutch finish, claiming victory for the series 2-1. Putting a little bit of a hole in the heart over there for Area 77. But Area 77, like we said, through the regular season, has some major achievements that they have to look forward to, right? They took down BTK already, one of the few teams to be able to do that. Devious Activity has yet to do that, which gives them a little bit of that lighting that we have to kind of look at as they play into today's series. As we are seeing some of the bans on the board, though, Yuwei, we had a little bit of a discussion with the recent patches. A lot of things are changing. Harith may be more prioritized than ever with recent adjustments to his skills, being able to proc that skill one a little bit faster, even though it does slightly less damage, but makes him more effective.
Yeah, no, this is a very interesting start from both of these teams. I was almost expecting a Matilda first, but Yurishi goes with the Arlott. But going back with the bans here, right? The Fairness gets banned down, the Louis gets traded. You know, the Fairness has been a very, very strong staple pick for pretty much every single team, and Louis kind of just slid into the meta in the more recent weeks. I understand why it's being banned out. Angela, very, very hard to deal with. And the Matilda is still available. Now, this Harith ban is something that I've kind of been watching out for. If it was not banned here, I do believe the side of A77 is going to go for a first pick. ISO's extremely good on that hero. And the CC and the export gets traded by both teams, taking away some availability in the XP. But, you know, this makes Arlott just shine even more here.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to watch out for that Arlott. Just proccing off the Minoan Fury CC is gonna be something that you have to look out for. I mean, that's unlimited dashes basically when it does go into effect with that triple knockup. And then they're gonna go ahead and put that Vexana on top of it. Drops down that Eternal Guard, provides some straight front, good frontline presence and also some decent damage. But for the side of Devious Activity, I mean, they have the Valentina. Technically, they can kind of profit off the Minoan Fury, or they're from the Minotaur, so it is a viable option. I think it's good, too, to stop heroes from invading into the jungle, because Valentina has a lot of crowd control, can go ahead and terrify anybody that tries to step close range. It could be a problem for those mages that try and get up close and personal. Speaking of up close and personal, though, Roger back in effect. Last weekend, we didn't get to see him as often slotted. It was more of the time not picked at all. Not even banned, just not picked. But to see him back in action now makes you wonder, where is he going to go? Are we going to see him in the gold lane? Are we going to see him in the jungle? So far, this NACT, we've seen him in both. But I feel like he's been more effective in that gold lane position.
Now, a very interesting pickup by Kush is the very early Barats, but the good thing is they have the bans on their side. I was thinking, hey, Fredrin is a great hero, and NACT, we have almost about a 60% win rate on this hero, the highest out of pretty much all the most popular heroes used here. But, you know, the Bratz gets picked up. The Fredrin ban is very, very, like, optimal here, taking that ability away. The Matilda also gets taken out by a set of A77. It's quite good, but Matilda has received a slight nerf. It's still going to be quite solid. But, you know, the side of A77 here is going with a very CC-heavy frontline, you know, knock-up kind of composition, right? The Minotaur, the Vexana, those are two knock-up heroes. If they had the Fredrin first pick, that would be 3 knock-up heroes. But DA, very, very smart here. They took the Barats at the very last phase of, you know, the first bans, and then they banned out 2 of the most used junglers. And I think that's a great option to protect DA's jungler. But I think A77, they still have a lot of other things available, right? The Martis could be available, the Alpha, which does quite well against the tank, but the export has taken out. So Tarzan's actually, you know, potentially squeezed in this situation.
You know, it's kind of interesting because I was wondering with that Barats being picked up, I was like, maybe they're going to go in for a little bit of that Ube strat. Maybe they're going to try and pick up some type of support, even though they're all getting banned left and right. I was like, Raphael is technically still on the table, but dang, some quick pickups from Area 77. Didn't even, I was like 10 seconds and they picked 2 selections, not wasting any time. I like it though. It shows you they're ready to take it into the land of Dawn. But nonetheless, Grok has been slotted as the roam for Devious activity, which means it's going to be strong frontline presence. He's going to be able to rush into the back, possibly get a knock up, but they are going to have to watch out for him. Glue, we just talked about recent patches. He's coming back into the meta, and now we get to see a showcasing of him up against Area 77. Now, that's a lot of frontline from the side of Devious activity, right? And then you have the Roger, who's technically going to be up close and personal to be effective. He's not one of those marksmen that plays from afar, right? He's right there in your face. So there's not really anybody staying in the background. Even the Valentina technically is a close range mage, not a long range one. I mean, she can use the decimation, can definitely be a problem for Area 77, can use Minnow and Fury, but outside of those two, I don't really see her profiting much inside of today's match. But Area 77 up against Devious activity, both these teams ready to go. Yuwei, you gotta place your vote now. Which one are you going for? Don't change your mind because the draft's out. Wow, this got like crazy.
I like the DA's draft here, just in the fact that they have taken the Barats and they took out the Fredra, and they took all the utility jungles. But you know, Weezy, bring us into this match, and then I'll go on.
That's right. As we are now in the lower brackets of the semifinals, Area 77 up against Devious activity. 2 teams who have players who used to be friends, now sworn enemies in the land of Dawn. Who will be able to claim this series?
Hey man, Weezy, they're all still friends. We can't dare, you know.
No, ain't no these friends guys in the land of Dawn, Yuwei. No, once you spawn in, it's go time.
All right, well, it is going to be go time here. Take a look at some of the emblems that are on the board. Martis already with the killing spree, going for a lot more resets on the decimation here, trying to get some resets popped off. You know, standard, relatively standard across the board. Melon with the weakness finder. That's a very interesting emblem nowadays that a lot of marksmen like to run. Natan runs it. You can see some carry kind of go for it, but ooh, a quick steal coming out from the Claude. And other emblems too, Wilderness Blessings, the jungle emblems available, but Tarzan here.
Oh, invading, getting a lot of damage though. Needs to get out of there. He's doing this on the Martis. It's a little bit of a surprise, but down goes the wall. The chase. Joy Boss wants him. Able to get out of there. Man, very close call. Being very aggressive super early for Area 77.
Yeah, very good win for A77. They, you know, Martis is able to take the buff to, you know, punish the cabbage attempt that the Barats had. And, you know, it is a win for A77 in this case. They, Martis almost got taken out by the flicker, but now Joy Boss does not have that available. Yurishi here, though.
Yeah, going to take some damage. T is going to be the one to take him down. First blood into the hands of Devious activity. With T taking that is going to give him a little bit of a boost in the XP lane with Glue, who you don't typically see, but with that recent patch, may be the new meta.
Yeah, Glue recently received a patch. I believe, you know, his first skill used to recover 3% HP. Now it recovers 6% when you hit onto an opponent, and the mana cost is much lower here, but look at the zoning here.
Yeah, big knockup with the Minnow and Fury, catching 3 members of Devious activity, but Kush getting what they came for, able to take the first neutral objective Turtle in their hands with little to no contest from Area 77. Now, it's still anybody's game, but we know how quickly it can be one-sided if you allow these objectives to go into the enemy team's hands with no trade-offs.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where Devious' comp just makes a lot more sense. You take the Barats, you ban out the Fredrin and you know, the Boxia here. The side A Sensen, they could opt to go for the Akai, but no Akai was picked here. The Martis gets taken out. And when you compare something like the Martis to one of the more sustained jungler, you're not going to have that great of a time. Yes, they have the Minnow frontline, but it's not going to give you that 50-50 opportunity compared to if trophy, going up as a tank. So Devious activity definitely should have the edge from that early into the mid game, especially when Martis has not farmed up, has not gotten a snowball. You know, the side of Devious activity, they should have pretty much most of the jungle control here.
Yeah, should have majority of the control. I mean, Devious activity, they went strong frontline presence, which means they can be very aggressive very early. In the benefit for Area 77, though, they do have the Martis, and he kind of thrives in these environments, right? He loves those heroes that try and take it up close and personal, especially with the motor coils. The anti-immunity to the crowd control works in his favor, and that's something that Devious activity is going to have to look out for. But speaking of heroes, I mean, you have ISO, right? He's running this Claude. It's a late-game marksman. Can definitely get online and soak down the heavy composition that they have in the frontline position. But triple rotation to the bot side. We'll be able to get a kill. Yureshi will fall. There was a wild charge that kind of came out there last second as well. Now the lane will be proxied by Devious activity. And so far, I mean, it seems like they're overall just winning these objectives and rotating slightly better than Area 77.
Yeah, they're just a lot more fast looking for engagement. That was a 4-man gank onto the XP like 30 seconds before Turtle. And generally, even if Devious activity did fail that gank, you know, they're still able to rotate to the Turtle in time. And look at this. It's a 5-man Turtle. A77, they have Claude on the bot side. This is going to pretty much be a one-sided no contestation once again here.
Yeah, trying to find a window of opportunity, but Devious activity not going to allow it. Going to go ahead and take that Turtle and invade into the jungle. Big knock up with the Minoan Fury. Eternal Guard drops down. Kush will find J Cutie. Yato finds Tarzan. Melon gets your rescue. 3 members falling for Area 77 and climbing Marcutie. Make that 4-6-0 lead for Devious activity, but ISO left alone on the bot side.
Yeah, little bit of a bad situation for this out of A77. They lost 4 members. They lost both of the first Turtles and then 2 kills on top of that in the early game. A77 right now, they have to try to find a way to slow down the pace, but at this point, the Barats is just too hard to deal with.
Yeah, ISO trying to be a one-man army, trying to stop them from taking this turret on the bot side. Forced to use the BMI, forced to use the Blazing Duet. Now, the punish, the counterplay. Area 77 joining the party. Tarzan goes in, decimation on the Kush, takes him down. Split going down from T. On top of that, trying to hit somebody, trying to get a knockup possibly. Speaking of knockups, to Terrify on the Tarzan Cutie inside the jungle. And Devious activity will disengage, but just look at how fast they are rotating as a team. 6-1 lead so far.
Yeah, but they, you know, the side of A77, they were able to get a kill off, and you know that's gonna bring their gold a little bit more closer here. But the side of Devious activity definitely feels like they're still quite strong in a lot of the team fights. But A77, they have a lot of CC to kind of negate some of that front line. We saw a little bit of sneak peek already, right? A lot of the knockups here, but Roger.
Ooh, is gonna go in. Tarzan gonna match that energy and take him down. That's gonna be another kill to Area 77 so far. 2 slight mistakes from Devious activity. You know, I feel like ISO's going to be that ticking time bomb. I mean, he's almost been able to... I think... No, he didn't take the bottom turret, but he almost did. And he's got a lot of farm just from them not really putting too much focus on him. He did get taken down once, though. But he is running that Claude, and like I said, the later this game goes, the more of a threat he will be for Devious activity if left unchecked.
And look at the goal lead. It was 3K earlier. Now it's only out of 2K difference, but before that...
Yeah, you already see the clash for the Turtle. Big knock from Minoan Fury. Blazing Duet going down. Like a Pounce going down as well. Joy Boss will get one. Marcutie finding Yato. T is going to take down ISO. 2 members down for Area 77. Another will fall. Joy Boss joining the party. 2 for both sides has fallen. Kush taking down Yureshi. And now the motor coils in. T with the split, forcing Marcutie back into the mid alongside Tarzan. And Devious activity will be able to claim this 3rd Turtle again with no problem.
Yeah, and I think it really just belongs to how tough a Glue and a Barats is on the same team. Yes, the side of A77, they have DHS user, the Claude, right? He's able to shred down multiple targets with a Blazing Duet, but this time around, it just feels like there's so much sustain going on. There's the Glue, there's the Barats, there's also the Roger with the dashes around. Side of Devious activity, they have so much abilities to sustain, get in, get out, and soak up so much damage. But the side of A77, they still have the Minoan's Fury, and he was able to get like multiple members on a knock-up there. The decimation can give a reset, and we did see the Arlot get coming in with some action there. So A77, they still have what it takes to be able to, you know, get the priority onto the right targets, but I think the Glue and the Brass is just giving them way too much trouble here.
Yeah, speaking of trouble, big knock up at the mid lane. You are seeing the mortar coils got from Tarzan as well. A little bit of a wall will drop down. Strapping ISO. Oh. Marcutie will find T. Big Minoan Fury knock up. Yureshi taking down Kush. And now the opportunity has opened up for the side of Area 77, trying to claim some real estate on the map. Now a 6-9 lead. It was once 6-1. But they're slowly picking up the pace and picking up their pieces from what they lost in the beginning of this match. And may be able to turn this around if Devious Activity is not careful.
Yeah, and you know, the matchup between Vexana and Glue was overlooked in the draft by us. Glue is so bad against Vexana. Vexana can pretty much just eat him up.
Ooh, Marcutie is going to go ahead and take down Yato. Joy Boss will fall as well. 2 members down for Devious Activity. Now 8-9. Mid turret falls in the process, and now going in for another. Minoan Fury for the knockup. Going to go ahead and get Melon. CC immune onto Kush as well. T trying to find an opportunity to get in. The tier 2 will fall though. Area 77 now having ground control of today's game.
Yeah, and you know, I thought the Glue was making quite a bit of impact, but we saw the burst coming out from Vexana onto Glue's split. And you know, that burst is huge, and he was able to just chunk out T, completely zoning him out from the whole entire team fight. And this time around, they're able to take both the mid towers in a siege, opening up the whole entire map for the side of A77. You said it in the beginning, Weezy. The ticking time bomb of the Claude now is in place. The damage is quite good, and the ability to just dash around is very, very hard for the side of Devious to catch. Now, this time around, it seems like A77 wants to potentially start this Lord, but the Noyan's coming out from the Grok, just completely blocking and resetting that neutral objective.
And this is going to be the first objective in the jungle that Area 77 can actually go for and be comfortable winning this trade. Devious Activity now going to have to be a little bit careful. I mean, even Area 77 has taken the gold lead now, just in that last second. Definitely a little bit of that confidence boost they were looking for. And honestly, with the composition they have, it may actually work out in their favor to take this engagement, especially as you see ISO slowly making his way to join the party. You are going to see the Terrified go down on a T. The split activated, trying to possibly hit the grab onto Yureshi. Changes his mind, though. Definitely wanting to kind of wait for Area 77 to engage and make a mistake. And this is where it gets down to the wire between these two teams. The battle of the micro and the macro will come alive. Now you are going to see Joy Boss taking some damage, forced to use a concealed play, and uses this flicker to get back to safety. Lord, a little bit of that ping pong match between both sides.
Yeah, Grok and the Glue has both used their ultimates, but the Glue ultimate should be coming back up any seconds. Now, Devious Activity, one thing they do have is this Barats, right? And the Barats is very, very good in situations like this where, you know, they're just trying to Lord Dance. Versus the Martis, it's just not as sustain heavy, right? It has decimation, but it doesn't have too much utility.
And speaking of utility, a couple of knockups on the board. Deton is welcome as well from Kush. ISO will find Melon. Tarzan takes out Kush. 2 members falling for Devious Activity. The chase is there. Yureshi trying to get the stun. The knockup from the Motor Core's Joy Boss will fall. Double for Tarzan with the decimation. Yato and T forced back to the base in Area 77. Looking to take it to their home turf.
Now, this is what we're talking about, right? Sweep of a 4-man. A77 was down 4 members on the very first team fight. And this time around, A77 has won both team fights consistently. Talk about the time bomb. The Trinity build has been built up by the Claude, looking for another Wind of Nature. The Flask has been built up by the Minotaur. It's a great item, and to be able to build it first without getting punished so significantly, JQT is definitely holding it out strong. Especially, we saw the knockup impact. It's like 3-4-mans each time. The side of Devious, they have to split up, try to figure out how they could get onto the backside, maybe get Glue onto the backside, split the team apart, and get the Roger to, you know, maybe hit onto the Vexana. Because right now, currently, if they're going man-to-man, front to back, it seems like Devious Activity is just losing out on every single team fight.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to have to pick their battles. Some great target prioritization will have to come from this. I mean, you mentioned T on the Glue, possibly getting to one of the back lines to be able to take them down. But, I mean, they picked the Vexana, right, to kind of counter that Glue on top of the Claude, who can kind of burst down those higher HP heroes, especially when he gets that Demon Hunter sword. Will be a problem to the Barats as well. Speaking of problems, though, you are going to see the Lord marching through the mid lane, ready to go into the inhibitor to open up the base for Devious Activity. But T, a little early to the party, is going to start the engagement. Inhibitor almost falling, about 10%. May drop here in a second. Melon able to find Yureshi Cutie, though. 1 member falling for Area 77. Wait a second. They're able to hold on to the inhibitor. Area 77 forced to push back.
But you kind of saw how T was unable to soak up that much damage. He had to pop the flicker early, right after the split, but so they're going in again.
Ooh, big BMI. Blazing duet from ISO. Yato is gonna fall. Joy Boss fell right there. T is down. Kush and Melon left to defend against the 4-man team of Area 77. Now focusing on these inhibitors, trying to find a way in. No minions needed. There's some initial chip damage, and the base has been open for Devious activity.
It seems like A77 is quite disciplined when it comes down to this. Oh, a double knock up into. I haven't seen that before. That was kind of crazy. But again, it seems like A77 has a lot more discipline in terms of finding correct fights in the late game, finding moments and situations, using the enemy's weaknesses against them. They were able to burst the glue, which was at 2-0-7 in the early game. Now he has died twice with only 1 extra assist. So it seems like A77 definitely have hit that scaling mark. We saw the Blazing Duet shredding 2 members onto the top side. Like, everything is kind of going in the hands of the side of A77. Now, Devious activities, they still have things available to counter out the Claude. The Grok knockup, easily wild charge can, stun up the Claude and put him in place. They also have the Barats and the glue on the backside. So, it's still possible for the side of DA to find a decent team fight, but they have to try to make sure to play it slow.
Ooh, speaking of team fight, Final Slash will go down. Tarzan will take out Kush, 1 member falling for Devious activity, and now forced to disengage. Big knockup with the Minoan Fury to slow down Area 77 on the pursuit. Wild charge in effect, stuns ISO. Not gonna stop Tarzan from taking down Yato, though, with the decimation. 2 kills for him so far, and now making their way into the base. Melon T left there to defend alongside Joy Boss, trying to sustain themselves. To Terrify, too much to handle. T, about 10% HP. We'll have to go back to the base for some regen, and they're going in. They may try and close this out here, Yuwei, for game number 1. Can they do it, though? Joy Boss, very low. Forced to disengage. Look at the base. Crystal. Down it goes. Area 77, changing the narrative and claiming game number 1 against Devious activity.
Victory!
Wow, 15-minute match. In the beginning, Devious Activities was actually the one with the lead, controlling the tempo, getting all the objectives, and the Brats was working out quite good. But I think when it came down to that mid game, the Vexana just popped the glue, and the second that the glue feels vulnerable in a lot of these team fights, he just cannot really perform to the best of his ability. 16, 10, and 43. Lots of assists on the board. Very, very high goal per minute for the whole entire team. But again, A77, they had the Vexana being picked in the first phase, and it seemed like the side of Devious activity overlooked the matchup between the Vexana and the glue. Having 1 member just completely down in every single team fight, A77 was able to turn that around when it came down to that mid-game spike. The time bomb just went through, and the side ISO just did so well when it came down to that late game, and the whole team just kind of bounced upon each other, bounced that energy, and was able to get this very first victory here.
And overall, it's just a really good synergized composition from the draft that worked in their favor. I mean, there was a lot of range lacking over there for Devious activity. I mean, they picked up that Roger, like I said, up close and personal. You had the Valentina. Both of these heroes have to kind of play up close, and I think this is where having more of a ranged hero kind of profited for the side of Area 77. Like I said, ISO slowly building up to that ticking time bomb. Didn't have the highest kills, but had a lot of assists, right? He was doing a lot of damage toward that mid to late game at that 15-minute mark. As you are seeing the head-to-head between both sides, though, 16-10 for Area 77. It was in Devious Activity's favor in the early game, but honestly, I think that just kind of played out because of the what they drafted, right? I mean, initially, when you have a strong early presence with frontline heroes, you're supposed to be able to take these turtles. You're supposed to be able to take these quick objectives and these invasions. But as the game got later to that 8-minute mark to the 15-minute mark, that's when Area 77 started to come alive. That's where their composition started working out for what they selected it for. And overall, it was just some high IQ gameplay. So with game number 1 out of the way, Yuwei, what does the Devious activity need to do to turn this back around in their favor?
Well, Devious activity with this draft, Roger, Grok, Barats, in my opinion, it's very, very early game based. And if you look at the Barats' build, he went War Axe, Brute Force. So he was very fast, very high damage, but just did not have a lot of ability to soak up that much damage. ISO was going to be the rich guy here. The carry goes to Mark QT. Sandbag T is going to be able to take that, and JQT, forgotten one. So side of A77 swept in terms of the medal obtained at the very end. Now going back, Devious activity, it didn't feel like they had a lot of clear available, right? The Valentina doesn't clear that well. The Roger doesn't have that much AoE in the late game. They just weren't able to defend, although we did see a little bit of some hope when they're able to defend that mid lane. They were able to pick off Mark QT there, but overall Devious activity, I think, failed to get onto the level that A77 has when it came down to this mid and late game. The Claude just scaled too well into that late game. The Vexana just did so much damage. Look at that, 86,000 damage. I think it's all towards Glue, in my opinion. You look at all the kill participation across the board. Tarzan with 94 leading the way for the aliens here.
Yeah, Vexana definitely a high IQ play, especially up against a Glue. Kind of wants to counter that hero, especially after the recent patches. Now, into game number 2, like we said, a couple of changes will have to happen. I think the early phase, it was okay for Devious activity. I don't think they lacked there. I think it was really just a team composition where they started falling apart, right? Not having enough range, not having enough clear, like you mentioned, definitely became a problem that Area 77 decided to solve on their side of the table. Now, when we are looking at the junglers, I mean, we got to see the Barats be picked up. We were wondering how this would kind of play into it with the new meta. I was wondering if they were still going to pick up a support. We saw a lot of the supports banned off of the table. The Mathilda, you said, took a recent nerf as well. Actually, it wasn't banned in the first 3 bans of the first draft, but it wasn't picked up either. Everybody just kind of skipped over it. So it's kind of showing that Mathilda is not as highly prioritized anymore. What we've been seeing the entire NACT regular season and the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the side of Devious, they have the Brats, I think, worked out fine. Honestly, the early game was in the side of Devious's favor. The Grok also worked out. The Roger was able to take the 1 versus 1 pretty decently. But when it came down to that scaling, it just felt like the side of Devious lost a lot of gas when it came down to that mid. The second that they lost that very first team fight, near that like 8-minute mark, it all just kind of crumbled, and A77 was able to take advantage, got the 2 mid tower, which is very, very huge, and then they were able to progress forward, just getting all the outer turrets down one by one, finding some small team fights. They were able to sweep 2 members onto the top side and getting that tower. So the setup and the discipline from A77, even with a 4-man clear, they were down 0-6, 2 objectives in the beginning, and this time they were able to turn things around. This kind of reminds me of the old school A77, where they were just so good at defending, so good at playing back. And this time they're able to bring that same exact energy back. This might be how A77 is going to prevail in this series, Weezy.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the playoffs, they've had a good story, right? I mean, they lost the game in Gladiators, but they were able to take down the Night Horde, and now here they are up against Devious Activity. Devious Activity's had a little bit of an interesting run as well, at least for the playoffs-wise. Able to go up against Fiends, take them down 2-1, and then even before that, getting to see them go up against BTK, ended in a 3-0 sweep, though, not in their favor. But as we look at a little bit of a blast from the past, some replays from game number 1 of the lower bracket semifinals. You are looking at them engaging. Look at T. Look at the entire team. T with the split in the mid lane, trying to sustain himself. Not really having a heavy impact. Just rush, trying to get out of there. At least he didn't fall. But again, it's interesting seeing how the Glue kind of plays into the new meta with the recent patches and adjustments. Melon, though, finding your Reshi over there. Some heavy engagement from the side of Area 77. And this is where you got to see Devious Activity push them away. It looked a little bit more promising. I mean, they were very grouped together trying to stop them from opening up the base. But this is where ISO comes in. Just look at how much damage he had over there with that blazing duet. We talked about him being that ticking time bomb. They left him unchecked early in the game, and he was just soaking down the gold plating on that turret with nobody there to stop him. And eventually he became the threat with the damage necessary to take down that strong frontline composition, or at least take down majority of their HP for somebody like the Martis to come through and clear house.
Yeah, and the knockups coming out from the Vexana and the Minotaur paired up together with the ability to close the gap with the Martis just made sense for the side of A77. Now, I still think right? The sustain, the utility jungles are still best. Things like the Fredrin, the Barats, those, and like even the Boxia, those are very, very hot picks, especially early on in the draft. But even without those, it seems like A77 still have what it takes to get some of these wins. Now, we are going to be on the second game of this best of 5 series. Weezy, the Louis gets taken off the board. You know, the Louis, we've seen it in action a few times. It hasn't been that normalized where it's going to be a very strong second pick in North America that I've seen so far. But putting it on the ban table already for the first 2 games, it definitely feels like DA do not want Marcuti on this here, and for a good reason. Right? The Louis, back then when no one was playing it, Marcuti took it out for a couple spins here, and he was, you know, quite successful with it. So this time around, taking that off, it's one off, but now the Harith is available. I think it's going to be a Harith and Louis ban for the side of DA pretty much every single game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And alongside that, they are going to take down the R-Lot. We got to see the R-Lot slip through the cracks in the last game, and definitely was a problem. Stacked up with that Minoan Fury, the synergy, the damage was there, and some great gameplay over there from Yureshi. In the beginning, it looked a little shaky though. He was like 2-4 for a little while, but then the utility started kicking in as we got to that 8-minute mark, and then from there is history for the side of Area 77 as they stampeded through Devious activity. Now, a couple other options are still on the table. The Faramis, definitely a good viable support, still to be picked up here if left unchecked. We'll have to watch out for a Valentina if they do go up for that, because both sides can profit off that Nether Realm. But nonetheless, I think it's a strong option available. Another thing that is still currently available is the Vexana. We got to see the Vexana be a great answer to the glue. It's good overall, just with the damage, with the Eternal Guard that you can drop down, and definitely a safe pick for the first half of the draft. So I'm wondering which way is this going to go, right? We got to see the R-Lot was actually the first pick for game number 1, but with that being taken off the table, are we going to go ahead and see a little bit of a prioritization toward that Vexana? Or are we going to see them go in for a possible jungler picked up here? I mean, the meta is just shifting. So many things are changing left and right that everything that we know, at least from last weekend, it's not even the same anymore. X-Borg taken off the table as well, though. This was similar to game number 1 with the bans from Area 77.
Yeah, well, we do get the Harith first pick here. I like this. We've been able to see a lot of Harith first pick work quite successfully in Asia. And personally, I've been able to put my hands on this hero too in a few ranked games. And I was able to get some good positions, 1 versus 1, getting a lot of good shutdowns, pretty much guaranteeing a win in the gold lane. So it's definitely a very good hero. Now the A77, I think they're going to stick to their same strategy, right? Bring in as many knockup as available and potentially even lock a Fred early, because, you know, the side of Devious activities, they did take out the Fredrin, the Boxia, and took the Barats, and they were able to get the early game that they were looking for. You know, that being said, the late game did fall a little bit short for the side of Devious, but this time around with another great early game pick, the Harith, so extremely strong in that gold lane. The response coming out from A77 is quite standard for them. Marcuti takes the Valentina off of Yato's hand, which Yato just loves high prioritizing picking this hero. And then JQT picks up the Minotaur, which has been nerfed in the last patch, but still one of the best sustained photo roamers out there.
Speaking of roamers, I was wondering if it was going to be picked up. I mean, it hasn't been banned. Mathilda in for Devious activity alongside the Fredrin, who you mentioned being one of the most, if not actually the highest picked hero in the NACT spring season. And here it is in effect with a little bit of support on the side. Mathilda taking a little bit of a slight nerf, but we'll see today how effective it truly is for the side of Devious activity. The Harith, I would say with the recent patches, has the best buff out of everybody, and definitely is going to be a secret weapon. But speaking of weapons, a response back from the side of Area 77. They didn't get Roger last time, but they get him this time. Is that the answer to the Harith? I mean, typically, I don't know. How do you kind of feel about it? Because I feel like the Harith versus the Roger, I feel like the Harith is going to profit there, at least with the recent patches, able to proc that skill 1 even faster, even with it being less damage.
Well, the Harith is just good against almost any single unit in the gold lane. There's not really a matchup that Harith does not do well, but I think what the Roger does is it adds ability to kind of dash around and sustain against the damage that Harith can output. Be able to hold himself well in a 1v1 situation where he's not getting denied that significant early on. But the side of A77 here still opting to go with the same strategy. You do not see a jungle out early. It seems like Tarzan is extremely comfortable with the amount of hero pool that he has to be able to pick things like the Martis or the Alpha or maybe in the Akai. He doesn't need the Fredrin, the Barat, or the Boxia. He could kind of choose whichever jungler he wants to go, and it does bring a lot of room for A77 to work with, right? If the Roger was not picked up here, it's probably gonna get banned out. JQT did so well on the Minotaur. It's a second pick opportunity, and Mark QT with Valentina, with the Faramis and the Louis being off the board, Valentina seems like a good option since Yato did quite well on that too. So yes, jungler is being taken off the board. The Brats, and the Brats is not available. The Boxia has potential here. I'm not sure if Tarzan's is gonna put it. It might be a little bit hard to catch the Harith, but it's still gonna do what a utility jungle needs to do here.
Ooh, speaking of utility though, Boxy had picked up for the side of Area 77. The response back though from Devious activity with the Lilia in effect.
Maybe
now they got the
attack,
Harith, which is already
Ruby?
magic, then they have the Lilia on top of that and the Mathilda. So that's 3 magic over there for the side of Devious activity so far. Fredrin in the jungle. Now, this is going to be interesting, right? I mean, I guess the Boxer has very high mobility. This is going to be Roger inside of the gold lane up against the Harith. We'll have to see which way that goes. But funny enough, when you look at Area 77, last game, Devious Activity was the one that had the Valentina and the one that had the Roger. This time, it's Area 77, so it's kind of like they just traded
Mind
places with their picks. Yeah, a couple of mind games on the way. They did get to keep the Minotaur, though. It looks like a little bit of that comfort pick over there for the side of Area 77.
But
2 games in a row with the Minotaur. It's going to have that Minoan Fury for the knockup. I mean, if we're just looking at the engagements, Paquito slotted in as well. How do you see the first neutral engagements going when it comes to the first turtle fights for both sides?
Well, the side of Devious activities, they have Paquito, which is very, very fast, clear, does well with a lot of the split pushes, should be able to be the first one that rotates in. So I do like the side of Devious activities comp once again here. The Harith is also very, very good in a 1v1 situation. He should not have too much trouble going up against a Roger. And the Fredrin, still one of the strongest retriers in the game so far, the most consistent. If you go first skill, if you go ultimate, they're both good at knocking down a lot of HP paired up with the retribution. So it's going to be a hard retry, but it's not impossible for the Brats here. Now it's going to be a Paquito versus Benedetta. Now I want to take things back a little bit. These are 2 great split pushers that both can, go in the far lane, cut those minions, and then rotate into the objective very, very early on. And I think that's what both of these split pushers are going to be doing against each other. Both teams have quite the balanced comp here with the mix between the magic and the physical with the pack and the Harith. And then you could also say the Boxia versus the Boxia and the Valentina versus the Roger and the Benedetta. So it's a very, very even matchup for both teams. Both have knockups, but it's all gonna depend on how kind of the mid game goes, because quite honestly, it doesn't even feel like the early game means too much of a difference for both of these teams.
It's going to be interesting seeing how Marquiti kind of plays into this too with the Valentina, because I mean, I guess technically he can profit off the black shoes over there from the Lilia. But as we are jumping into game number 2, Area 77 head-to-head up against Devious activity. Once friends, now sworn enemies as they jump into the land of Dawn. Area 77 able to steal the victory for game number 1. Can Devious activity bounce back?
Sworn enemies for this series. I think they're I think a lot of these competitive players are friends at the end of the day, right? Like they could all hang out with each other, play some ranked game queues. But definitely in this match, it's going to be quite a tight series, a small rivalry between both of these teams, in my opinion. And you got that the new Paquito skin coming through. I know a lot of people really, really like that. It does cost quite a bit. So, if you guys are out there watching, make sure to use some of the redeem some of the codes for some extra diamonds sometimes. Maybe you'll just get the Paquito skin here.
Or just find Yuwei on Discord. He'll definitely hook you up. But as we are now looking at these 2 teams, I mean, you mentioned it, right? Ureshi on the Benedetta against T on the Paquito. Both of them very mobile, able to get around, get the split push going, and try and force the play on the objectives with either numbers or trying to go in for one of the turrets. But with both of them going against each other, it's looking like it may be a little bit more of a stalemate since their mobility is kind of matched right there. As you are seeing on the screen, grand final tickets at the HyperX Arena Las Vegas.
Come through.
For the 12th of May. Make sure you guys come through 2 p.m. Pacific time. There's a registration link right there for you guys who will be joining us on that amazing venture. But right now, between these two teams, we saw in the early game for game number 1, Devious Activity had the favor, but then they lost it all toward that 8-minute mark, and Area 77 profited.
Now, Kush actually opted to go for a support emblem Fredrin. This is what I kind of call the battle Fredrin. But before that, Yato gets taken out here.
Yeah, gets taken down by Yureshi, a samurai in the making, looking like he's from the land of Wano. But you are going to go ahead and see First Blood go to the side of Area 77. And now the play for the Turtle. Devious Activity was able to get all 3 Turtles last game. But now Area 77 for the contest. Tarzan will be able to get it. Area 77 finding the objective and now trying to disengage. JQT ready to frontline the damage if they do want to take that fight. And they're able to make it out of the Turtle Pit.
A small reverse in terms of the early game potential here. The A77 kind of, bullying the side of Devious Activity early on. And, with the Fredrin in the jungle, that's not something that we've kind of seen quite often. But the Boxia definitely has a lot more ability to go for that 50-50 trade that the side of A77 didn't have in the first game. But now with the lead in their favor, do they have, the ability to push onto that lead, to be able to get some of the objectives through some of these kills or some of the neutral stuff? Are they able to kind of progress forward here? That's going to be one of the real questions as the side of Devious sets up for a small invade.
Yeah, engagement now on the way. Knock up in effect. When Fury goes down, will only catch 1 in his tracks. Kush forced back to safety with the guiding win, but Marcuti will shut down his hot escape. Marquita will get another, finds Joybaj. That's 2 kills unanswered for the side of Devious Activity, and climbing this ISO is gonna find Yato, Melon, and T trying to pick up the pieces in the mid lane. Lycan pouts in, flicker out from T. Wants no parts of that. Area 77 playing their best game right now so far up against Devious Activity.
The setup coming out from Jay and also the damage from Yurishi coming out from the backside just works so well with each other. Yurishi has been able to impact the game as an XP laner so significantly. He was able to pick off Yato early. Now he's able to get 3 assists in that last team fight, closing the gap that DA needed to be able to get away. And that's huge, right? 4-0, he has all the kill participations already on the Benedetta. Yurishi, he has been known to be a supreme Benedetta player back in the days, but Melon here being able to get a good matchup.
Yeah, ISO trying to get out of there. The 1v1, now a 1v3. ISO circling Eagle, connects with the Matilda Airlines. One more shot. Did they take? No.
He lives.
He's able to find the kill, finds Joy Boss. A close call, though. Now maybe able to get Yato forced to use the black shoes. He is holding on for dear life on the top side. JQT will find Kush off screen. Yato trying to get away. Tarzan, Marcuti on the chase. JQT wrapping around for the setup. Marcuti finding Yato. Melon by himself. Electo final blow in. Yureshi taking Melon out. 3 members down for the side of DA.
Oh man, is this prime A77 here? That black shoes that Marcuti used, he was taking the tower, soaking up the damage, pops the black shoes, the tower just disengages, he's full health, and they were getting pretty much a complete, perfect, and clean dive. Now, items on the board. Harith actually opting to go for a Thunderbelt here, so a little bit more defensive build from the side of Melon. It's going to take away a lot of, that magic damage, the Star Lithium Sight, the Feather of Heaven, even the Holy Crystal, all is going to be delayed. Now, even the Divine Glaive, right? So the Harith is not going to be able to output the damage that I think Devious Activity desperately needs. But on the other hand, Melon's going to be quite tanky. And going against so much physical damage like Yurishi and ISO, which have been able to get a lot of damage onto them, it's going to work out a little bit better. So it's not the end of the world, but just some of the damage output from DA is just going to be missing in the early game.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of like with the meta shifting. It's definitely, like we said, changing the synergy of these teams. And it's definitely showing with Devious Activity. I mean, they don't normally fall this fast early in the game. Area 77... you can definitely tell they're a little bit more comfortable with the recent adjustments to the patches. I mean, right now, 8-0 lead, no deaths. Right now for Area 77, they've took every single objective. This is even different than game number 1, even more impressive than their comeback. This time around, they're just in full control of this game. Devious Activity needs to find a way to kind of turn this back around, but it's going to be hard, right? Melon's already struggling a little bit with the Harith up against the Roger, as ISO has 2 kills now. In the Harith, Melon has 1 death. And then you also have Yato, you know, the other backline, 3 deaths so far on the Lilia. Yureshi was able to get 1 of them, and so far has not been able to find the opportunity they've been looking for.
And this time around, the side, like Devious Activity is the one that's losing, but earlier A77 they had the CC available to stop some of the snowballing when it came down to that mid game as we're going into that mid game phase. But this time around, DA, they have a Matilda, they have a Battle Fredrin with a support. He's not going to be able to soak up that much damage. There's not that much knock up in sets if it's just the Paquito and the Fredrin. That's a soft set there. So the side of A77, they still have so much more available, right? With the Minotaur, with the Boxia. The Minotaur just itself is just so hard to deal with the Minone's Fury.
Speaking of things that are hard to deal with, circling Eagle in for the invasion on the orange buff. ISO will find Melon with the Lycan Pounce. Yureshi is going to claim a turret off screen on the top side. JQT very low, hit by T. 1 more blow, maybe able to take him down. JQT will fall. ISO able to get out of the turret, back to the orange buff. T hit with a lot of damage. Yureshi finding Yato, he wants more. T very low, trying to find his way back to the bot side alongside Kush. Tarzan will find Joy Boss, not able to escape the pressure from Area 77, but Devious Activity able to find their first kill of the game. T, the one to actually pick that up at the 8-minute mark.
And I think we're starting to see a trend of like damage dealer, split pusher, XP lanes. Like traditionally, you know, back in the days, we like things like the Terizla and the Grulu, and then we, you know, transition into something like the Yuzong, the Lapu Lapus, and then now we're going into kind of like this Pack and Benedetta. We're bringing it back, the full damage side lane split push, and the Benedetta has created so much impact. Typically, the Paquito is going to be the pick that most players like to use, but the Benedetta here, definitely a lot more impact. 3, 0, and 4. The Mark QT is standing just a little bit higher in terms of that KDA, but as an XP laner, it's very, very hard to get that much assists. A77 looking for a little bit more that they can chew. Rotated onto the top side. I think they're going to be setting up for the next objective, but I don't know if Devious Activity has enough CC and front line to be able to contest for the next one.
Yeah, they're just in a very awkward situation, right? I mean, so far, Area 77 has been having a game of their life. Every single part of this match has worked in their favor. Now I'm going to go ahead and take this Lord. Little to no contest. Devious Activity in no situation to even go in for it. But on the bot side, we'll find a little bit of a trade, though. T is going to go ahead and take that turret as Tarzan claims the Lord. Now, is it the best trade? No, but it's definitely a step in the right direction for Devious Activity. But I will say this is going to be very challenging for them to kind of turn this around. Already at 9 minutes, 8,000 gold for Area 77 ahead of DA right now.
Yeah, DA they're looking for a frontline set. They're looking for abilities to pin down targets for the Lilia and the Hera to be able to deal some damage, right? And when it comes down to their comp, if it's just a Fredrin, if it's just a pack, it's just not going to be enough. The Minone's Fury is getting like 2-3-man knockups almost every single time. Yes, JQT did fall in that last team fight. Only got 1 knockup on the Minone's Flicker Fury, but you know, he's still able to kind of just zone and create the fight that he's looking for. Versus the side of DA, they're playing a little bit more reactive, right? They have the Matilda, they have the Lilia. It's very soft CC, but it's still, I don't think it's going to be enough here.
Oh, look at the pressure from Area 77, forcing DA back into the base. Down goes the tier 2 on the bot side, and now working their way toward the tier 2 for the mid, as we are going to see the Lord slowly making his way to the base for Devious Activity. They're still going to try and contest, though. I mean, they're not really in the position to stop them. I think right now they just have to play a little bit more passive and wait for Area 77 to make a mistake. I mean, we're only 10 minutes in. They still can possibly turn this around. They just got to be a little bit more patient. They definitely can't take the fight out of their base, so they're not going to win that. Look at Yureshi, though, into the base with the Electro Final Blow onto the minions, trying to create the opportunity for early finish for Area 77. Circling Eagle in. Big knockup, though, from the Minoan Fury from JQT. The guiding went back for Kush, able to get away with 1 HP. Lord, 45%. Quickly getting bursted down from the side of Devious Activity, and Area 77 will disengage from the base.
I do want to say this, though. Devious Activity with the Harith, the Fredrin, and the Pack, Lilia, those are very high lane clearing heroes. So DA is able to kind of progress and defend quite well underneath the tower. Yes, the top side already got popped. It's just due to the fact that JQT was able to set so deep. Tarzan is so fed here. They're able to kind of go ham in any of these towers on the outers. But Devious activity still have a lot of ability to clear. Harith does quite a good amount of AoE. Same thing with the Lilia. So let's take a look at some of the items. Raja already built up the the BOD here. Valentina, 30% cooldown. Boxy is quite tanky here. Fredrin, Battle Fred here, is going to get taken out.
Ooh, Marquis will find Kush in the engagement. Yureshi trying to close the distance. Melon, Joyboss, Yato wanting no parts of that. Back into the base to go. But look at the bot side. T, the split pusher, able to take the tier 2. Do they even know he's over there? He's going to go ahead and recall back. But I mean, he can still push right now if he wanted to. But he's going to go back to defend, as you are going to see the inhibitor fall for the mid. One inhibitor standing, circling Eagle in. T very low as he escapes. Joyboss trying to get out. Yureshi finds Melon. That's going to be 2 members down for the side of Devious activity. All 5 members standing strong for Area 77. Marcuti is going to find one. Joyboss is going to be the one to fall. But Area 77 still not able to close it out. Right now going in for the kill, though. There goes the split pusher T, distracting the team. The man's trying to do it all through the tier 1 turret in the mid lane for the escape. And now it's just a hot pursuit from Tarzan. Oh my goodness! He is definitely prolonging that fight as much as he could right there.
It's still a 10k goalie for the side of A77 though, and it doesn't feel like they have an answer for JQT. You could see pretty much any of those team fights. If Jay gets a knock up on the Harith, on the Lilia, yes, they have 3 purifies available, but the 3 purify just doesn't feel like enough, because the second that they purify against JQT, Yurishi is there with the final slash or with the Benedetta ultimate, dealing tons of damage, right? He's building all physical damage, and now A77 is able to get a very, very good 3-lane push. They're in the inner inhibitor. The side of DA has to find a way to be able to clear this Lord.
And this may be the way they were looking for. Area 77 gonna push through their last possible defense for game number 2 if they're not careful. Lord now making his way to the base crystal. Damage has already been hit. No fear for the knockup. ISO is gonna find Kush. Oh, we're gonna see that quadruple setup though onto Area 77. Yurechi though hit the base crystal. 5%, make that 0. Area 77 pushes through Devious activity for game number 2.
13-minute total match, 16-1 overall score, 11k gold lead for the side of Aliens. Complete domination from the boys of the outer space here. 16-1 and 34, lots of assists coming through. A77 with a very, very well done draft. I feel like the Minotaur is very, very hard to handle for the side of Devious. They have to look for a way to be able to deal against that Minotaur, and also the Benedetta doing so much more than the pack, right? The split pusher that we're talking about, it seems like the Benedetta and the pack has come into the popularity in the recent times, and Yurishi is a great person that has such an advanced mastery of the Benedetta. The emblems on the board again, the side of the Kush, he had the support emblem, he had the brute force. We've seen this build before by Tarzan QT, and he wasn't able to find the success. And personally, when I tried it, it just didn't feel like I was soaking enough damage compared to when I was holding on to a tank emblem, going for the molten essence into the guardian. So that may be a build switch up that Kush may have to look for, but overall a great performance for the side of A77, dropping only 1 death at the bot side when Jay flickered it.
Yeah, overall, just textbook plays from the side of Area 77. Their synergy definitely coming alive. I mean, they've been a little bit more consistent on keeping their team the same compared to DA with the Joy Boss edition. And so far, it's profiting and working in their favor. Now up 2-0. This is a potential match point for a sweep against Devious activity if they don't figure out where they're going wrong at so far. As you're going to see the rich guy go to ISO, most gold per minute. Yureshi right beside him for the carry. The sandbag over to the opposite side of the table, Mr. Kush with the most damage taken. And then the forgotten one racking up 10 assists, JQT himself. Area 77. This is the Area 77 that everybody's been waiting to see for a while now. And I always said, like, they come alive during the playoffs. This is when Area 77 profits. They don't do the best in the regular season, But when it comes to the playoffs, that's when they kind of thrive. But they've had some amazing games, even in the regular season, taking down BTK. And now you're kind of getting a little bit of a showcasing on exactly how they were able to do that just with their flawless execution.
You know, Weezy, I thought that we shelved the brooms, you know, at this point of the stage of the game. Like, you know, I thought we were not going to get a lot of sweeps, but this time around, it seems like A77 has come up with the game plan to be able to dominate DA, not only in the early game, but also in the late game, right? And, you know, you look at the damage dealt earlier. I know Yurishi was quite high there, and he built up so much damage item. He did not have that much resistance, and that's kind of like the new build, the new Benedetta, the new pack, and Yurishi was going to be the one that is able to get the best out of that. But going back to it, right, like, this is supposed to be kind of a close match. This is where these teams have to tighten up and really progress forward, and DA is a great team. They have had the championship experience. They've done well to be able to get some wins in the playoffs. Yes, it's not the most consistent, but so isn't A77, right? They haven't gotten where they wanted to be in the playoffs. Maybe they wanted that third place, or they wanted to go even further up. But, you know, these are two teams that are quite strong in North America. It is still a very tough, drawn out battle, but A77, it feels like they've prepared a little bit better. It just seems like they're the better team, at least in the first two games. Now, this is a best of 5 series. We don't know what's going to happen in the end, but it's a very clean and convincing performance so far.
And speaking of things and performances so far, we have an amazing giveaway for everybody out there in the audience today. Make sure you claim it while it's available. Tournament chest full of goodies out there. 12.50% rate to get any one of them. But there's only 40 available, first come, first serve. So make sure you guys claim it with the QR code while it is on the screen before they are all gone. But yeah, Yuwei, it's funny. You kind of mentioned it, right? We thought we shelved the brooms, but it looks like they may still be out. maybe somebody forgot one somewhere.
We gotta take it out.
Or maybe something's going on, man. You know, we're definitely gonna have to get to the bottom of this. I mean, it's kind of crazy too, because it's funny because you almost voted for Area 77, but now you got DA. So, you
win some, you lose some. It really, this match could really go in 50-50. Honestly, even looked at the first game. That was like a 6-1, 2 objectives on down. DA dominated, right? It felt like it was going to be completely one-sided, and then suddenly the burst came in from Vexana, changed the fight. The second game, yes, A77 dominated the first few team fights, but side of DA, they had the same opportunity to shine once again with the comp, with the drafts that they come up with. But unfortunately, DA just fell a little bit short. They had the lane clear, but again, the rotations coming out from A77 was quite clean. They didn't drop a single death until they were on the second tower of the bot side, and that speaks a lot. A77 is a great team with great discipline, but they're performing in an extraordinary level, and that is what it's going to take for them to get on to the next stage.
I feel like they ate the breakfast of champions this morning with the way they're performing.
The Grand Slam deal with the bacon and the pancakes.
Yeah, right now they're just off to a really good start. A huge boost for this series up against Devious Activity, who now is forced to take a win here, or they're out of the NACT. And you will be seeing Area 77 move forward. Like we said, we thought the brooms were shelved, but it looks like Area 77 had one hidden behind their backs, waiting for the right moment to pull it out. And you are going to go ahead and see the draft now in effect. Now, something that we saw similar in both games, right? Jay Cutie. We got to see him very consistent. We got to see him on the Minotaur both games. And he was profiting. I mean, even though he didn't get the kills, he was getting the setups. We can't overlook how much of a crucial member he has been to the team on taking these objectives and being at the right place at the right time. Does Area 77 take up the Minotaur for a third time? Is that something that maybe decided Devious Activity can stop? And no, it is banned. Okay, good. I was just about to say, man, if that does not get banned out, I don't know. Because honestly, other than that, like, nothing else was really consistent in terms of the picks. But speaking of picks, you are going to see the R-Lot on the table for the side of Area 77. We got to see R-Lot in game number 1. It was banned out for game number 2, but hey, back in action again. And I think this is all due to the fact that DA was forced to ban out that Minotaur.
I still want to make the point that Fredrin is at a near 60% win rate in one of the highest pick, bracket in the highest pick pools of the heroes that we have in NACT. Fredrin is a very solid first pick that teams, I feel like, are a little bit unwilling to go for. It seems like North America, they don't like to pick the junglers quite early on. Yurishi picks up the Arlot. We've seen it do great work. No argument there. T is able to pick up the CC that was banned out in the first 2 games. Xborg, yes, is taken off, but T is able to pick up the CC. And what we've seen from CC is he's this really big annoyance that is able to jump onto the backside, able to zone away multiple targets, has the mobility, has the vengeance technically, and he's able to zone out and do a lot more than just go for the kills. Now, Yato on this Valentina, again, we've seen a great performance of Yato on the Valentina. We saw Marcuti with a bit of that on the last game, but Yato has been the most consistent Valentina player, leading all the way back to when BTK upset in that grand final series. So this is a hero that we've seen Devious activity perform quite well. Now A77 bringing in with the new style, the Roger comes out and play. With the Harith being banned out, it seems like Roger is the definite choice, but there's still a lot available. Natan that I've been talking about in the last week doesn't seem to shine a little bit of light. Decided DA opting to go with the Claude. It's very good in the late game, but you will struggle against the Roger early.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, though. I mean, we got to see the Claude. Last time we saw ISO being the one to run that, right? And he said he was the ticking time bomb in game number 1, which was going to be one of the deciding factors on how Area 77 was going to push through DA. This time, though, we get to see it on the other side of the board for Devious activity. Will it be the threat they need? I mean, it was a Roger versus a Claude even in that game. In that game, we did get to see the Claude profit more than the Roger, though. So now on the opposite sides of the table, can it be the same outcome for the side of Devious activity? Now, I'm liking where the draft is going so far. I think the Arlot is an excellent pick, especially early in the draft. You can kind of flex it around to the roam position, to the XP, profits off of the CC. Speaking of CC, though, CC is on the board, the actual hero CC, for the side of Devious activity, which is going to be paired up against Yureshi, which could be a possible problem. The reason being is that CC is highly mobile, right? Even more mobile than the Arlot, which could potentially open up the opportunity to cut the lanes and to get to the mid lane and possibly create that opportunity for the neutral objectives, which is where we saw Devious activity fall short for game number 2. Game number 1, they were there. They were able to claim pretty much everything, but still lost overall. Whoa. You're going to see Chip, though. Oh, I'm seeing it. He did get a buff, but is he ready for the professional scene?
All right. Well, Joy Baj on this Chow is something that we actually haven't seen quite a bit. We haven't really seen that many Chows in NACT, and even overseas it hasn't been popularized that much, but Joy Baj is a definitely good Chow. And Kush comes out with even more of a surprise. The Ling comes out. Going back to it, Chip hasn't been exactly what I think Moontoon wanted Chip to be, right? The rotations coming in, it brings in this like extraterrestrial 4th dimension type of gameplay, right? The teleports, even the Louis, it's very, very strong in terms of the rotations, but it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you get team fights that are good, but sometimes your members can take the portals and end up dying. But just like you're saying, yes, Chip did receive a recent buff, so did Ling here. So we get to see 2 heroes that we haven't seen quite often in NACT come into action. We are blessed here, Weezy. We are absolutely blessed.
Oh, this is definitely going to be a treat to see. I mean, there's definitely some interesting pieces for both sides of the table so far. The Chip back in action with the recent buff. Is it going to be what's necessary for Area 77 to close out this game? Or will we get to see Devious activity with the Link pick be able to take us to a game number 4 and get them one step closer to evening out the series?
Oh, we'll most definitely have to find out here. Now, take a look at the jungle. You could already see Tarzan with a significant edge in the jungle. He's going to be able to clear much faster than the Ling. And a first blood already. The Chip teleported onto the top side portal, gets taken off the board. Bad news for, the Chip enthusiasts out there getting first blood, but A77 has come back from a lot worse. So it's not something that, we should be quite worried about. again, the Roger does well in terms of the early game, so that's why Joy Bodge is making sure Melon is able to get all the minions that he needs to be able to get early on. But I think the spotlight is on this chip, right? Is the dimension portals going to be effective, or is it going to be counterintuitive here?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to see, but so far, I mean, his portals gave him an early death, and that's something that Devious Activity can kind of look forward to, hopefully working in their favor. You're going to see DA, though, being aggressive. 3 members on the top side, trying to gain control for the early phase. As you are seeing the caster predictions on the board as well. 56% to Area 77, 44% to DA. Honestly, not too
50-50.
far from each other. It's very close to 50-50. Even with Area 77 being 2 wins ahead of Devious Activity, and that just shows you how many individuals are out there supporting their favorite teams, despite what's going on so far in the Land of Dawn.
You know, the votes going 50-50 is kind of like as it should be, right? These are 2 of the highest seeds, you know, not 1 and 2, but pretty much higher right off of that. And these are 2 teams that have competed quite well in our bracket here. So the 50-50 is well warranted, but definitely a little bit more advantage for the side of A77. They have already gotten the 2 wins. This is Devious's time to get that reverse sweep or go home. And I think they definitely drafted a very interesting and surprising comp, but I'm not sure if it's going to work out against this alpha.
Well, we're definitely going to find out here soon. You're going to see Area 77 take the first turtle of the game. They lost on first blood, though. Devious Activity was able to pick that up. That went into Yato's hands, the mid laner for the side of DA, which is going to kind of help him a little bit in terms of damage and rotating around for that trio core synergy. But speaking of synergy, Eternal Guard dropping down. JQT at about 50% HP. Look at the bot side, though. You're going to see CC. Fall T!
Oh.
Is going to go down on the 1v1 matchup against Yureshi.
That's a full health Yurishi too, diving underneath the tower. Well played from Yurishi, and this is a first pick Arlot. He is brave enough to be able to pick this matchup and expect any counters, and he could deal with it. But Tarzan here on the mid should be able to grab up Joy Bodge.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out. Oh my goodness, the flicker! Last second with the instant transmission. Able to get away from Area 77. A very close call, but now it's 1-1 on the scoreboard.
It's a perfect flicker. So Joy Bodge is able to get away. It's still 1-1, but the gold lead still favors in the hands of the aliens here. Now, Chip, you can see the portals around the map, right? I think that's one of the most interesting things about this hero. How do they make someone that has such a high mobility, but before that, T here getting caught once again?
Yeah. Needs to be careful. I don't know if he can get that flashy escape like Joy Bodge did over there on the chart. I don't know if it'll work out the same way for him, especially when he lost in the 1v1 matchup against Yureshi right before that. But you are going to go ahead and see the invasion from the side of Area 77 onto the purple buff. Going to try and deny Kush from being able to get that energy needed to rotate around. It looks like he's not going to be able to get it. They're able to effectively evade it and deny the purple buff to Kush.
Yeah, it's a very good invade coming out from the side of A77. Well timed in that, you know, Tarzan did not really lose any buffs. See, he still has the red that's just spawning. The blue's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. The turtle comes up. It's a very, very calculated rotation into the blue buff. And that is going to push Kush back quite a little bit since he doesn't have that blue buff. But they did change some of the values in terms of the energy consumption. And I do believe they lowered the energy consumption that assassins require without the blue buff. So Kush is still going to be much better than patches before, but it's still going to be quite tough here.
And speaking of things that are tough, the invasion for the turtle. Yureshi able to take down Joy Bodge, finding his first death of the game. 2-1 lead for the side of Area 77. They were able to take the first turtle. Looks like they're going to be able to take the second one away from Devious Activity overall. Slowly climbing on these objectives. They're not really seeing a trade-off. On the bot side, Yureshi finding another, takes down Kush. Kush will find him as well, a 1-for-1 trade, but overall still working in Area 77's favor. The vengeance activated by T. Tarzan on the chase with the alpha. Trying to give some credit to mlbbzane on his signature pick so far. This NACT will be able to get that kill. 3-1-0. Tarzan finding Melon. We were just speaking about this. The way the dragon for the knockup on Joy Bodge, connecting to Tarzan, forcing him into the turret. For some damage, and now needs to get out of there. Does not have the numbers. Do we see another 1 HP escape? No, we don't. Tarzan will shut him down.
Okay, I'll be honest. Alpha is not the pick that I would typically go in the jungle, but there has been a lot of successful teams, especially overseas and even in our region, that has been successful with Alpha, right? mlbbZane, definitely a good one, but Kush here.
Woo! Big knock up. Tarzan getting the double, finds Yato,
Wow.
finds Kush, knocking them down like some dominoes.
Wow. But going back to the point, Alpha has been quite the strong pick in the jungle. I've even played against it in some of my solo queue adventures, and it's quite tough. I played the Fredrin, he's just shredding me. He's completely destroying my armor, lots of true damage, and it just doesn't feel like any tank junglers can really hold that well against the Alpha. So it's definitely a great pick. Tarzan already 5-0-1. You could see the impact, the CC, the rotations with the trip coming in and out. Tarzan's just brave. He doesn't fear anyone so far.
Yeah, Area 77 making a statement today in their series for the lower bracket semifinals, letting all the teams still remaining know we're here and we plan to stay. Definitely going to have to watch out for them. Devious activity. So far, that's just been a little shaky. I don't know if it's because of the recent buffs, the recent patches that are kind of keeping them on edge, kind of changing the dynamic of the drafts. But we haven't really seen them get comfortable. I mean, we only saw them comfortable in game number 1 for the first 8 minutes. After that, it's just been total annihilation from the side of Area 77 with little to no problem.
Well, you know, Mobile Legends is quite a snowball-driven game, right? If you have that advantage, if you have a snowball, whether it is mentally, whether it is in-game gold, or even in terms of the map, you know, that's opportunity there, and they're trying to go for Yureshi topside.
Yeah, topside. You are going to possibly see somebody fall. Yureshi, 50% HP, still deciding to engage. He has ISO, he has JQT by his side. Terrified on the Kush, though. Very low. Eternal Guard drops down. The stun, no. JQT will find T. One member falling for Devious activity. The 9th kill on the board for Area 77. And now, looks like they're going to invade and try and claim some more real estate.
And, you know, we really want to see the impact that Chip is able to do in this series as they take out Yato once again here. But the flicker, no way!
Oh, Joyboss rushes in to the full team! He thought he was him, but apparently is not. Against Area 77 right there with the Cho play. 11-2 lead. Right now, unstoppable. Devious activity, I mean, they have the link. I guess in this point, all you can really kind of bank on is the split push when available, making up the mobility that the Ling has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, the Ling could try to split push, but you could already see it's quite tough.
Ooh, Blazing Duet going down from Melon, the BMI. Out of there, dodging the Eternal Guard, but JQT, the monstrosity, able to take him down. Tarzan will find T. 2 members down from inside Devious activity. ISO will go ahead and claim yet another turret for the side of Area 77. Tarzan in the back of the base, forcing Joyboss and Yato all the way to the back wall. And able to get out of there alive. No HP on his side.
Yeah, Brute Force, War Axe, Bloodless, Alpha, full build, right? That's scaling to the tip top, and that is pretty much the best that Alpha has to offer. Now, this is where things get a little bit more interesting. If DA is able to find a few pick-off here and there, if they're able to get a winning fight, they have the potential to be able to go into the late game, but it doesn't feel like they have that available right now. A77 just quite strong in their team fight. The Vexana is hard to deal with. Kush can't win. That's the Ling split push into the late game. He cannot team fight. He cannot find favorable situations, but he is able to cut off the mid lane. So that is going to be A77 dealing with 2 towers. But before that, though, they do get taken off the board. Another kill for A77.
Yeah, Yato is going to fall. The base will be
the kill there, but Hoon, the way he dodged those.
Yeah, go long.
Wait for me.
Yo, Chichi.
It's fine. Heart, let's go.
Nice.
Keep going. Wait, I'm healing.
I'm healing too.
Oh, yo, oh my god, Leah.
Yo. Nice.
Patry. Spam recall. Yo, kill this
Go,
part.
let's kill Uresti.
Kill the back!
Go
Go back home! Kill him!
Nice.
And fuck!
Good shit.
It's not
Nice
doing
one.
it. I told you. I knew it.
Doesn't matter. That's endable. Trust me.
Keep ending. Carlock.
Wait away. No, wait first.
Wait. Noise. I'm low.
Yo,
Guys, help
please.
me. Yo, please. For the
Jay?
Oh
my god, Jay.
No. What you
Yeah, I'm
got,
here.
Zero?
I'm here, bro.
I had 1 HP.
Guys.
Yo.
Wait, he flickered.
Alright.
Wait, just Tarlock. Just Tarlock. He can't clear.
Alright, I'm a Tarlock.
You know, please.
No, whatever.
Yo, Zero, bro, please.
I really gotta play. Bro, just Tarlock. They have no front line.
No, you are Asha, bro, no?
Yo. Oh, come.
What are you doing? Low. But why are we struggling? We have lanes pushing. I don't know why you guys are scared to rush it. I'm literally.
Malalaki creeps natin. 4v5. Tulungan nyo na lang.
Promise.
Diyan ako. Free tayo. Kaya.
Flicker mo yung PC. Kaya mo na to end.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You come.
Get.
No, I see you.
Freddy.
End the ball.
Man.
Somebody has the butt. No. We're calling. Yeah, we're good. Mid. End the ball, guys. End the ball. Promise. Go high.
Purify. Go back, top. Actually, at the ball, no?
Tower.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
Nice clean game, guys. Nice.
맥시가 치가운다요.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power. Gaza.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming.
What happened?
They're all dead. Oh no! It's him. He's coming.
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming for us.
there. An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You seem... Please!
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Hey guys, this is Mielo, North America's pride and joy as well as BTK's XP laner. Today I want to share with you guys how to assassinate backliners, the ultimate Yuzong guide. It's quite simple guys, even the best of the best will have mistakes in their positioning no matter how good they may be. Times when they zone out and maybe even occasionally bush check. As the backline diver, it's your job to wait patiently to exploit those openings. Then you just swoop in, do the standard jump, petrify, 2-1 auto combo for the one-shot kill. Right here, you can see enemies chasing my goat MOBA Zane. I just simply took into the air and came down and brought him hell.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling, Black Dragon from Milo trying to seize the opportunity to double petrify.
Hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Hero One Trick Guide. I expect to see a lot more backliners crying after you guys learn this today. Oh, and remember to support BTK this NACT and follow me on my YouTube channel for more XP laning tips. Bye-bye.
瞬間魂を裏返してゆけ躊躇はゼロで浴びる光よりも眩しい存在感で世界をそうインパクトしよう胸をかき破った衝動が今歌となる諦めないで君の夢を不可能はないと証明するよ僕だけのメロディー奏でるから情熱のビートを高らかに刻むわ回り続けるこの星が We say
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars! Team up! Enjoy the beat!
無数の人がすれ違いぶつかって去っていく人生のそんなスクランブル交差点の中で偶然のバンプだって見逃したりしないでちゃんと互いを見つけられたありがとう絶え間ない信頼のビートがあるから僕はだっていけるよ涙も笑顔も四季折々彩っていく奏でるカラフルな本当な素晴らしい音楽だって君とじゃなきゃ意味ないよ僕らが出会えた奇跡のストーリー永遠に歌い継いでいこうきっと世界を変えていくのはたった一人のいるよりも平凡で弱い僕らの絆が導き出す無限の力これからもずっと一緒に手をつないでいよ彩っていく奏でる永遠のメロディー
Everyone, make some noise! It's time to rock!
今何もかもが果てない可能性抱くように見えるためらいを振り切って息を合わせて魂の奥までさらけ出してみせようなんだって乗り越えてゆけ圧倒的な信念で社会説明逆境さえも想像裏切って味方にしてゆこう僕らの共鳴を世界に広げよう僕の祈り君の祈りが波紋描くリズムの手打ち抜けるそうやって感性集めて倍増しようバイブレーション夜はそう始めたばかり僕らの極端上最高潮の愛情で唯一のビート刻もう
our witness tonight.
Can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't want to fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys all connected. Blowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know that leads to here because I know we can change the world. It's time to play.
I know best player gets the kill there, but Hoon, the way he dodged those.
Wait for me. Yo, Chichi.
Hard, go.
Nice.
Keep going. Wait, I'm healing.
I'm healing too.
Oh, yo,
Bye-bye.
oh my god, Leah.
Yo. Nice.
Patrick.
Spam
recall.
Yo, kill this part. Let's kill you, Rusty.
Kill the back! Go
Wait,
back
wait.
home! Kill him!
Nice.
Get fucked!
Good shit.
It's
not Nice doing
good. I told you. I knew it.
Doesn't matter. That's endable. Trust me.
Keep ending. Carlock.
Fade away. No, wait first. Wait first.
I'm low.
Yo,
Guys,
please,
help me. Yo, please. For the
Jay?
Oh
Alright,
my god, Jay.
No. What you
Yeah, I'm
got,
here.
Zero?
I'm here, bro.
I had 1 HP.
Guys.
Yo.
Wait, he flickered.
Alright.
Wait, just Tarlock. Just Tarlock. He can't clear.
Alright, I'm a Tarlock.
Yo, no creeps.
No, whatever.
Yo, Zero, bro, please.
I really gotta play. Bro, we're just Tarlock. They have no front line.
No, yo, Asha, bro, no?
Yo. Oh, come.
What are you doing? Low. Oob. Bro, why are we struggling? We have lanes pushing. I don't know why you guys are scared to rush it. I'm literally.
Malalaki creeps natin. 4v5. Tulungan nyo na lang.
Promise.
Diyan ako. Free tayo. Kaya.
Flicker mo mo yung PC. Kaya mo na to end.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You come.
Get.
No, I see.
Fredrin. Dead. End the ball. Man. Somebody has the butt. Trust me. No. We're calling. Yeah, we're good. Mid. End the ball, guys. End the ball. Promise. Go hurry. Pure five.
Go back. Actually, at the ball, no?
Tower.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
Nice clean game, guys. Nice.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no! It's him! He's coming!
Impossible. Get him out of here.
He's coming for us!
Who's there? An impossible
No. Please. You team. Please.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Hey guys, this is Mielo, North America's pride and joy as well as BTK's expilator. Today I want to show you guys how to assassinate backliners, the ultimate Yuzong guide. It's quite simple guys, even the best of the best will have mistakes in their positioning no matter how good they may be. Times when they zone out and maybe even occasionally bush check. As the backline diver, it's your job to wait patiently to exploit those openings. Then you just swoop in, do the standard jump, petrify, 2-1 auto combo for the one-shot kill. Right here you can see enemies chasing my GOAT MOBA Zane. I just simply took into the air and came down and brought him hell.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling, Black Dragon from Milo trying to seize the opportunity to double petrify.
Hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Hero One Trick Guide. I expect to see a lot more backliners crying after you guys learn this today. Oh, and remember to support BTK this NACT and follow me on my YouTube channel for more XP laning tips. Bye bye.
My stage. してゆけ躊躇はゼロで浴びる光よりも眩しい存在感で世界をそうインパクトしよう胸をかき破って衝動が今歌となる諦めないで君の夢を叶わないと証明するよ僕だけのメロディー奏でるから情熱のビートを高らかに刻むわ回り続けるこの時間 We say
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars, team up! Enjoy the beat!
無数の人がすれ違いぶつかって去っていく人生のそんなスクランブル交差点の中で偶然のバンプだって見逃したりしないでちゃんと互いを見つけられたありがとう絶え間ない信頼のビートがあるから僕はだっていけるよ涙も笑顔も四季折々彩っていく奏でるカラフルな音符な素晴らしい音楽だって君とじゃなきゃ意味ないよ僕らが出会えた奇跡のストーリー永遠に歌い継いでいこうきっと世界を変えていくのはたった一人のいるよりも平凡で弱い僕らの絆が導き出す無限の力
Everyone, make some noise! It's time to rock!
The aliens have landed in the land of dawn and they have hijacked our NACT production. So we're left with a 3-0 clean sweep coming in from Area 77 and no records to prove it really.
Yeah, a phenomenal finish, and what a way for them to slide on by to the next phase of the playoffs. Honestly, it was some good gameplay from them overall, though. It was an exciting way for them to jump back into the competitive scene on the playoffs level. And we're starting to look at more of a familiar Area 77 that we've seen in previous NACTs.
Yeah, but what's coming up is even more exciting. You know, I know a lot of people, a lot of fans out there are watching out there. It's going to be the BTK and GG matchup that everyone's been waiting for. Liz?
This is a little preview into the next coming games. I know with GG and BTK, everybody is super excited as always. And we're super excited, especially after that last hijack mission. A lot to look forward into. And we also saw a lot of interesting heroes coming in from the last series. Kind of shows you how teams are trying to adjust to the meta, but it depends on how well they actually do it, right?
Yeah, the meta's definitely shifting. I mean, massive patch just came out. I tried to find it in a game, and it just disappeared faster than those aliens who hijacked game number 3 for that series. But nonetheless, yes, a lot is changing. And the real question is, can these teams keep up with the changes that are on the board? We saw Devious Activity have a little bit of a struggle. I mean, we can kind of agree. We didn't really see them comfortable for majority of the matches for that series. In Area 77, though, it looks like they're thriving. Maybe this meta is kind of shifting more toward their play style. Still got some challenges to go through, though. But yeah, like you mentioned, the next series is definitely one everybody has been anticipating.
Yeah, and I mean, we are still waiting for that kind of assassin fever to kind of slide into the Land of Dawn here. We did get to see a little bit of a Ling action coming through. It wasn't necessarily the strongest performance, but you know, the new meta coming in with all the new items, with the new changes, it definitely brings in that extra excitement that we're definitely looking forward here.
Yeah, and we know that best player is an assassin player, but is he confident enough to pull it out against BTK though?
Well, that's the $1 million question. Is mlbbZane comfortable? No, I'm kidding. I don't think he might pull out an assassin. You never know. We got to see him showcase the alpha. He got a savage on it. What was it, up against Bloodhounds? So nonetheless, meta is shifting. Maybe it does work in the assassin play. You know, it was funny enough. We had the conversation, me and Yuwei, about the Hayabusa getting the buff right as Legacy gets knocked out of the NACT. We were possibly going to be able to see a showcasing of Riles on his comfort pick, but maybe next season. But nonetheless, yeah. Do we see best player get a little bit more comfortable? How do we see BTK respond? But we can't deny the fact that the last time these two teams faced off, BTK claimed victory 2-1.
You know, it's all about the adjustment that they can make with the upcoming patches. A lot of these top teams, you know, some will struggle, but some will thrive. Kind of like how A77, you know, dominated with their whole entire matchup. So this time around, I think it is quite interesting. BTK have a lot of few different members, so I definitely think they can adjust to it. But the assassin heavy style, if it's gonna come out, best player definitely has more of an edge here.
Let's take a look at BTK's roster coming in strong today.
Yeah, stronger than ever. A lot of familiar faces that everybody's been talking about so far this NACT. You've got Basic over there in the gold lane, Cold World running as the roam, Nicolette, the mid lane menace, mlbbZane spearheading the jungle, and Milo over there standing tall inside of the XP lane.
So it's a tough group to go up against. It doesn't matter which is looking to dominate in this matchup, but BTK definitely has strived to be one of the most consistent, most experienced, dominating performers out there, entertainers, in fact. And you know, for them to come all the way onto this stage, it does mean a lot. They've warmed up a lot of fans' hearts here, and we're just looking to see how they go here.
And we saw Nicolette with the crown, rightfully deserved. And let's see that crown go on to Hoon as we see at GG's roster.
Yeah, and GG's roster here, Zia in the gold lane, Shark in the roam position, Hoon as the leader and the mid lane player, best player in the jungle, and we have Fried Chicken in the XP. This is also a very extremely tough team, right? We see this is all-star players. They performed well. They have pretty much the same exact experience as BTK, but this time they're gonna be facing up against each other in the upper bracket.
Yeah, the argument does not need to be made that both teams are very strong teams. It's just what we need to see today is how well they executed. I mean, GG came out with the famous motto of the season, drink water and ban Matilda. With the Matilda nerf, are we actually going to see that today? That's my question.
Yeah, it looks like Matilda taking a little bit of a slight nerf. It's not going to be a secret weapon that you can rely on as heavily as BTK did up against Gaimin Gladiators the last series. And that is a really excellent question as we do lead into the series. How is that going to affect the Bloodthirsty Kings, right? I mean, the two victories that they claimed against Gaimin Gladiators was both with the Matilda and an Akai side by side. mlbbZane able to get comfortable in the jungle, use that heavy spin to force his way into his neutral objectives and deny the invasions. And then the Matilda, the saving grace to be able to bring them back to safety, was very huge in making their composition work. But now, with Matilda taking a slight nerf, are we going to see BTK still pull it out and use it up against Gaimin Gladiators? Do we see Gaimin Gladiators even allow it to walk? Do they just go straight off the rip, banning the Akai, banning Matilda? And then I raise you another question, and Yuwei, you have to answer all of these, all right? How does the Gaimin Gladiators push through BTK if they ban both those? Can they claim the victory, or what do you think BTK will do to turn it around? Do you see them having any other secret weapons out there?
Let's see Yuwei's predictions first. Let's go. Yuwei, you have all these questions to answer. Well, let's first see who the Yuwei pick is today.
Hey, we're bleeding red.
All right.
No, you know, BT, they've won my heart with their matchup against GG. I truly think that this may be the time that BTK shines. GG, a very, very great team, a great fan base. They are one of the best players in North America. I cannot deny that. But this new BTK lineup, it's something that makes my heart just beat a little bit more. I'm going with what I
Why
truly
is it the
believe
Metrolette that makes your heart beat a little more?
No.
Wow, Yuwei. Hey, Clippers.
Okay,
you heard it first. Get them. Light them up.
Why did you guys vote for GG here now?
Ladies first.
Well, like I mentioned, I vote for the team that's represented North America, and just by the stats, GG has had an edge this season. The only team they did lose to is BTK. So this one is really 50-50 for me, but I stuck with GG. And what about Weezy, the man who wants to win?
Okay, so I'm definitely a man of stats as well. I think for me, I picked Gaimin Gladiators just for the fact of how BTK beat them in the last series. I don't expect Gaimin Gladiators to allow that to happen again. I feel like they beat them the same way both games. And I want to see BTK pull out another weapon, though. I'm right there with you. I think it's a 50-50. I think BTK has the capability, but in terms of Gaimin Gladiators, I've only really seen one weakness against them, and that is when you run that Akai and that Matilda. I haven't really seen anything else take them down. So it's kind of hard for me to not vote for Gaimin Gladiators just because I think overall they're a little bit more prepared. But if I will say one thing about the Bloodthirsty Kings, they're a team that definitely knows how to keep everybody at the edge of their seats. We got to see that in the spring season of 2023 when they took down Outplay. And then we got to see it again this NACT when they took down Gaimin Gladiators 2-1. But hey, this is the third time. It's the third time the charm. Can they do it again? Or will we see GG push through? Nonetheless, I'm right there with you, Liz. I want to be representing and rooting for the team that is the best to represent us in MSC 2024.
Yes, and now we have a giveaway for our lovely fans who are watching the show and watching the NA Primes perform at their prime. Here we have giveaway code on the screen. Hero skin for Brody. I mean, are we going to still see Brody in today's tournament? I don't know how I feel about Brody in a tournament, but we do have a skin for him.
Brody, 78% win rate in North America, by the way. 14 picks out of nearly like almost 80 matches total. So it's still a very, very strong pick. If you guys are out there, make sure to use the giveaway code. It's a very, very strong hero. Does well in the early games. We talked about it, Weezy. What has the side of BTK done in order to prepare against GG? Yes, they got that last win with Matilda and the Panda, but this time around, I think there is a hero that we're missing. I'm not gonna spoil it. I think it is gonna come out though. It's just I didn't talk to them. I'm just thinking in my head here.
He's lying. He was just chatting with mlbbZane a second ago. No, I'm just kidding. Nonetheless,
Yuwei is the guy who's spilling all our intels and getting the screen crashed. Is that what's happening, guys?
Yeah, Yuwei. Guys, Yuwei is the reason why game number 3 with Area 77 and DA didn't go all the way through. He tried to force his way into the Land of Dawn, but let's see where the series
But
takes us.
The Land of Dawn has called. Yuwei, take us your way.
Yo, that's a bar. That's
fire.
You gotta trademark that. You gotta trademark it, Yuwei. Hey, here we are.
Okay, here's the thing about this matchup. I think Fredrin is a high priority pick regardless of who takes it. But one thing that North America has been missing out for a little bit, especially in this season of NACT, where other regions have still been using this hero, is the Boxia pick. We haven't been able to see a lot of boxes being picked quite often. It could be due to the fact that we just in North America have a lot more setters instead of the sustain. But Boxia has been such a strong pick, and you know, with the bans that are going to be coming in from the side of GG to deny some of the picks from BTK, I think Boxia is something that mlbbZane may just be using it as the secret weapon coming into today's match.
I will say something else to watch out for too is the Harith being available so far in the draft. I mean, we know Basic's three-dimensional. He definitely can run that Harith in the gold lane and profit. Even Zia as well. Both of them have done great jobs on that hero, and I think it'll be a valuable asset. Now, there goes the Mathilda ban. This time, it's actually going to be BTK. I'm going to take that off the table. I mean, they don't have first pick, so maybe they just don't want Gaimin Gladiators to kind of pick that up first on the board. We still see that Akai being available, another secret weapon that worked in favor for the Bloodthirsty Kings, as Gaimin Gladiators decides to go in and take out the Lu Yi.
I like the Lu Yi ban. It's a little bit sad that we're not actually getting to see the Lu Yi in action, but putting it on the ban means there's a lot of respect for the hero. And Nicolette, a phenomenal Lu Yi player. Multiple times we've seen her perform quite well even before the recent meta shift into her. So it's definitely a power ban from the side of GG, but that's something that they have to put out every single game. Harith gets taken out by the side of BTK. I think it's a great response. Harith has been first picked quite often here. So now we are up to see what GG thinks. I think a Fredrin could be a great first pick here.
Or an Arlot can also be a valuable option right here. It could be flexed into multiple positions. There it goes. The Arlot will be slotted in for fried chicken. Now, it could still be in the roam position, and that's just why I kind of like it here. You are right, though, on that Fredrin definitely being something to have to watch out for. I mean, especially with the recent buffs, it's going to make him profit even more. And it's something comfortable that mlbbZane can run if he decides to. Do they go in for their jungler with these first two picks? I think this could be a safe option for mlbbZane to pick up that Akai if he still wants to opt in for that route, or has he found a new answer up against the Gaimin Gladiators? There goes the Fredrin, going back to the basics. Mobile Fred in full effect for game number 1 of our series.
Things that I like, the Fredrin is a very good second pick. Valentina, Fairmiss are also good options. Or the Roger that we've seen quite often to deal with a lot of the aggression onto the gold lane. So those are things that I think BTK is going to be picking up. With the Lu Yi being taken off, it does give a free Fairmiss if they opted to go for it. But no, it seems like the Valentina second pick has been quite popular in today's draft, Weezy.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's going to be a response back with the Vexana. I mean, that's the other maze that we've been seeing heavily focused on so far, at least in today's series with the recent patches and adjustments. We did see a Lilia kind of sneak up in there too with the previous series, but they're going to switch it up. Something we haven't seen today. It's going to be the Edith, and then matched up with the Guinevere. All right, so Gaimin Gladiators not going to waste any time on the board. This is some quick drafting on their side, definitely showing them that they're comfortable up against BTK, but I wonder how this is going to work out. I mean, that's a very heavy crowd control composition right there.
I think there's a trend of a knockup being quite strong in our current meta, right? I've been able to see a few Guinevere's here and there in the roam position. Not sure in the jungle though, but definitely best player has quite the experience with this hero. The Edith also provides a knockup. Same thing with the Fredrin. The Minotaur is banned here, but also another knockup hero. So definitely there's a small trend going on over there. Now Basic with the last pick of the first phase of the draft. I think something like a Roger could be consistent, but Basic picking up one of his most experienced hero. This is the Claude gets banned out quite often against Basic, more often than not, and this time around he's able to pick that up with no problem in the first phase.
You know, it's funny enough because we were just talking about it with Liz about the Brody. And this would have been a good game where I would have been comfortable seeing a Brody on the side of BTK, but I think the Claude is just as good. And the reason being is because you're playing for survivability and the late game damage, right? You already have such a dive-centric composition you're going against. I mean, you have a Guinevere who can jump on you with the spatial migration, engage and disengage. You have the Edith who can rush in there with the knockups as well and use that Primal Wrath. And then not to mention you have the set potential from the Arlot, who also is going to profit from the Violent Requiem and the setup over there from Shark on this Edith. So it's definitely something that a marksman is going to have to watch out for when it comes to invading, when it comes to ganking to the gold lane. And I think a Claude or something like a Brody was perfect for the survivability.
So the Navarre gets taken out by the side of the BTK. I think GG may opt to go for maybe a Ruby ban, right? It could deny some of the picks that Cold World can use here. So for the side of BTK, they are still missing the XP and the roam. So again, Ruby could be kind of the one size fits all, bans out both. But for the side of BTK, they too take out the Roger. It does mean, yes, the Brody, right? Weezy, the Brody is still going to be available. It does well against the early game that the Claude has, or they could opt to go for a late game versus late game, carry versus Claude. This is a matchup we've seen quite often, or even take the Nathan out for a spin. But that's a lot of magic already inside of GG's.
Yeah, but definitely some good answers, and could be a possibility that they slide in up against BTK. Now, maybe even a Grok could be put in the roam position for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, he's anti-CC, right? He can kind of hug that wall. He doesn't have to worry about the Guinevere. He doesn't have to worry about the Arlot, and doesn't really have to worry about the Edith. I think that would be a very strong option for the Bloodthirsty Kings. They could even go in for the support route. I mean, looking at supports, I mean, there's still a Florian still available. I would kind of say maybe no, but we have seen the Florian walk. There goes the Grok, though, in full effect for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. And like we said, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. He's able to hug the wall. The anti-CC is a valid answer in response to the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Now, Gaimin Gladiators maybe looking for some shredding, since they already have a lot of set to be able to hold members of BTK in place. So carry can do quite well, especially with the amount of stun that best player in Shark can provide for them. They are still looking for a mage here, so Faramis can come into mind. The Vexana that you talked about, I think, is going to be a great pick here. But we're there, Weezy. We are there.
You're there because you said the Natan. You said it. You were kind of hesitant, but you said the Natan could walk. It's a lot of magic. And it decides, they decide to opt in for it. Now, I mean, the Natan has survivability built into his kit. He has the entropy, so he can get in and out at a moment's notice. And then the Vexana, we kind of talked about this earlier in the draft, one of the more heavily prioritized mages. I thought it would have been picked up possibly before the Edith, maybe slotted in that 2 position, but looks like they decided to go for that Edith instead. But nonetheless, it is, like you said, a lot of magic for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. For the side of BTK, I want to see how they kind of respond to this, right? They have crowd control. They have the Grok who can rush him with Wild Charge. You can hug the wall, not have to worry about the CC. They have Mobazane on his comfort pick with the Fredrin, something that he usually is able to win his matches off of, but could be a problem with all the crowd control he is rushing into. And the last pick on the board for the side of Bloodthirsty Kings for game number 1 is going to be Yuzong.
Yuzong, a weird pick for me. It is good in situations where they have to fight for objectives and the Black Dragon is available, right? But it doesn't really do well in terms of split pushing. Now, Arlot, the same thing. It's not significant in terms of the split push. And he's not really that fast or mobile. And he's not a great 1 versus 1 hero. He does have the procs, but I feel like there's better laners out there. But the Black Dragon can provide a little bit of a different way to team fight, forcing the Natan to go for Purify, messing up a lot of the CC. And Hoon, also a very stationary mage, could be caught out here. So BTK's strategy, it's still very front to back, right? But we'll have to see how the game turns out.
That's right, as the gods flip a coin for another time in the land of Dawn, the Bloodthirsty Kings up against the Gaimin Gladiators in the upper bracket finals. Who will be able to claim game 1?
Now, if we're looking at the jungle situation, the Guinevere having a pretty good leash here. He's going to be able to get the blue buff before the red. But in general, right, the Fredrin should have a great opportunity in terms of just getting the neutral objectives, getting those 50-50 in, even in losing situations. Now, Guinevere, the best thing about her kit is to be able to stun up a person for a long duration of time. And she's going to be able to do that as long as she hits the first skill. Now, paired up with the knockup from the Edith, it might be a little bit easier, but best players seeming to have a little bit of a quicker edge in the jungle early on.
Yes, as you saw the votes on the bottom too, 62 to 38%. Looks like the majority of the votes are in BTK's favor for game number 1 up against Gaimin Gladiator. Maybe because of how well BTK performed against them in the last time we've seen them play in the playoffs now, or in the regular season. So we'll have to see how this kind of goes. We are looking at a late game marksman composition for both sides. The Natan up against the Claude, but on the bot side, a little bit of some early game finesse. Milo will fall, and the kill is going to go over to Fried Chicken.
Yeah, relatively common in terms of the emblems, right? Arlott, Grok, and Claude all have basic emblems, but the side of BTK often go for a lot of movement speed here, right? Oh, but a violent requiem.
Does go out. Cold World very low, forced to use the flicker to the wall. Able to recall back to safety. Chicken, though, need to get out of there. Hit the terrified. Nicolette on his tail. Milo joining the party. He fell, but he finds a kill as a response back, as he is able to take down Fried Chicken.
Yeah, a little bit of small overextending, but they're looking to get onto Nicolette here. They don't have enough damage to be able to do so, but it seems like they're going to be able to get onto the objective for a 50-50 quite on time here.
Ooh, focus on the best player. Praise Wrath goes out. mlbbzane able to take him down, which means they have Retribution on their side and the numbers to work it out. Looks like BTK, though, is going to disengage. They're not going to go in for this turtle. Zane now shifting focus to his purple buff.
And Basic able to win in the top side matchup quite early on with the Blazing Duet. Forces Natan back, so he's going to have quite a bit of gold plating in the beginning. Now, BTK, they feel like they have kind of the advantage towards the river. The Fredrin is quite hard to deal against, but Fried Chicken is peeking on the other side of the map.
Speaking of peeking, you are seeing both teams again fighting it out for this first turtle. Black Dragon going down from Milo, hovering around for possible kill. Zane will get the turtle for the BloodThirsty Kings. Gets a kill, takes down Fried Chicken. Best player finds Milo. Shark will take down Cold World. Zane trying to get out of there very low. Able to get that speed boost to safety. 3 for 3 on the scoreboard. Turtle going to the BloodThirsty Kings.
Man, I thought the BloodThirsty Kings actually had a great setup in that team fight, especially when Zane was able to get that objective with the retreat. But the Violent Requiem from Best Player was able to knock up like 2-3 of the members of BTK. They shredded down their members, and they were able to trade a few kills back into their favor. 3-3 the overall. It is only a 3-minute game so far. Lots of action, very aggressive coming out from both teams. It doesn't seem like they are leaving the pedal on the gas here.
Yeah, we got to look at where the kills are going, right? You are seeing mlbbzane 2 kills so far within the past 4 minutes. He was able to take down Best Player on top of that, which gives him a major advantage in terms of the jungle. We know that's BTK's strong suit, right? When mlbbzane gets comfortable farming and rotating around, that's when the team overall does better, and that's what we're seeing right now from BTK. Zane in a very comfortable position. Best Player, though, having a little bit of a hard time finding his momentum so far. Still a little early. Can definitely turn this around, but something we have to kind of look out for.
Yeah, Claude has already picked up his DHS. The Cursed Helmet has picked up by Zane, and I think the Magic Resist is just going to be stacked on and on as the game goes. Thida GG, one of their biggest weaknesses so far is that Arlott is going to be the only one that is actually having physical damage, right? Natan, Feather of Heaven, Edith has magic damage in the ultimate. So is Vexana and Guinevere. So the side of GG may struggle when it goes into kind of the mid to late game moment where they have to rely on Arlott as their physical damage. And Arlott is building up for Dominance Ice. So he's not going to have the biggest physical damage that GG may need here.
Yeah, and I mean, you are looking at Basic being about 1,000 gold ahead of Zia right now. We talked about both marksmen being that late game pressure that both sides can kind of rely on, and right now Basic slightly in the lead. mlbbzane going in for the second turtle of the game, was able to claim the first one with little to no problem and picked up a kill alongside it. Will Gaimin Gladiators be able to contest this objective? You're looking at Best Player in position, ready to take the fight.
Yeah, and last time when they were doing this turtle dance, the side of GG was able to kind of get the set that they're looking for, but Milo here.
Ooh, wild charge for the knockup after the Black Dragon. Zane finds Best Player. You are going to look at the turtle going to the BloodThirsty Kings yet again. Getting everything they came for right now. Only up by 1 kill, but overall on the board up by over 1,000 gold and 2 turtles.
it seems like the Grok Wild Charge is just a lot better at initiating compared to like an Edith, right? Edith, typically you kind of have to flick your first skill to get the knockup that you're looking for, because generally BTK is going to be out of range since they know how far the Edith can go. And without the flicker, it doesn't seem like the side of GG has the ability to get the perfect 50-50 that they're looking for. Best player was pretty much just stunned, locked the whole entire fight. And then Zayn was able to pick that up, another kill in his pocket.
Yeah, speaking of kills, Violent Requiem on a Cold World, a lot of CC, a lot of crowd control. Wild Charge to safety! Able to skate out of there. And this just shows how heavily of an impact Cold World will have for this team against Gaimin Gladiators. Speaking of both sides, though, BTK, Nicolette will fall. Best player in the mid lane. Spatial migrations in to the turret for the kill. Zayn now applying that pressure in the mid lane. Laser focused right now on this Fredrin. 3 kills under his pocket right now. Milo on the bot side going in, trying to claim turret. Doesn't go in for the finish, so is going to let the minion do it. The turret will fall on the bot side, and now GG will have to disengage.
Yeah, GG is definitely coming out with a little bit of style, but Zayn might get picked off here.
Ooh, not able to escape Black Dragon, though. Milo pulling up. A little late to the party, though. Zayn will fall. Milo beside him, finding his 3rd death of this game, where Zayn profits. Milo has fallen. You are now looking at 6-4. GG in lead in terms of kills, but in terms of turrets, BTK 2-0.
Yeah, and GG has been quite quick with a lot of these small skirmishes fights, right? It seems like Chicken's able to just rotate so fast.
Speaking of rotations, Fried Chicken finding basic. You were just talking about how quickly he can rotate around the map. We are looking at the turtle going to Gaimin Gladiators with no contest.
Yeah, now the side of Gaimin Gladiators have a small gold lead. They're going to be pushing it just even a little bit more further with the bot lane tower taken, evening it out pretty much across the map. It seems like GG potentially has found what they were looking for here. And you know, with the comp that GG has, we saw it earlier. Zayn literally could not move with the amount of knockups and stuns and snares that the side of Gaimin Gladiators have here. That's a problem. And if Zayn is unable to tank all the damage, it seems like Cold World has to come in with his first skill, with some of his immune ability to be able to soak some of that.
Yeah, speaking of trying to sustain themselves with the damage, Zayn walking straight into the bush, getting chipped down a bit by the side of Gaimin Gladiators. In terms of the map, though, BTK doing a good job rotating around with the split push. Basic will be able to take the tier 2 on the top side, increasing the advantage that they have overall across the board for the map.
I mean, even with 1 death on basic, it seems like he's quite comfortable soloing on the top side without too much help coming out from the side of BTK. The scoreboard is in favor of Gaimin Gladiators, but the gold lead is pretty much neck to neck here. And I think the raw element's going to be how much CC can Cold World take.
Oh, you're about to find that out right now. Violent Requiem for the knockup. Furious dive in from Milo. Hoon will be able to take him down. Gets a double. Shuts down Cold World. A 2-for-none trade in the mid lane. Gaimin Gladiators now 9-4 lead in terms of kills, but still down by 2 turrets.
The amount of CC and focus that the side of Gaimin Gladiator has is so good here, right? Like, they were able to just stun up the Grok, stun up Milo, and they could not move. The Vexana ultimate coming through, the Edith with the first skill pop up, and they got Natan shredding in from the backside. Even if the side of BTK decides to build things like the Radiant, the Athenas, it doesn't seem like it's helping out. The Natan is just doing so much damage here.
Yeah, speaking of damage again, looking at all the crowd control on the board, Hoon finding Milo, his 4th death of the game too, and that's that double kill over there from Hoon. Now 3-0-2. Some great execution from the mid laner for Gaimin Gladiators. Nicolette on the other side though, hasn't fallen too many times, does have 1 death, but 3 assists on her side. Not as aggressive on the Valentina, especially compared to Hoon, who's having a little bit better of a time, but you gotta admire Nicolette picking her battles, right? She knows not to overextend. She doesn't want to kind of lead the way in deaths, but not the same for Milo right now. He's having a little bit of a struggle up against Fried Chicken.
And that's a last pick Yu Zhong, right? Milo had the opportunity to look at the whole entire draft, and that is what BTK drafted here. And, you know, Yu Zhong definitely has things that he's good at, but there's a lot of things that he gets picked off, just like this.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of pickoffs, best player, we'll find Milo, his 5th death of the game. Shark takes down mlbbZane. 2 members down for the Bloodthirsty Kings. No retribution in play. Looks like they will not be able to contest this. Needs to get out of the Lord Pit as Gaimin Gladiators is sitting 5 strong. They are going to be able to take this objective and effectively has now turned this game around in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Gaimin Gladiators, they like to group up in teams of 5s, 4s. You know, a lot of the members, they are well protected and they try to stack the CCs in a lot of these team fights. But it seems like BTK is playing kind of this 5-man stretch where they're sending Basic onto the far side. He hasn't gotten that much action sitting at 1-0-1, but he's able to get all the top and the bottom tower. That's huge for the side of BTK.
Yeah, definitely major objectives on the board for both sides, but overall translating better for Gaimin Gladiators. Zia will be able to take the tier 2 on the top side. The counterplay from BTK though on a fried chicken, forcing out the flicker. Praise wrap from Zane, trying to get the kill, the knock up, the furious dive, the violent requiem for the set from best player. Hoon will find mlbbZane. Milo trying to get away. Cold World Basic, all of them lined up trying to get the safety in the base. Gaimin Gladiators able to win that trade.
It's the knockups piled onto the knockups, right? Shark first skill, Vexana ultimate, Natan first skill, you know, displacing, and you got the Guinevere coming in with the violent requiem. Like, they are setting up this kind of hyper strategy for Zia, and everyone else is just supporting cast with a lot of CC. Even Chicken has roam here, right? So, you know, the side of GG, they're hypering this Natan, giving him a safe space to work, stunning whoever is in the path. It doesn't matter if they're building armor, radiance. It could be mlbbZane in the very front. They just stun them up and they chain CC, and it's working out brilliantly for them.
Yeah, but they do have a late game marksman, right? They have the basic that they can kind of rely on. Nicolette is going to find fried chicken, though. The siege to open up the base. Shark is going to take down Cold World, a 1-for-1 trade for both sides. A roamer for an XP lane. You are looking at Gaimin Gladiators still in pressure for the map. They are kind of controlling this game so far, at least for the last 4 minutes. BTK now forced in a position to kind of play defensive, try and evaluate their strategy and possibly try and turn this around. But I don't know if GG is going to allow them that breathing room. There it goes, the setup, the siege for the inhibitor on the top side. It will fall. Zane caught in the crossfire, need to get out to safety, dashes back to the base, blazing duet from Basic though. Milo finding best player, the counterplay. Basic takes down Shark as well. As 2 members falling for Gaimin Gladiators, forced out of the base for BTK.
Yeah, good response coming out from the side of BTK. I think it is an overextension coming out from the side of GG. The entropy comes through in the Purify, but so much damage here.
Ooh, Zia finding Cold World, gets a double, shuts down mlbbZane. A triple. Zia coming alive at the 13-minute mark now, finding his first 3 kills of the game.
Yeah, and it does seem like it doesn't matter if the side of GG has all magic damage. Natan is just too strong here, just shreds way too hard, and he's looking for the close.
Oh yeah, they're trying to end this. Basic trying to defend, blazing duet. Zia will find Nicolette. Basic last man standing. Look at the base crystal. 14 minutes flat. Gaimin Gladiators takes game number 1 against BTK.
Another quick game on our hands. I think most of these games have been like 14 to 15 minutes. And it's not like the games have been one-sided, right? Sometimes it bounces back and forth. Even in this game, Gaimin Gladiators has been kind of caught on the opposite end where they didn't have the best first turtle coming through, right? Best player was there. You saw the wild charge come through. You also had the Fredrin able to knock him out on the first and second turtle, but the side of Gaimin Gladiators able to pull through with this victory. A lot of CC being stacks, a lot of knockups, things that BTK can't even get out of. And then you add the Natan element, add the Vexana, so much damage is shredding onto all the front lines that the side of BTK just had nothing left after Gaimin Gladiators used their spells.
You know, I just gotta point out the elephant in the room, right? It's just staring right at us. Milo on the Yuzong was not working out in his favor for that game. I mean, overall in the beginning, BTK, they were winning everything. They were taking the objectives, but then the focus on the Milo, he was not able to kind of handle that pressure. Even where Zane was like profiting, that's where Milo was falling, evening out their benefits that BTK had in the beginning. And I think that's where Gaimin Gladiators started to try and find that vulnerability and seize the opportunity. And they did. And that was, like you said, that was a Yuzong last pick, which was kind of a little iffy on it. I wonder if Milo's a little iffy on it going into game number 2. But nonetheless, I will give BTK a couple of points, right? And that is, I was wondering how they would play into a team like Gaimin Gladiators without having a Mathilda and without having an Akai. And honestly, at least from the jungle standpoint, it looked really strong. I think Zane did really good. He was laser focused. He was able to get the neutral objectives. He was able to honestly outdo best player for majority of the early phase. But again, once they were able to kind of pressure the XP side of things, that's where Gaimin Gladiators profited at. And that's where they were able to kind of turn that game around. But I wouldn't say it was a one-sided story. Definitely not a one-sided story. I think it was a 50-50. It just kind of worked more in the favor for Gaimin Gladiators toward that mid to late game.
Well, in terms of BTK's emblems, we saw like 4 quantum charges and a lot of movement speed for the first talent. And it seemed like in a lot of these team fights, especially with the amount of CC and damage that GG was stacking, maybe choosing firmness, which adds a little bit of armor and magic resist early on, could, you know, benefit a little bit more here. But as we see, Rich Guy, Zia, and then the carry also is the highest damage dealt, highest gold per minute. Sandbag belongs to Moba Zane, and Fried Chicken with the forgotten one. Fried Chicken's impact, you talked about Milo, but Fried Chicken was able to rotate onto mid, catch Nicolette early. He was able to rotate around the map. He was there in majority of the fights, setting it up. He adds that burst of CC that, you know, the side of Gaimin Gladiators was looking for in the head-to-head. Zia and Basic. Zia having a great game, 4-0-6. He didn't die early on. He was just able to farm on the opposite side of the map. It was an interesting strategy that BTK had where they were tossing Basic into the far lane, and it worked out. They got the 2 top towers, they got the 2 bottom towers, but Zia at the same time was able to farm up just as much. Look at the damage dealt. Weezy, 76,000 damage on Zia.
Yeah, I also got to focus on the mid lanes too, right? Hoon was off to a really good start in that game. Didn't really find any deaths and was leading the way in kills up against Nicolette. Nicolette, though, like I said, I admire kind of the passive playstyle for that game. Couldn't be as aggressive as she wanted to, but did lead to some assists to work in her favor. But nonetheless, with Gaimin Gladiators finding those advantages in the XP lane, overall the team just kind of profited in that snowball from there. But it also shows you that the caliber of synergy with both of these teams, right? For one, Gaimin Gladiators, you give them an inch, you give them a slight advantage, and they're able to close the game out at a 14-minute mark, right? They no lure necessary, just able to push through and close it out with just minions in one lane for that finish. And this is where you got to be careful, right? You cannot afford to give a team like this that opportunity. And I think that's what kind of happened because BTK, they were on fire. Like I said, Zane laser focused, able to get the objectives in the early phase, able to get the kills, was out leveling best player on top of all that. And he killed best player on the Lord plays too. So
the first 2 fights.
Yeah, I think overall, it may be a little bit of a synergized a problem that we're seeing right now. Hopefully they can get it together for game number 2, and I'm sure they can. I mean, they have definitely showcased to the world that they have what it takes to take down a team such as Gaimin Gladiators. They've done it already, so we'll figure it out as we are jumping into game number 2. I myself don't like to see sweeps, and I don't think this is going to be a sweep. I think BTK has it, that fire in them, to be able to draw this out to a longer series than all the sweeps that we've been seeing so far this NACT spring season.
So it's been quite interesting that we're seeing a lot of CC focused meta. And not only we're talking about stuns, but specifically the knockups have been set up so well. Fredrin, Gwen, 2 knockup junglers, right? Vexana, high pick priority knockup mage. And then you got things like the Grok wild charge, the Edith first skill. It just pairs everything, or the Minotaur Minone's Fury. Everything pairs so well with the knockup. And then you slide in kind of a few displacements like the Arlot, the Ruby. It just puts everyone together in such a tight, neat bubble that you give times like Natan to be able to shred through, or Claude on the backside. This time around, Gaimin Gladiators was able to use that into their advantage. You saw in the team fights, it was beautifully presented. They boxed BTK in, knocked them up, and then they had the mower to just mow through and shred all the damages. And this time around, I think BTK understands that response. They took out the Guinevere, they took out the Arlot, 2 priority picks from the side of GG. For the side of GG, opting to ban the Akai, which was not even shown in the first game. It's almost like, hey Fred, take the Fredrin and we'll show you how it's played. You took the Fred last game, we're going to take it away. We're going to win against it once again.
Yeah, but BTK does find a win in the draft, though. They're able to pick up the Angela. Valentina is banned out. So this is actually Very smart from BTK. It can definitely help out mlbbzane on the frontline fighters that he likes to run in the jungle position, or the tanks on top of that. Akai being taken off the table, I don't think it's the worst thing. I think BTK can still profit on the Fredrin if they do want to slot that in, but I think Fredrin may be taken. I think Gaimin Gladiators possibly will go in for that. Yes, they do. So again, both of these teams, high IQ drafting at its finest, and wouldn't expect nothing short of that. The Harith is great too. We talked about how much of a impact he's going to have, especially with the recent patches, but Yuwei, it's here.
Okay.
Alpha's back.
So just explaining, the Angela is a very neutral first pick. It's not strong, it's not weak. It's great overall, and it can be flexed into different positions. The counter that GG had is the strongest jungler and the strongest gold lane. And this has been proven throughout plenty of different matches across regions. Harith, Fredrin, those are high pick priorities. Very hard to deal with by themselves. Best of the best in each role. Now this is something interesting. Alpha gets picked early to pair with the Angela. It's a great combination. And Alpha is used specifically to deal with a lot of the frontline tanks like the Fredrin and the Brats. So this is very solid drafting from mlbbzane. Milo picks up the Edith.
Go ahead.
It's a good knockup, but
what a chicken pick up.
You're laughing at this. I know it's a little bit hard to put it into words. The Yuzong gets picked up, and the Yuzong did not have a great showing. I think it's more of like a mental fight here for both of these teams.
Hey, you said it, not me. No, just get that. No. Honestly, I think it's right there with you. Some good sportsmanship. I love to kind of see it, right? Anything you can do, I can do better. I think that's the statement he's trying to make with that on the Yuzong. We got to see it not work in the profit for Milo for game number 1, but now Chicken having other plans. We're gonna have to see how this goes. It's funny enough too, the Edith was on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, now on the side of the BloodThirstyKings. We haven't seen the Edith picked today outside of these two teams, but now it looks like it's a little bit more that heavily focused priority. So it's going to be interesting seeing how this runs into it. But they have an Angela and they have an Edith, which means Milo is going to most likely be forced to run this Edith in the XP lane unless they put the Angela in the mid.
Now, interesting thing is the Edith XP is quite decent. They've buffed her damage towards minions, so she's still able to clear with the passive. But Edith and Angela has been that solid mid roam combination where Angela can get the higher level, Edith can build tank, but they could still work well and synergize well. Edith brings in that extra element of damage that Angela is missing, the extra magic damage, and it forces enemies to have to build magic resist early in order to tank up the Edith. So I do think this is going to be an Edith Angela mid. It's one of the most solid combination, but the Minotaur gets let through and Shark is able to pick this up. It's a nerf Minotaur, but we've seen the impact from the A77 games early.
Yeah, speaking of impact, Basic, going back to his roots again, is going to go ahead and pick up that Claude. You've seen it in game number 1.
I don't
think
like
it did okay, but it's going to be in game number 2. You don't like it? Was all the crowd control? Is that?
No, it's all the knockups. Claude Blazing Duet is weak to knockups, and Minotaur is the best pick against it. We're not only talking about Minotaur, but the Fred and the Yuzong.
Hey, final pick on the board for BTK is going to be the Kaja. They're going to throw some suppression in the mix to keep Gaimin Gladiators on their toes. Now, with the Kaja in play, officially, this is going to be the Angela in the mid lane, and this is going to be the Kaja roaming around. So we're going to have to see how this goes. Last pick on the side for GG. Oh, man, they're showing their cards today. Going to go ahead and pick up the Odette. We got to see a showcasing of Odette before, and I had a crazy face to it, but it actually worked. And it was a composition that I thought would have destroyed it. So it's kind of had me rewrite my brain on how I kind of feel about the Odette. The Swan Song damage is definitely not something to take lightly.
It's a solid pickup, but what I'm worried about for the side of BTK is who is the Kaja going to set up for? There's not a significant high burst damage besides mlbbzane. And in order for mlbbzane to do the damage that he needs to, he has to get all in front with the ultimate, which is on like a 12-second cooldown. So he has to be out of position to be able to connect with the Divine Judgment. And besides that, Angela's not bursting. Claude is going to have to wait for 10 minutes. And the Edith, I mean, Edith's going to be far on the XP lane. So I'm a little bit in question in how BTK's draft is going to turn out. But that will be answered in the game.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into game number 2. The Bloodthirsty Kings up against Gaimin Gladiators in the upper bracket semifinals. Who are we going to see push through? Will it be best player running the Fredrin? Will it be mlbbZane on his new signature pick, the Alpha?
So BTK still having a very similar draft. They really like the quantum charts, 3 quantum charts available on the board. You could look at the audience prediction. It's still in favor, 61% BTK, 39% Gaimin Gladiators. If you guys are out there in the audience, make sure to vote. Hashtag BTK, hashtag GG. Come out, vote, toss in your prediction. It does count towards it. And, we got the grand finals tickets coming up here too.
It's crazy. Why did you put the hashtag BTK in front of the hashtag GG? Is there a reason for that, Yuwei? Okay, now as we are jumping back into the land of Dawn, right now, let's just take a look at what happened in game number 1, right? BTK had the pressure in the early game. They were able to, for the most part, win in the jungle, but we saw Milo fall a little short in the XP lane, a little bit of that vulnerability that Gaimin Gladiators profited on. Game number 2, do we see the same story? Do we see BTK still control these objectives? And do we see possibly Milo tighten up his shot group in the XP lane up against Fried Chicken?
Now, I kind of want to bring up a theory that I have here. For the first emblem mark, if you go with firmness, you do get some extra armor and magic resist. And nowadays, since they have kind of nerfed a lot of the resistance before that, though.
Yeah, you are seeing the teams fight out. Nicolette is going to find Fried Chicken. Ringo order going out from Koro. Best player finding mlbbZane in 1-for-1 trade. Is going to be a jungler for the XP lane, but kills still possibly climbing. Both sides able to take one member down, but I would say with mlbbZane falling, GG overall would win that trade.
Whoa. BTK already starting the objective. They know mlbbZane has gone down, and it's going down so fast. Woo! The Edith? That he was just completely shredding. But going back, we have had a lot of nerfs on armor, on equipment. Yes, the armor scaling per hero right now is quite good. They buffed up almost every single tank or fighter to have more of a scaling, as in they're just a little bit less reliant on the armor that items provide, and the natural armor is enough. But if they take firmness, doesn't that kind of make up for the early armor loss that they get from the equipment? I mean, that's just kind of a theory. But again, the side of BTK do opt for a lot more attack speed, a lot more movement speed. You take a look at some of the items here. The DHS is going to get picked up by the Claude in probably another 2 minutes here. The Harith going for the Star Lithium Scythe, and some Demon Boots for Odette. Not scared of any of the CC that BTK is going to be put on top of them.
Hey, right now, 1-1 on the board. First objective going to the Bloodthirsty Kings, and now the opportunity on the top side. Fried Chicken, very low. Black Dragon can't get out of there. mlbbZane able to cut the wings off the dragon, shuts down Chicken. His second death of the game. This time, he's having a little bit of a struggle in the XP lane.
Yeah, this time around, Chicken, I mean, it definitely feels like Yuzong as a pick is just very prone to a lot of early game pressure. But Divine Judgment
is going to go in. Shark hit with the knockup. Milo will be able to get the kill. His first kill of the game. Bot side, though, 1v1 matchup. BMI's back to safety. A little bit of a showcasing between Zia and also Basic. But 3-1 now for the Bloodthirsty Kings. 1 kill to Zane, 1 kill to Nicolette, and 1 to Milo.
Yeah, I mean, we have to see how Gaimin Gladiators comes back with the 1K deficit here. I don't think they're going to have necessarily too big of a problem. I think the Divine Judgment scale at level 4 is just very, very significant. He gets set up for great fights with the Flicker, and he was able to get the pick off that he was looking for. But on the other hand, the Minon's Fury is going to dominate a lot more in these early team fight strategies. Paired up with the Black Dragon, that's going to be a lot of things that the side of BTK has to watch out for.
Yeah, speaking of BTK, Zane, he fell on the first turtle, but BTK was able to claim it. This time, he's in position with the Retribution, but Gaimin Gladiators just stacked on the objective. Best player will be able to get it. Swansong going out. Hoon finds Milo, may be able to get another. mlbbZane. The Alpha Charge is going to find Shark. Cold World with the Ring Order takes down Zia. Black Dragon out. Chicken trying to get out of there. Zane with the double kill is going to find best player. Heartguard keeping them alive. Hoon back into the tier 1 turret on the bot side. And now the silence maneuver from the side of BTK will overpressure him, and mlbbZane will find his 4th kill of the game.
this 5-man small comp that the side of BTK drafted is working out and it's paying dividends. The Angela and the Alpha, you saw the Swangsong pretty much completely full hitting 2 members of BTK, but there was no damage that was being dealt. It could be that the Odette does require some items to be able to scale a little bit better, but the side of BTK, they're just abusing their draft here.
Yeah, they're quick to put their foot on the gas. A good siege for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Honestly, the most important turret of the game, because now they can start to invade onto the orange, onto the purple buff for best player, and possibly go in for these tier 2 turrets, forcing Gaimin Gladiators closer to their base, and it will not allow them to overextend as much as they would like to. Right now, BTK is in control of this game.
And it's quite interesting that Milo on this not so traditional Edith pick has been wrecking havoc left and right. Earlier, he started the objective on the turtle, and he was able to just burst it down before Zane was even getting there. And this time around, he used the ultimate to push the tower. That's so extremely smart. Edith's his ultimate is on quite a short cooldown, and the utility that it provides, it not only gives you lifesteal and extra damage, the range is quite far. So it's a lot of extra damage that BTK has, even though Edith is just fully building tank. Now, you can see Gaimin Gladiators actually on the backside. They're not passing up the river, giving BTK complete full vision here, but now they're looking to go in.
Yeah, may go in for an opportunity. I mean, BTK definitely leading in terms of the 5v5 engagements. I mean, they're up 8-2 on the scoreboard. 5,000 gold lead. 6 minutes in. Divine Judgment for the setup. Suppressing too much to handle. Nicolette will be the one to take down Shark. Swansong from Hoon. Not going to be able to dash in, though. Black Dragon Chicken joining the party. Furious dive onto the full team of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Zia will shut down Moba's aim with Single Vision. Cold World finding Fried Chicken. 2 members down to the side of GG. 1 down as Moba's aim will fall, but Basic with the split push will claim the tier 2 turret on the top side.
They love to go for this 5-man split strategy, giving Basic pretty much the opportunity to split push a lot of towers. But an item has been picked up by Shark, the Dominance Ice. It has gone through a little bit of a change. Now, instead of going anti-heal with the people around the unit that has the Dominance Ice, instead, it is just based off of whoever attacks him. They're going to be like cut. Their heal is going to be cut in half. So with the new Dominance Ice change, Shark should be able to provide the anti-heal that he needs to deal against the Angela Heartguard, to deal against the Edith, his ultimate and lifesteal. It may just turn things around for Gaimin Gladiators right now.
Yeah, and looking at both sides fighting it out for the 3rd turtle of the game. Both teams have been able to claim one so far, and looks like they're in position trying to claim the next. They're both going to go in for this fight, but the numbers are in favor for BTK. Zane will be able to get the turtle and be able to get back to safety. He's having a good game so far. 5-2-5 on the Alpha. It's like he was watching Area 77 up against DA when Tarzan pulled it out and wanted to showcase to the world that, hey, that's my Alpha.
And we were able to get a glimpse of the Odette damage coming out. You could already see Odette is down about 1k gold against the Angela. But the Odette damage has kind of come into the favor, right? She has the glowing wand looking for a genius for extra damage and penetration. And we were able to see the Swansong kind of do a bit of burst damage against BTK. But again, there's so much significant life still coming out from the Alpha. I feel like the Dominance Ice is going to be the big factor. Is the anti-heal enough to stop Zane in his track from his life steal, blood dazed, or are they going to be able to just get Zane off the foot, get him to make a move that is just wrong, and then just completely punish him?
You know, it's funny. We kind of find ourselves in a comical situation, right? Chicken, he pulls out the Yuzong as a little bit of a statement to Milo, but it looks like the same story on repeat for both sides. Not able to find that opportunity he was looking for. Cold World, though, on this Kaja, has been doing really well. We were wondering how it would kind of play into it. It's a little questionable, but the suppression utility that it provided has definitely been hitting the mark every single time for these engagements. He's now 2-0-8. Not to mention Nicolette, the mid lane Angela. It's been great on the heart guards to keep the team alive. Yep. And right now, it's definitely what's helping them win this game over against Gaimin Gladiators. GG needs to find a way to turn this around. It's going to start with Shark getting some good Minoan Furies in. I mean, he's found 3 deaths so far and has only gotten 1 assist out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not very traditional that we see a Kaj and Angela at mid. Both of them are quite support roam heavy in those positions, but Basic on the bot side able to get some extra damage. He has been doing wonders in the split push that BTK has set up. Yes, it does. It doesn't have the 5-man Ube strategy that I think GG kind of relies on, but BTK has been playing the split push strategy quite well. If it's not Milo on the split push on the Paquito or the Benedetta, it's going to be Basic on this Claude, being able to just deal damage onto the towers and get out quite safely. So BTK is playing really, really well in terms of their strategy, in terms of their drafting. I think it's quite smart. And at this point, 10-3, and they have the gold lead, they have the map available. I think BTK might be able to take this game and get a win here.
Yeah, they're definitely trying their best and doing a great job at it. Oh, big flicker in with the knockup though onto the 3-man team of GG. Forcing out the engagement. Zane will find Shark. The roam goes down for Gaimin Gladiators. Swansong in. Hoon finding a kill. Milo will take down Fried Chicken. Basic will find Hoon. The immune. Too much to handle. Zane takes down Zia, the heart guard. On top of him, Nicolette providing the heal. Zane will find the triple. The full dive into the base to take down best player. Full wipeout against Gaimin Gladiators. A major statement letting them know we are here to stay. Looks like they may be trying to close this out. They have a little bit of time. They have the minion Shark in position of a Minoan Fury. He needs to get there for the setup. 50% HP, 25, 5. One more hit, and down goes the base. BTK has claimed game number 2 against Gaimin Gladiators.
15-5 is the overall 12-minute match. It was quite a quick game already, but BTK already had the snowball from the beginning, right? The Alpha Angela was just a little bit too hard to handle. The Odette just couldn't get the scaling and the burst that I think Gaimin Gladiators was looking for. And with the Edith, that extra surprise element, the Edith impact was quite huge. Milo using that ultimate at the great times, bursted down the turtle, bursted down the mid lane. Like, the side of BTK played pretty well in terms of the draft that they set up. And again, it's very untraditional. We don't get a Kaja Angela at the mid lane, but it shows you the power of these picks. They could be paired with mid roam, or it could be reversed. I think BTK did quite well with the draft that they came up.
It's looking like whatever team has the Yuzong loses, whatever team has the Edith wins. But so far, they were able to claim victory for game number 2 in a faster finish than GG took in game number 1 at the 14-minute mark. Not even a 12-minute game, 11 minutes, 44 seconds. Definitely showing that they know how to do it a little bit better than GG when it comes to the early game finish. Now, GG, they need a response back. This is getting spicy. This is what we love to see. I don't like seeing sweeps, and officially, this is not going to be a sweep since both teams have claimed a victory.
And Zane here with 100% kill participation. Nicolette and Coldworld with close to 90 kill participation. Mobazane here, highest gold per minute. The carry, the sandbag. He has everything besides the Forgotten One taken by Cole. Next time, be like, Cole, hey man, I'm gonna need you to get a few more kills, stop taking the assists. I need to take the whole thing. But Mobazane here definitely going for the MVP in this series so far. 8-7 overall, 100% kill participation, guys. This man, he was talking about it in an interview. He was like, yes, the alpha may come into play, and this time around, they're able to upset the momentum that GG has set up. That was a tough first game series, and now BTK able to just prove that they have what it takes, even with comps like this.
Yeah, definitely something to watch out for game number 3. Since both teams have a victory, they are now tied up. Now, this is interesting, right? I wonder where we're going to go from here. Do they ban the alpha? Do they allow it to walk? It's definitely something that Zane's comfortable on, and he's one of the few junglers to pull it off at this caliber. We got to see Tarzan use it earlier today, and he was able to win the victory as well. And this is kind of letting us know that meta is shifting for this NACT, and you got to love to see it. But overall, another good game. Both teams are able to claim a victory. You know, you voted for BTK. I voted for Gaimin Gladiators, and both of our sides have a victory. Even across the board with the votes all from everybody in the audience, it was almost an even split, more in favor for the BloodThirstyKings. But speaking of BTK, a couple of the engagements from game number 2.
Yeah, we just didn't see the damage coming out from Hoon. He was able to get a full Swanson there, and it just feels like the hard guard from the Angela and just some natural magic is this. It doesn't feel like the Odette actually has been proven to get the burst that they were looking for, and they do end up getting this dive here, right? And mlbbZane just dealing tons of damage with a lot of sustain. This is the fight that I thought that BTK may just woof it, but they were able to get that 3-man knock up. They killed the Claude onto the, they killed the Harith onto the backside. Yes, Basic did fall, but look at Zane here, chasing best player all the way into their base.
Yeah, he's gonna do that emote for the MSC 2024 on his way out right there too. Just maybe hinting
He's
at
ready.
something. He's definitely ready. He's laser focused. The man is locked in. Now, I will say overall, both sides have some great things going for them. A couple of mistakes as well. BTK, game number 1, that was their game. They had the advantage in the early phase, and they fumbled it, and GG was able to turn it around. Game number 2, though, they held on to that bag, and they took it all the way to the bank. Game number 3 is where we are at now, as we are going to be jumping into the draft. Where does this take us? Does GG claim the lead, or will BTK force them into a position where they're going to be on the losing end for the series? Not something you see too often for Gaimin Gladiators.
Okay, so here's a very interesting kind of triangle situation in the jungle. Traditionally, it's been utility versus utility. Now, some of these tanks do have weaknesses. They're good against things like assassins. We've seen when Ling was picked and they're just getting denied left and right on the blue buff. But against fighters, it seems like fighters have a slight edge, especially things like the Alpha or the Martis. They're able to kind of get away. Even the Martis was doing quite well against the utility in the game 1 for A77. So there is the utility focused style junglers on the top, and then they're good against the assassins but weak against the fighters. Now we have the Alpha being picked out. Are we going to see the adjustments from Gaimin Gladiators to complete that triangle? Maybe bring us like a Ling or a Hayabusa when the Alpha gets baited out. But I think BTK is only going to pick that when they see something like the Fred or the Barats.
I think the Lings, that'd be kind of crazy if they you never know though. I mean, like you said, Ling getting a little bit of a buff, maybe seeing the assassins lean in. You just can't wait to see these assassins, Yuwei. I'm feeling it. But we are going to see some of the more staple bans taken off the table. Nothing out of the ordinary. Double support banned out for the side of the BloodThirstyKings. Barats and the Valentina. The Barats is a little interesting here, right? We didn't get to see the Barats at all in the last 2 games, and they're going to go ahead and ban it out super early. Now, Akai's still on the table. Could definitely be an option. Faramis is still available, and a Valentina is the one banned out. So I do expect, Lu Yi is, okay, I don't think Lu Yi will walk. I think we would probably see Faramis walk before the Lu Yi, but regardless, both of them are high-value targets that these teams should try and lock in on early in the draft. There goes the Akai, though, trying to limit the jungle pool from mlbbZane.
I think it's a Harith. I think it's going to be a Harith ban here. I don't think they're going to allow Gaimin Gladiators to take that first pick. But last game, they did have Z on the Harith, and it didn't go exactly the way that they were looking for. Even in some of the previous games, it doesn't seem like Harith is getting the wins that they're looking for. Yes, Harith can deal with a lot of the lane situations, but in terms of the win, they're just not getting it so far. Just maybe a little bit unlucky. I still think Harith first pick is definitely possible. The Lu Yi has been available. It might get taken away in the second pick from the side of BTK, but there's still a lot available, right? The Roger, the Fredrin that was played in the last game. So the draft is quite open with like Gwen and Panda being banned out here.
Edith, we've seen how well the Edith has been doing so far. I mean, both sides got the victory with the Edith, and hey, I'm not gonna be that guy to say it, but the proof is in the pudding, and Shark is definitely getting a piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Edith in roam position. Shark played a great game, was able to get a few sets here and there. And, you know, when Milo was on it, again, the impact was there. You talked about the Faramis. The Faramis gets picked up by Nicolette, especially with the Valentina being banned out. But it does opt for a Lu Yi opening. And Lu Yi is traditionally great against NetherRealm. The NetherRealm, you want people to group up, you know, huddle up and go for something like a Ube strategy. And Lu Yi loves that. Please group up together, get those procs dinging left and right. No Louis on the table here. Zia counters with the Roger and the Arlot pick.
I would have loved to see Louis. Honestly, that one slipped past me. May have slipped past Gaimin Gladiators, but nonetheless, they still got 2 valuable trades from it. The Arlot will profit off of the Edith with the crowd control. The Roger, we've seen it kind of dominate. And I'm right there with you. The Harith has been a little interesting to me so far today. A little bit caught off guard with how much it's been losing compared to what it's been winning with. Overall, we would have thought with the recent patches that it would do a little bit better with that skill 1, the Synchro Fission. Able to proc a lot more sooner, but do a little bit less damage. But that seems to not be the case. Maybe it was just, I think people are jumping on the train too early, and it's not heading to the destination that they expected. But things that we are expecting is to see another good game in the jungle from mlbbZane as he picks up his comfort pick. Another Fredrin in his pocket.
Yeah, but this time around, GG, they do get the last deciding factor on how to face up against mlbbZane's Fredrin. In the last match, right, the Fredrin was picked up early, the Alpha was picked up a little bit later, and the Alpha worked out brilliantly. So this time around, it seems like Gaimin Gladiators is saving this jungle pick in order for Best Play to get a matchup that he really enjoys, right? And now, with the second phase bans being on the table, the side of Gaimin Gladiators still looking for a mage and also a jungler. BTK, it's going to be a roam and the XP. When we think about the XP, things like the Paquito and also the Benedetta pair very well with how much physical damage they can output. On the opposite end, where the Harith deals an immense amount of magic damage, so it fits with their comp quite well. But we will have to see what these two teams decide here.
This is surprising. The Yuzong ban. I don't even know if I would have went that far to do that. I mean, man. Yeah, this is getting a little crazy right now. I don't know what's going on with Yuzong. I haven't really seen him be a secret weapon for either side. But speaking of weapons, though, a couple of things still left on the table that both sides need, right? You're looking at Gaimin Gladiators. They have still yet to pick their mark. Or no, they got their marks, but they've still yet to pick their mid lane. What are we going to run over there for Hoon? When we're looking at what's on the table, Vexana has been banned out, so it's not going to be something they pick up. We've seen Lilia slotted in today. I feel like that would be okay. They are going up against that Faramis, though, so they're going to have to watch out for that support. Lu Yi, is it available? Did it walk? It did walk. So they could pick up the Lu Yi here. It would be great, not only against the Faramis, but against the Fredrin from mlbbZane. One of Fredrin's weaknesses is crowd control, and if you can overwhelm him, you can stop Zane from getting these neutral objectives, and maybe the game plan for Gaimin Gladiators.
So I think BTK, maybe a Terizla, a Pack, a Benedetta, even the Grok does well here. They know they pick up the Minotaur, taking one from Gaimin Gladiators' page here. Now, we talked about the Mage. Louis is available. I think the Novaria could opt to be something that they should consider. And Best Player coming out with the Martis. He's a great Martis player, and we saw a little bit of sneak peek between the Martis versus the Fredrin earlier in our matchup. Martis was able to just scale much better after the first two objectives, so they're same Gaimin Gladiators playing kind of a 5-man small here versus BTK going with the two traditional frontline tank. It's going to be a crazy matchup. Personally, I like BTK's draft quite well. They have the front line, they have the sustain. The cold ultra is going to be quite hard to deal with, although they have the Louis on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It's just all their members are, not a very frontline tank heavy, and that may bite them towards the end here.
Yeah, I mean, I like Gaimin Gladiators draft. I like the Louis slotted in. It's the first Louis that we've got to see all day today, so that's definitely going to be something exciting to watch. I like the Martis because it's anti-CC to the crowd control, especially up there with the Minoan Fury from Cold World, with mlbbZane rushing in with the Energy Eruption, with the Zaman Force and Synchro Fission from Basic. I think it kind of pairs very well, not to mention the Mortar Coils to kind of disrupt the team when they group up, and then you have Hoon to kind of back you up with the duality. Something interesting about Gaimin Gladiators composition, though, is they have a Roger paired up with a Martis. Both of them kind of similar when you think about it, right? You have the Lycan Pounce that can go in, rush in for the kill, and you also have the Decimation on top of that for some great early game. But speaking of the game, ladies and gentlemen, now jumping on to game number 3. Both sides have a win under their belt. The Bloodthirsty Kings up against Gaimin Gladiators, who will be able to take game number 3.
And, both teams' draft is actually quite interesting, where last game, it felt like the side of BTK kind of had the 5-man small. Of course, they had the Angela, but this time around, Gaimin Gladiators, they don't have, besides the Edith, it's not a very significant frontline presence that the side Gaimin Gladiators have. I think it's their response to try and counter kind of this 2-tank front line that BTK has set up. And I think it's a great counter, right? But it's just they don't have the Angela, so maybe it's going to be working out. It might be a little bit tough here.
That's right. Grand Final tickets. Get them while they're available. Join the Discord server and register right there on the form. inside of Las Vegas at the HyperX Arena. Hope to see you guys there. But now back into the game. Gaimin Gladiators up against BTK. Game number 2. A fast finish, 11 minutes, 44 seconds for the BloodThirstyKings right after their loss at that 14-minute mark from Gaimin Gladiators. But it seems that they've found their momentum. They found their groove and now are playing very comfortably. But on the side of GG, it seems like they're just a little behind the power curve so far in this series. Can they pick up the pieces for game number 3?
Well, the side of Gaimin Gladiators, in terms of the damage output, the Martyrs is definitely going to have a much higher damage output, especially paired up with the Assassin emblem, right? And he also has the Impure Rage, which does a little bit of extra burst damage, healing a little bit of the HP since Martyrs does not have the mana. But on the other hand, BTK with the Fredrin, typically the Fredrin should be able to have the first priority over the objective. We great to see a small skirmish on the top side, and both junglers are ready for that 50-50 here.
Yeah, both sides looking for an opportunity, but not going to be able to find it. We'll be able to clear that lane on the top side, though. Turtle now in play, 50% HP. Zane will be the one to start the initiation. The flicker in, though, with the setup and the knock-up. Zane hit with a little bit of crowd control, but Cold World on the response back with very low decimation from best player. Will draw first blood in the hands of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, that's just kind of the fighters dealing a lot more damage and still having a lot of utility and sustain early on. And look at Zane here. He's getting punished. There's a 4-man unit in his buff in his home, and nobody can do anything about it right now.
Yeah, see, this is where it becomes a little bit of a problem. When you're delaying the jungle from Moba Zane, you can find the opportunity to be able to shut them down. Cold War will find Fried Chicken, though. NetherRealm forced out to keep the team alive. One member falling for the side of GG, evening out the scoreboard 1-1.
It was a good trade, but a lot of utility has been wasted for the side of BTK. There's not much objectives there available, so I do think the Minoan's Fury and the NetherRealm are both going to be available by the next objective, so that's good news, right? Oh, but top side here, CC going a little bit aggressive and even basic, having quite a good lane on the bottom. GG, although they were able to get the very first victory in the team fight, they grouped up as 4. And it seems like BTK just likes the lanes being going one-on-one. They like the split push. And I think that may be the strategy for them to overcome this match here.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, with the Roger, with the best player running on this Martis, I mean, you're going to kind of expect them to lead the way, at least in the early game when it comes to these objectives, because they can be more aggressive, right? As soon as you're low HP, that's when that damage kind of stacks up for the side of GG with the decimation. And I think Moba Zane kind of respected that, right? He realized he didn't want to overstay his welcome. He didn't want best player to get build that bridge to sustain GG in the early phase. So that's why he kind of allowed them to get that turtle. But we do know if they keep allowing that without finding trades, that's where GG will start to kind of capitalize on the situation and start taking control of the early phase. BTK able to even it out. It is 1-1. They are up in gold right now, too. So right now, it's still anybody's game. Windtalker picked up by Zia and Dispersion for the teleport onto Moba Zane. High IQ play from GG. NetherRealm, last second from Nicolette, keeping Zane alive. Able to get out of there. A wizard in the mid lane. Nicolette with the high IQ save. And now the punish on the Gaimin Gladiators as they try and escape the jungle of BTK.
I think the NetherRealm canceled the Minoan's Fury coming out from Cold World, because I think he was just about to set it, but the NetherRealm kind of just disabled it. So a little bit of a tricky situation. Now for the side of BTK, they won't have the big ultimates available. You could already see the Divergent coming through from Hoon, able to show some vision, but I don't know if Gaimin Gladiator is going to be able to fully contest this objective here.
Yeah, Moba Zane trying to get this turtle. Was not able to get the first one of the game, but trying to take the second. The denial, though, from Gaimin Gladiators with the setup, the duality from Hoon from afar. Best player able to slide in and take the turtle away from BTK. Now shifting focus back to their side of the jungle, trying to escape the pressure from GG. Shark will find Moba Zane. Nicolette with the Lycan pounce. Zia will find another kill, 3-1. And GG will push through the turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, and just like that, the side of GG able to grab up the objective and the tower and another kill on top of that. Going for a 4-man siege on the bottom. They should be able to get this tower no problem. Seems like BTK lost a little bit of steam here.
Yeah, speaking of steam roll, Cold World will go ahead and shut down Shark. Best player will be able to claim the turret on the bot side. Right now, map control in favor for Gaimin Gladiators. We kind of asked the question, right? How do they jump into this game after an 11-minute 44-second loss against BTK, and it looks like they found their proper footing.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that this kind of jungle triangle has been working out in the favor of the fighters, right? Whoever is going kind of the tanky junglers, they're getting punished by a lot of these fighters. I'm not saying that Martis or Alpha is a complete counter towards something like a Fredrin, where Fredrin has a very significant win rate across regions in the highest level performances, but it's still very hard to go against. But Milo here.
Yeah, diversion to the top side. Zia will be able to take down Milo. The teleport's too much to handle. Gotta expect the unexpected in the game when Hoon is running on this Lu Yi. Zia will be able to claim the turret on the top side to open up the map even more in favor for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, it seems like BTK is a little bit caught in kind of a dangerous situation here. It is only about a 2k difference, but the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they just have a lot more tower. They have a lot more a river presence, right? Look at all their heroes kind of just lining up in the enemy jungle. They have the vision, no problem. They're able to kind of take whatever they need to in the bully ball situation of that 5-man. And BTK, they kind of have to deal with how they can win in numbers advantage. Chicken with a great set.
Yeah, good set. A little bit of a distraction. Yeah, the diversion onto the turtle. Just making the most out of the situation. Very fast and objective focused for the side of GG. Forcing BTK to try and respond and defend. They're going in with the Minoan Fury setup. Best player to claim the turtle before they can close the distance. Netherrealm activated by Nicolette. Basic will find Hoon. One member falling for GG. Netherrealm has now been procced and out of commission. Mobazane will find Fried Chicken. 2 members down for GG. And climbing, Nicolette need to get away, but Zia with the like and pounce will find the kill. Decimation from best player. Finds Milo. Another like and pounce in on a Basic. Forced into the mid lane. Best player. Decimation's on to Mobazane, but he's able to sustain himself. Synchro Fission, Zaman Force, Basic finds one, gets a double. Shark will fall alongside best player.
All right, so where are we at with the Harith pick, right? Like, we just saw that. Basic was able to clear 2 members, just dashing almost unlimited. He was so fast. He has the Star Lithium Scythe. He has the Feather. He's probably looking for that Holy Crystal or Concentrated Energy or even the Divine Glaive, right? So the Harith, it's still proven to be a great pick. Basic is able to use this quite well here. He's even been using the Harith even before these recent patches. So with the mastery that he has, with the buff that has been happening, it's just going to make his life a lot more easier. Now, gold lead is still relatively close for both teams. 6-6 is still the overall. But again, Gaimin Gladiators seem to have this death ball strategy that is just working out a little bit better for them. Versus BTK, they like to split one member across the map, so they kind of have more of a macro advantage. And, you know, both strategies are quite well. It just depends on who's going to come out on top, because it's the Ubes versus kind of the 5-man split here.
Yeah, right now, I mean, 3 turtles for the side of GG, and also up by 3 turrets up against BTK. Yet to find any of the neutral objectives, but able to kind of still maintain their composure in this battle. Speaking of battle, Zane frontline a lot of the damage, and look at the bush play from BTK. Not going to seize the opportunity, but could have been a very spicy engagement in the mid lane, but deciding to be a little bit more patient. They know the Lord is spawning in, and they don't want to give GG the advantage. Right now, I'm honestly impressed on how even both of these sides are. Yes, the map is in favor for GG, but BTK still putting on a good fight, and it could definitely turn back in their favor at any given moment. Both sides neck and neck for this next neutral objective.
And I do think the longer this game goes, the lower the scaling it is going to be for something like a Roger and a Martis, right? Martis, not with a lot of defensive item, is going to get bursted down if he catches 1 or 2 CC. And the side of BTK, they have a lot of damage to back it up. You saw Basic able to kind of just delete members left and right. And then you also have the Roger, which has a lot of mobility, but does lack a lot of kind of the late game damage. Now, you see a very nice pair, the Arlott and the Louis. This might just catch BTK off guard. This is kind of like the golden combination that a lot of like the PH team has. They put the Arlott in the back where he gets a very interesting angle, catches the opponents off guard, and they're able to get a great set. So GG definitely has this very, very high win rate combination with the Louis and the Arlott, but it honestly depends on how they execute it here.
Speaking of execution, able to kind of sniff out Shark. Look at the damage over there from Milo on this CC. Definitely chunking down Shark. Needs to be careful on that. But can we just talk about how close Basic and Zia are? Both of them 3-0-1 the gold laners for both teams right now having an amazing performance. Definitely a major impact on these engagements, but we are going to see both sides getting ready to take this fight in the jungle. So far, Gaimin Gladiators has been able to claim every single turtle with the First Lord on board, though BTK may go in for the opportunity.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the lore dance, it still has to be in favor of BTK. The Fredrin is just so hard to deal with when it comes down to lore dances. He has the Guardian helmet. He's able to sustain pretty much unlimited. And he also got Milo here. He was dealing tons of damage onto the Edith. And now with the Divergent already available, it's a 5 versus 5 here. GG looking to set up. BTK might have the advantage here.
Ooh, the flicker in the Minoan Fury. Not going to get the setup. Cold World was looking for the Nether Realm for safety from Nicolette. Hit the final slash from Fried Chicken. Cold World will take him down, though. One member falling for the side of GG, the Lord. Going into the hands of mlbbnorthamerica, but they need to get out of there. Best player on their tail, Zia. Finding Cold World. Gets another kill. Basic will find best player. Zia will find Milo for the double. Zia for the triple. Finds mlbbnorthamerica and Basic for the Maniac. A full wipeout, a Savage. Zia! What is going on right now, Yuwei?
Zia was able to take care of business here. Now with the Lord marching down on the top side, they're able to push this mid. They're going to get 2 tires at the very least. Potentially a game-ending thing. It's 4 seconds on the clock. Is GG going to be doing this? Zia's going through.
Yeah, piercing through the heart of the BloodThirstyKings base. We'll be able to shut it down with a Savage for the finish. Zia, one small step for him, one huge step for GG as they take game number 3 against BTK.
2-1 is going to be the overall. Another quick match coming through. Gaimin Gladiators this time around, it was still quite even in terms of the team fight. I was wondering how Gaimin Gladiators was going to deal with the NetherRealm coming in, but the Arlok seems to have a little bit more AoE damage, and the Martis was just kind of going head in. He wasn't tanking or soaking a lot of damage, but he was able to get BTK just low enough for the Roger kind of come in and clear. And when you talk about the kits of the Martis and the Roger, both of them are looking for the last hit on the kills. The Roger is able to come out team fight after team fight. We were able to see the flicker going in for that last hit, and Zia was able to just clean up the whole entire fight. 11-9 is going to be the overall. It was only a 13-minute match here, Weezy.
You gotta respect that man's Roger. Zia 8-0-1, literally a one-man army to be able to close that one out. And this is the problem that the Roger kind of provides in the composition, right? When you're low HP, he has that Lycan Pounce. He has the mobility to be able to catch up to you as you're trying to run away and your back is turned. He's going to deal the damage to be able to take you down. Not to mention, if he doesn't do it, you have the Martis with the decimation, and this is where it's hard for BTK to kind of close in on these neutral objectives. Another early finish. This time at the 12-minute, 41-second mark. Not as fast as BTK when they took GG, though. It was 11 minutes, 44 seconds. But again, high execution from both sides. Gaimin Gladiators claiming game number 3. Definitely one for the books. A Savage on top of that. How do we see BTK respond?
It seems like, you know, a lot of our matches today, both teams are disciplined, but they're choosing fights very, very loosely, right? It could be from both teams where, you know, it could be from the side of BTK or GG. But again, these games are closing in like 12, 14-minute matches. I don't think we've even gone past something like a 16, 17 match today. So it's very, very short games. And when it comes down to these short games, a lot of the power picks like the Herod, the Roger is going to deal significant amount of damage. They don't need a lot of time to scale. Look at the damage dealt. Yes, Zia did great, but Chicken here just sliding through with the highest damage dealt. And he's an XP laner Arlot that builds something like a Dominance Ice first item. The side of GG, the damage is spread across the board, but the kill participation, you know, Shark, 91%, 82% from Zia here. GG played a great game with their comp, and again, it's kind of like this 5-man stretch small comp that BTK used in the previous game where they had the Angela, the Alpha, right? They're taking one for the books, and I think it's a great counter that adds kind of a different dimension to the draft, and it definitely shows that both teams are prepared to take the draft onto the next level here.
It's kind of funny watching these two teams fight it out, right? It's going 1-1 to 1-1. We got to see Gaimin Gladiators take game number 1. BTK had the slight advantage, but weren't able to push it through. As we do a little bit of a recap on what we've seen so far, both these teams neck and neck, 6-6 on the scoreboard, fighting it out over this Lord. You see the Netherrealm go out. You see the missed opportunity from Cold World on the Minoan Fury. Ultimately, the demise for the BTK, as you see mlbbzane able to claim the Lord, but at what cost? As the chase, the full pursuit from Zia. Let him cook. Let him
3,
cook.
4.
As he was heating up in the Land of Dawn for that Savage. Finishing off with Nicolette to top it off. This is some great execution overall, and you don't get to see that every day, and not against a team like BTK. I love the back and forth between these two teams, though. I don't like seeing one-sided stories, and this is what keeps you at the edge of your seat. Everybody going crazy, wondering where game number 4 is going to go. If it goes with the pattern, it should be BTK. I mean, every single match, one team wins over the other.
And it definitely feels like the utility jungles are actually taking a lot of losses here. And even the Harith has not found the success as much as a Roger. So it may be something that both teams are looking to kind of tempt the other person on taking, right? The Fredrin almost gets picked up early in the second phase almost every single game. The Harith has been a high priority, also being picked up either in the first or the second pick here. So definitely some strategies coming through, but once again, these games are ending in such a short amount of time that I'm wondering maybe we're going too early here, because it's just ending in 12 minutes, 14 minutes. There's no Lord dances. There's no coming through. It's just kind of like one mistake into a snowball. The snowball is too big. It's too hard to defend. And then they just collapse.
Yeah, it's just like you blink for a second and the game will end. That's how good these two teams are. And it's definitely showcasing today. Look at the bans, though. Lu Yi now prioritized for the side of BTK. A little bit of a shot thrown over there to Hoon on his amazing plays over there, especially nice and early. I mean, he started the game off with a quick diversion onto the orange buff from mlbbzane, trying to deny his farm anywhere he could. And I think it's a great read from the side of the BloodThirstyKings to start off this draft. The Guinevere, we saw best player run it, had some great engage and disengage, and definitely leaned more toward the favor for GG. Something I would say best player is a little bit more comfortable on. So right now, I'm liking the way the draft is going for the side of BTK. When we look at GG, though, there goes that Barats again. How are we feeling about that?
I mean, the Barats just has not been let go. I think the Barats is a great pick, but I also believe that Fredrin is probably the more prio in this case, but I think it's more of a comfort, right? The Guinevere doesn't get banned out too significantly, but against best player, they just want to take that off the board. They don't want to deal with it. Same thing with the Louis, although the Louis has been kind of a power pick that's been shifted around. We saw the divergence coming through, making impacts, whether it's teleporting onto the red buff, the turtle, or even ganking on the bot side. Wherever it is, the Louis impact has been quite significant. So taking that out just takes away the raw element, and the win condition Edith off the board. It is on the shelves. Nobody knows what's going to happen now, right?
You know, that's actually an excellent point. The Edith, man, it's been on fire so far. That's somebody that we haven't really been paying attention to. The Edith, it was in GG's favor, and they were able to win that game. Edith's just been winning all over the board, but there it goes. Mathilda walking through. GG allowed it. We asked this question. This was exactly how BTK was able to take them down in the regular season, and now it afforded another opportunity. You know who else is on the table?
The
Panda. It's there.
You know who else? The Yuzong.
Oh my God. Godly. Yuwei, this is why we call you the mad scientist. Nonetheless, the Yuzong would be interesting. I like Yuzong because it's like a jack of all trades, but it has not been working today.
It gets picked off a little bit too early. A lot of the times the Yuzongs are dying before the first turtle just because they only have a Petrify available. I think this is a great response from GG here. The Circling Eagle for the Valentina is an option that they can take, but it adds to a different element of the draft pressure that early Valentina can provide. And also the Roger, which has done much better than the Harith versus, right? The Harith has been kind of the popular pick. Harith has been buffed in the patch, but it doesn't feel like Harith has been winning in these games. On the contrary, the Roger has been dominating. We saw the Savage out from Zia. We saw plenty of great moments from ISO, and the Roger gameplays from A77, so it's definitely an option. Now Milo here coming out with a very frontline heavy stun focus hero. The Terizla gets picked up. I like this, specifically pairing up with the Matilda. It adds that extra frontline that BTK is missing from the roam position.
Yeah, speaking of front lines, Xborg picked up over there for fried chicken. Haven't got to see an Xborg since the recent patch. Should still work out in their favor. It definitely has been banned.
2 games.
Has a lot of damage necessary, especially for the frontline composition. That true damage that they can kind of lean into. Now, I think the Terizla pick is a little interesting. Is it a little too premature? I mean, it looks like they're trying to go in for some crowd control. Because, you know, the Mathilda is more for the survivability, it's more for the heals, it's more to kind of get you out of the tricky situations, but it can't really provide that crowd control that you can rely on. And I think that's where Milo wants to be. He wants to be that missing piece to that puzzle. But you have Valentina. The Valentina effectively could take that penalty zone, and that'll allow them to have some group CC as well. It will put Valentina in a little bit of a tricky situation, though, as she'll definitely have to be a lot closer to the team than she would like. But that could lean inside of Hoon's favor. Right now, though, I'm liking what I'm seeing for both sides. But I will say, Zane, again, has been able to get something he's more comfortable on. He does not go in for the Panda, though. He goes in for that Frederick.
And, you know, I feel like the side of GG is lacking a little bit in the stun department, in the CC department. And so I think a Minotaur could be a ban that BTK should come up with. Now, the Martis has done well from the last game, right? He went 2-2 and something. He was able to get some of the retries off when he needed to and escape from a lot of tricky situation. So I think it's great. Now, the Odette gets banned here from the side of GG. I don't think Nicolette was looking to pick up the Odette. I think there's still a lot available, right? The Novaria, the Vexana, paired up with pretty much the CC that BTK has. There's still options for Nicolette. So I don't know if that Odette is actually banned towards her, but nonetheless, there's still a lot available for both teams. GG lacks in a little bit of the CC department, and BTK is still looking for their mage and their physical damage dealers.
You know, it'll be interesting because the Harith is still on the table, definitely gonna be picked up. I mean, I feel like the Roger may be okay against it. We haven't really seen the Harith profit as much today. We kind of mentioned that, but definitely something that has been prioritized for majority of these teams. So it's definitely something not to kind of ease up on. The Claude could still be in the mix if they do want to pick that up. We have seen Basic kind of focus in on that Claude. He's performed really well on it. We've seen his split push capability when he is on a marksman that's a little bit more mobile and has the survivability aspect. So I think it could definitely work in their favor. They do have crowd control for the side of BTK, especially with that Terizla, so I think they're good in that department. Sustainability's checked off. Right now, we're looking for more of a damage aspect, right? Maybe a little bit more early game damage from Nicolette, and then let the late game be picked up over there by Basic. When it comes to GG, though, you are going to see that Grok picked up. This is okay. I mean, it is going to be able to negate some of that CC that's going to be pulled out from the side of BTK, but was it really necessary, right? I mean, there's not too much crowd control. There's a little bit from the energy eruption from Zane, and then the penalty zone from Milo. But I guess there's still some available options on the table that could provide more CC that they would have to worry about. You mentioned the Minotaur being picked up. I'm surprised that they actually went in for the Grok instead of the Minotaur, but there goes the Claude into Basic's hands.
Yeah, and the Vexana gets picked up. I think it's quite smart from Nicolette. That adds that extra CC and knockup that pairs super well with the Fredrin and also the Terizla, giving Claude a great time in a lot of these team fights. GG with the last pick here. Now, you know, the Roger's still flexible. The Xborg also still flexible. So if the side of GG want to kind of go around with their draft, honestly, Grok can even go into the XP lane, and then they can pick up a roamer here. So GG, they still have quite a few options, especially with how much flex pick that is available here. But I do think they're going to be going for a jungler. Now, there's still plenty of picks available, but I think Zia is going to be switched on, and it's going to be a Roger jungle here. Ooh, I mean, that's tough. That's tough. That's unexpected here. I don't know what to say here, Weezy.
I mean, they got a Savage with it, but this time it will be best player. Maybe trying to show up Zia, but I don't think you can outdo a Savage. That's not something that comes around too often. But for the side of BTK, I mean, you are going to be looking at the Claude up against the Harith now. Basic, very comfortable on this Claude pick, but Harith, one of those more staple gold laners as well that we've been seeing time and time again. I think both sides have some options, but I think the thing that kind of stands out right now is going to be the Mathilda, right? The Mathilda took a recent nerf, and obviously it hasn't been focused as the #1 ban in the early phase of the draft. And is that for a reason? Does Gaimin Gladiators actually have a game plan to win against the Mathilda? Because if we go a little bit back in history, this is how BTK was able to take them down with that Mathilda and that Akai combination. Even though Akai was available, BTK didn't go in for it. But now, as we are jumping into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, the upper bracket finals, the BloodThirstyKings up against Gaimin Gladiators for game number 4. GG sitting at match point.
You know, I feel like BTK's draft is a little bit more traditional, a little bit more front to back, right? The Fredrin, the Matilda, you also have the Terizla in the front and the Vexana and Claude in the back, versus kind of Gaimin Gladiators comp is very progressive, very new age, very new style, right? We see the Harith being prioritized. We see the Roger in the jungle. Those are two picks that have really came out of the meta shell, especially in the recent month. Take a look at some of the emblems, some common emblems on the Grok. Matilda having the support emblem, but relatively standard across the board. Xborg here, though, having something a little bit more interesting, goes for a tank emblem on the XP. Something else you could go for is the fighter, but the tank definitely provides a lot more early game sustain against the Terizla armor shredded.
Ooh, speaking of shredding armor, shredding with damage, best player on the Lycan Pounce. Almost finding a kill onto basic. Needing to be careful. Right now, though, both sides trying to find their opportunity to take advantage of the early game. Normally, we've been seeing BTK find the advantage, but the last game, it seemed more like more of a one-sided story for GG to be able to kind of claim these objectives and push through. How do we see BTK respond from here, right? I mean, they have the late game marksman, they have Claude up against the Harith, both of them gonna have to play for the long game, but we know this kind of boils down to the objectives overall across the map, which helps these teams get that early finish prior to the 14-minute mark.
I mean, for one, BTK's draft, they have to rely on their damage dealers to be able to provide that damage, right? The Vexana and the Claude has to be able to scale well, versus for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, every single one of their members can deal damage and can deal with some situations 1 versus 1. They don't have to wait too much. So I would say BTK, they have to be a little bit more careful in terms of choosing their fights, but they have a lot more sustain, right? The Fredrin is going to be really hard to deal with. The Matilda rotates really fast. But on the other hand, Gaimin Gladiators, they have the opportunity to go for ganks just like this one.
Yeah, gonna go in for basic. BMI to safety, playing that marksman with the survivability, but hit with the wild charge for the knockup. Secret Vision and Zama Force in the dive from Gaimin Gladiators. Not going to lead to the kill, though. Good play over there from Basic. Able to keep himself alive. And right now, I mean, BTK, they were able to take the first turtle. Credit over to Cold World, who's providing a lot of vision on the best player, forcing him to use his retribution on his purple buff.
And I just want to say that Basic dodging death already twice is like really, really good. Like he's able to kind of just micro around and able to dodge a lot of the situation. He only has a Purify available. He didn't have Purify in that situation, but he was able to kind of just get away from a 3-4 man dive. And it's been the second time that the Roger has rotated up. So they're definitely putting a lot of pressure on that winning matchup, right? The Harith does well against the Claude. If the Harith is able to kind of bully the Claude around, they should be able to get a small advantage. And another gank set up by GG. They're just rotating faster than the Matilda is able to get into a position, even the Fredrin. And I think that's just due to how fast the Roger jungles, the damage junglers, compared to something like a Fredrin early on.
But honestly, BTK seemed like they're one step ahead of them right there. Like Milo kind of sniffed out the rotation. He flickered back to safety with the penalty zone just in case they went in for the dive. It was a smart read, and it was the same on the top side. We got to see Basic able to survive that 3-man gank. So right there, you're looking at BTK kind of aware of the rotations from Gaimin Gladiators so far, which definitely means it's going to be hard to kind of pursue that opportunity when you're trying to get the trade on the side lanes and losing the turtles. So right now, BTK keeps that up. They're going to start to take this lead in their favor, but right now you are still seeing GG up in gold.
Yeah, and I mean, the up in gold is quite minimal here. Side of B. Oh, Shark able to get the blue buff there. So a little bit of a trade going for the side. A little bit of annoyance going in the favor of GG. You know, Zane doesn't really need that blue buff, but it would be nice, right?
It would definitely be nice to get your buff in the jungle, but you are going to go ahead and see both sides getting ready for this neutral objective. Turtle spawned in. The first one was able to go to the BloodThirstyKings, but no contest. Some good vision over there from Core World, keeping best player at bay. But now, looks like GG is going to turn this back around. We'll try and normalize and equalize this economy. We'll be able to claim this with no contest and forcing BTK back to their side of the jungle. Look at the pressure from Shark winding up with the power of nature, trying to force mlbbZane in an awkward situation in the jungle from getting his farm.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it before the stream. You were like, hey, You know, in order to shut down BTK, they really have to find a way to disrupt Zayn in the jungle. And that's exactly what GG is doing. It's just small, minimal things that Shark is doing, but he's just causing such a disturbance, right? Look at Zayn. He has nothing to do because he has nothing in his jungle, and now he's just attacking Shark, and that's wasting time, wasting experience. He's not getting any farm done here. You can already see the gold lead in favor of Gaimin Gladiators for the first time significantly in this match. It was almost at a 1k gold lead, and now with the next objective spawning in about 1 minute, the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they have the opportunity to kind of run around the map. You can already see the mobility of the Roger just denying some camps, and just Zayn here, it's just a tough time.
There's no way Shark is getting out of that. Wait a second. There goes the Appraiser's Wrath. We were waiting on to be able to shut him down. But best player on the bot side will find Milo, a trade-off. We kind of said this like every time Mobazane profits, Milo falls. It's like his kryptonite so far in today's series. But nonetheless, Shark trying to get the invasion and punished by the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. A kill into Mobazane's hands. Both sides tied up on the scoreboard 1-1.
And I do think this time around, BTK's draft is a lot more ube, is a lot more kind of close quarter, 5-man-5 death ball. Versus the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they're trying to stretch out the opponent to stretch 5-man, right? The Roger can deal with everything by himself. Same thing with the Harith. You could also go for the same thing with the Experts. So they have a lot of opportunity to send members around the map to deal with split pushes. And also the Roger mobility has been quite good here.
Ooh, speaking of mobility, Blazing Duet circling Eagle. Basic finding best player, Zayn. Shutting down Hoona, big play. Last Sandy going out, but hit with the penalty zone from Milo. Mobazaane with the Praise's Wrath for the double kill. Finds Fried Chicken, the taunt on his Z with the energy eruption, the immunity. Too much to handle. Procking out the Zaman force to Synchro Fission. Shark gonna hug that wall, forcing BTK out of that turret. But now, laser focused onto the turtle.
Yeah, great fight coming out from the side of BTK. Basic was able to use the Blazing Duet to deal tons of damage, getting 2 sets. Also, Nicolette getting that knock-up pretty much secured the kill for on top of best player, right? And they were able to get like a high priority target here. Now for the side of GG, they are back being down in a situation. This is just back and forth, Weezy. Both games are close. These guys are going head to head in every little situation, just creating havoc here. But it seems like BTK is coming out just slightly on the edge right now.
It's literally the story. It's the 50-50. One team wins and then the other one wins. It's just flipping a coin. That's the odds when both these sides face off in the land of Dawn. But right now, BTK with the advantage, 4-1, able to claim 2 turtles, 2 turrets up on the map against Gaimin Gladiators, who is now trying to find an opportunity of their own on the top side, trying to overwhelm Milo. But Cold World joining the party. Nicolette right behind him will be there to engage, able to defend the push from Gaimin Gladiators.
I think the side of GG, they have to get this Harith involved in some of these team fights, right? Zia came in kind of late after 2 of the members have been taken out by the side of BTK. So this time around, in order to get them into the fight, it might be something, but best player here.
Yeah, trying to defend from the siege on to the tier 1 turret for the mid lane. Some good defense from Gaimin Gladiators. BTK, good pressure that they're putting on the map so far. They're still holding on to all of their turrets in the game. The bot side was almost bursted down by best player. He should have just went in for one more basic attack, but that just kind of shows you just how much pressure is on the line for both sides. Every time there's an objective available, somebody's there. And right now, that somebody is BTK for game number 4.
Yeah, they're gatekeeping the wins here. Both of these teams are, standing tall against each other here. You talked about how BTK had a pretty good rotation coming in. I want to say Gaimin Gladiators have a great defense. At the same time, they're able to defend pretty much multiple towers here, but topside Zia might get caught off here dealing a lot of damage to Mobazaane.
Oh, he's not worried about it. He got that Savage. He's on that Savage buff right now. It's going to go in sharp. Taking down Mobazaane. The jungler will fall. Zayn finding his first death of the game. No retribution on their side. An opportunity for GG to go in for this Lord if they want to. But you are seeing Milo and Cold World putting on some pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how GG kind of gets back into the game. They need to get Zia involved because Zia can deal so much magic damage that they're looking for. But the knockup
is going to connect, circling Eagle as well. But still the airlines, Nicolette will find one. Fried Chicken responds back, takes down Cold World. Basic finding Fried Chicken. The counter, best player with the Lord for Gaimin Gladiators, and will disengage to their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit surprising that Gaming Gladiator is going to be the one that dictates these objectives, right? Especially with the 5-man comp that they have here. They're not having something like a utility jungle. They're not having 50-50 moments. They're just going for the kills. And if they're able to pick up mlbbzane early on in the team fights, yes, they're going to get a completely clean retribution on that. But if they're unable to do so, right, the side of BTK Zane is definitely going to have a lot more favor in terms of the 50-50, but just not even giving them the opportunities where GG shines. They are able to knock down the opponents, especially with getting Zia involved in these fights.
And speaking of fights, battle in the mid lane, both sides on a full-out war. Milo brought back to safety over there from Koro, but now the dive with the last insanity, not going to connect from Fried Chicken, but down goes the turret. Best player will be the one to knock it down. The Terrify on the Milo as well. Nobody will fall in that engagement, but overall, the objectives lean toward Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, we could take a look at some of the items here. You can already see about a 1k gold lead for the Claude, having the Trinity build already done. The Herod is still a little bit behind, looking for that new Holy Crystal that's placed about a 3k gold. And it's even, you know, with the roamers, with the mages, the junglers. You can see there is about a 1.5k difference advantage for the side of Gaming Gladiators, just due to the fact that Roger has the ability to farm the jungle a lot more faster.
Milo! He needs to get out of there, Yuwei. Best player.
Mayday.
Like a pounce would be able to shut him down. The 4-man stack in the bush, not where Milo was expecting to go or expecting to be taken down at. But nonetheless, a good play from Gaming Gladiators. Milo finding the second death of the game so far. This is a very low kill game. I mean, we're 12 minutes in. 6-4 on the scoreboard.
And you have Nicolette here, 50k damage already, the highest damage dealt in this match, and no one really comes close. It just shows you how strong the Vexana pick is. But topside Zia here gets CC'd and taken out by Basic. Yes, the Claude is going to have a lot more mobility and a lot more damage, especially paired with the DHS in terms of the late game. But I didn't think at 12 minutes they're able to take out the Herod this early. That's bad news for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
And a clap back from BTK, right? You took down Milo, we'll take down Zia. A good read to be able to catch him out of position and to be able to turn this back in their favor. Right now, both of these sides playing ping pong over who's controlling the map. I mean, right? You're looking at 3 turrets down for both sides, but the tier 1 in the mid lane still standing strong for Gaming Gladiators. 10 seconds until this Lord spawns in, and this is what we call anybody's game, but something that we can't deny. Basic overall having a little bit of a better game compared to Zia as the gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0-3 pretty much just shows you he had 6 of the 7 kill participation that BTK has. And he also has a slight gold lead on top of Zia. Now, Zia, the Herod, it's supposed to do well in terms of the early game, in terms of the lane matchup. That's where he shines the most. But when it comes down to a lot of these big, ugly team fights, it seems like the Claude is going to have a slight edge, especially if he's able to get into a better position.
The dive in, though, with the Lanka Pounce. Cold World going to be able to make his way back to safety with this Mathilda, one of the hardest heroes to kill, not only for the sustainability, but the mobility that is also provided. Lord in play now, though. You are looking at both sides getting ready to fight over this objective.
Yeah, GG definitely has a lot more damage. You're looking for initiation here.
Whoa, a lot of ways of utility, though. Not going to be able to connect. Milo, though, frontlining the damage chicken, shutting him down with the fire missiles. Look at the Lord, though, intact, and GG surrounding it for the claiming. They do have the retribution. Basic with the split push on the bot side, though. Now on the base for GG. Nicolette trying to hold him off the camera.
Basic.
Not going to go in for it. What's the focus on the Lord? Respectable. You are going to go ahead and see the Lord at 25% HP almost. Right now, you're looking at GG on the defense. BTK on the push. A high IQ play from the split push from Basic on his comfort pick with this Claude.
And this is where BTK shines a little bit more, right? The Fredrin is going to have a great time doing these Lord dances left and right. But beside the GG, you saw how quickly they were looking for the initiation because they are damage focused. They need kills. And if they're able to get 1 or 2 kills, they have the numbers advantage. Then they can start doing kind of a tricky Lord dance. But before then, they have to look kind of for a full engage. And if they're unable to get so, just like how Shark right there, he was unable to get the wild charge to connect. BTK just a little bit too fast, knowing that Shark and knowing that the side of GG has to go for a lot of team fights in these comps.
You know, credit to Nicolette too, going back to the base to defend, because Chicken was not able to get there. Nobody from the side of GG was able to get there in time.
Yeah, Hoon was there.
Hoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Hoon was there, able to kind of defend, and you were looking at Basic trying to close it out. That was a very close call. Had he not been in position, they could have ended that game. But right now, you're looking at both sides again at this Lord dance. Still a 50-50 game.
I think it's just a little bit more in favor for the side of BTK because the strategy, the banana split push that the Claude has, there's not many people that can defend that, right? The Claude can kind of just jump around, especially with the Matilda Airlines. He's able to go across the map quite fast versus the Harith, it's just a little bit slower, right? And now they're able to poke out the Grok. The Grok has to go back in the base. Side of BTK has the numbers advantage here.
Oh, I think they're going in for it, though. They're going to try and get the contest. Best player forced out of the Lord Pit, though. Big knock-up. Circling Eagle, wrapping around Cobra in the heart of the battle. Both sides fight it out. Best player needs to get in there, not in retribution distance. There they go, though, fighting it out. Immortality procced on Fried Chicken. Look at the Lord. Best player able to get it at a moment's notice for Gaimin Gladiators. But now the punish may be on the way from the Bloodthirsty Kings. Do they get out of there with nobody falling? They got to get one. And there it goes. Moba Zane will find Fried Chicken.
Yeah, it is going to be a 1 for Lord situation. I want to say typically if it's a 1 for Lord, the person that gets kind of the one player should have a slight advantage because they're able to kind of just clear the Lord quite easily. But the team fight's still going on. Milo almost chunks so low here.
Yeah, fighting it out. The Lord quickly bursts it down. Look at Basic. Not even phased, but now best player. Trying to seize the opportunity to take down the marksman for Bloodthirsty Kings. Not going to be able to find him, though. And that Lord is now out of commission.
Yeah, and I think Basic is kind of playing above and beyond in this series, especially in this match so far. The impact that he has, the pressure. He was able to kind of walk through that bot side, especially when GG were looking for a full engage, able to get that tower pressure, the side of GG to split up. And it just doesn't feel like GG is able to withstand a lot of these team fights if they're split up. So they really have to group together, bring in all the damage, the mixed damage coming out from the Harith, from the Roger, in order for them to win a team fight. Versus for the side of BTK, they are happy to fight kind of 4 versus 5. Just having Mobazane there by himself with Nicolette and Milo just dealing with enough damage and sustain, they're happy fighting these disadvantages because they know the Claude is on the other side of the map. And now with the Lord on the bot side, it gives more opportunity for Basics' well-known banana split push.
And right now, this is the longest game we've had in this entire series. Gaimin Gladiators currently at match point. If they find this victory, they'll force BTK down to the lower bracket, a possible way to shut them out of the NACT spring season. But on the flip side, BTK putting on a great fight, trying to even out this series, and may be able to do it with how they've been performing today. I mean, technically, like we said, it's been the flip of a coin. One team wins, then the other. This time, it should be BTK's turn in terms of patterns, but patterns can be broken, and it looks like that's the plan for Gaimin Gladiators. Right now, though, 8-5, 18 minutes in. Still a very low kill game to be close to that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, a lot more different from the game 1 to 3 here, where it pretty much just ended within like the 15-minute mark. This time, we're actually going past the 18. The Lord is just going to get buffer and buffer. The death timers are going to get longer, and the mistakes are just going to be even more harder to get back. So the side of Gaimin Gladiators right now, again, their comp is just based off of early game. The Harith, the Roger, those are all early game heroes. Even the Grok doesn't deal too much in terms of the late game. But BTK has set up a draft that thrives in this 19-20 minute mark where everyone has full items, especially the Claude and the Fredrin. Those are very, very tanky, hard members that the side of Gaimin Gladiators has to find a way to deal with.
Yeah, right now the Lord has spawned in. Another high-value target for both sides could possibly be the deciding factor to be able to close this game out. But normally when we see the Lord this late in the game, it's more as a tool to kind of bait out the other team to initiate on the fight and wait for the mistake. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing today. Best player hit with a light. You see how much damage that was? I feel like Nicolette just blinked at that man, and he took about 50% HP. Definitely going to have to watch out for that.
A very different strategy coming out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, though. They're looking to let the side of BTK kind of group up here. This might be the opportunity that GG is looking for. They want these 5 versus 5 team fights.
Oh, circling eagle on the best player, trying to take down the jungler. A risky play from the side of BloodThirstyKings, but they're able to make their way back to safety. Basic, very low, forced to get out of the Lord Pit. Use the BMI to go back to the mid lane.
But they did stretch that top side. The top side minions are pushing in. BTK having the opportunity with the numbers advantage. You can even see best player just completely ignoring the objective. I think this is going to be uncontested. BTK should be able to grab this up, no problem here.
Oh, best player trying to get in position. Hit with a lot of CC, hit with a lot of damage. Almost out of there, very low. mlbbnorthamerica will find Zia. Should be able to claim this lore. Cold World will be the one to take it for the BloodThirstyKings. And now Gaimin Gladiators on the retreat, trying to get out of there. Very low. BTK able to win that objective.
On top here, and it's due to the late game composition that they have set up in their draft. Roger, Harith, extremely early game. Same thing with the Grok. They want these games to be ending within the 15-minute mark, and it's due to good reasons. The last few games have always been this early game snowball that the opposite end of the team cannot deal with the push at the very end. But this time around, the game is different. We're getting into that late game, and that's just where the Claude thrives. This is where BTK wants to be in some of these team fights. They want these games to be dragged out long and dry and hard, where it's tough, and this just brings in that element of surprise here. Ooh, they're going in.
This is BTK's chance to take us to a game number 5. As they are now opening up the base for GG with the Lord intact, quickly being bursted down, but a big knockup onto Gaimin Gladiators. Milo will find one, takes down Zia. Nicolette finds best player. Numbers in BTK's favors. Nicolette gets another, shuts down Hoon. The mid laner will fall for GG. The Lord alongside him, and down goes the base Crystal. BTK taking us to a game 5 against Gaimin Gladiators.
22-minute match, 12-5 is the overall score. BTK able to take our series into a match number 5. You know, you kind of were talking about it, Weezy, earlier. Like, BTK wins one, GG wins one, and then the reverse just comes in. This is quite the even match. Now, when it comes down to that next and final match here for the upper bracket, it's going to be a very hard decision between both of these teams because anyone can honestly win. I feel like it has to do with a lot of the drafts that's been coming out. I feel like the Claude just really overshadowed the Harith. Like, the Harith didn't have that much impact in this match. And 22 minutes, we're at that late game. Everyone has full items. BTK just were able to take this game in a very convincing draft.
The 50-50 coming alive into fruition for the side of BTK. For game number 4, and now taking us to a game number 5. Both at match point. One of them will be knocked down to the lower bracket for a possible way out of this NACT spring season. The other one claiming their first seat into the grand finals in Las Vegas at the HyperX Arena. This is what we like to see, right? Some good sportsmanship from both sides. Now at a game 5, and honestly, they're definitely not disappointing anybody. I think everybody's been performing at a higher level, and right there, this is BTK's statement that they plan on claiming victory in this series. But GG, they got to find a way to bounce back. You know what this reminds me of, Yuwei? This reminds me
the grand final.
Exactly, grand finals, and it was the NACT spring season in 2023.
It just seems like the spring season at the very end is just quite juicy. And a lot of these numbers, you can see the head-to-head basic against Zia. Yes, we did see Zia having a great game on the Roger, but this time around, he's unable to perform again with the Harith pick. And basic, he's just sticking to what he knows. Yes, he's picked up the Harith one game, but now he's just kind of full setting with this Claude. I'm not going to be surprised if we see a Claude being banned out in the next game. Basic was just dashing around in and out, so annoying with the split pushes. Go look at the damage dealt. 100k damage dealt from Nicolette, 100% kill participation from Cold World paired up with the 92 from Nicolette. It's a very, very strong mid lane duo that BTK has set up. Definitely outperformed Shark and Hoon in this game.
It's like, it doesn't matter what side mlbbnorthamerica plays on. He's always going to be the sandbag. He always takes the most damage. No matter where he's at. No matter what side of the game he's on, he will be the sandbag. It's right there. But nonetheless, in another amazing game, a great series, the best series that we've had this entire NACT. And you still don't know which way it's going to go. Honestly, this is 50-50. I think this is the closest to 50-50 we have ever been.
Yeah, I mean it's not reverse sweeping each other. It's literally one game after one game after one game, and they're shifting around their drafts to kind of deal with each other, right? We've seen the Alpha, the Angela, and the Kaja come out, you know, and then we saw kind of like the Martis 5-man stretch comp come through, and this time around it was a 5-man early game. Decided GG were betting on the matches ending in 15 minutes. They chose the best comp to deal with in that situation, but unfortunately the game just prolonged too much. The Claude was too fast, the Purify was just too overpowered, especially with the dashes. They couldn't contain basic to where they needed to be. The damage was not there. And then BTK was just able to sweep with the Fredrin, with the Turtle, with the Lord Dances. It just made sense for BTK to win that one. But now that we have to forget about that. It is a clean state, Weezy. One more match.
We were getting into the bread and butter of what makes MLBB NA great, right? I mean, you love to see a series go all the way. And this is the best of 5. We get to see it. Both sides having their strengths and not really too many weaknesses. It's literally down to the wire on like just looking the wrong direction could cost you a loss between these two teams. You definitely have to bring your A game. But right now, we are looking at BTK able to get that finish, which means they have a slight momentum boost up against Gaimin Gladiators. I don't think Gaimin Gladiators expected them to put on this heavy of competition. You know, maybe they thought that, oh, it was just the Akai, it was just the Mathilda that they beat us with, but right now, that's not really the case. You're starting to just see BTK overall scale to the same level of competition as Gaimin Gladiators with less synergy. And that just goes to show that teams are growing in the North American scene, and BTK is not playing around. But the same with Gaimin Gladiators. They've definitely had their strengths in these series as well. And right now, it's down to the wire for game number 5. The votes are out there. They're on YouTube right now. Make sure you guys place your vote, because we're going to hold you to it when this ends, all right? But nonetheless, final game.
But this last match was the longest one, right? 18-minute match. It was a tough fought, and it was the first 18-minute match we had this whole day. And even if we're just talking about this series, Mobile Legends, especially these 5 versus 5 comps, it's all about these momentums. It's about how they carry over from this match into the next one. And of course, for the ones that are losing, it's how you can bounce back from losses like these that can be out of your control. And it's quite hard, whether it is the physical or the mental strain, right? So now I want to say that GG is actually on the downside, especially with the momentum coming in the first 18-minute match, and it was quite convincing on BTK's favor. They had the whole map in favor. Yes, GG wanted to full engage. BTK knew that. They split up, and they were able to get the inner towers quite early, stretch out GG's draft, and go for their weakness. The timings with the Roger, with the Grok, early game heroes, and they're able to counter it with the Claude and the Fredrin in the late game. This last match, I think GG actually has to draft up here. They got to step it up with the suit and tie. They have to make sure that, hey, they are the championships from the last one. How can they defend their spot? But BTK with a huge uprising in game 4, looking to take the momentum into the next match.
Well, Edith is available. No, Edith's not available. They took the Edith out.
Gone.
Edith and Mathilda. So Edith is gone.
Yuzong's available.
Arlot's available, right? No, Arlot's gone. Dude, they're
no, Arlot's gone
right now. They're going to go in for the Fredrin, though, a direct response to Mobazane. Man, I love the way this is going so far. Definitely bringing that competition. These teams are so smart when it comes to drafting. It is insane. They're going to limit some of the jungle capability for Mobazane, but it shouldn't really pressure him too much. We've been seeing him kind of run that a lot of heroes, right? We've seen him use the Alpha, and not too many teams have been able to profit off it. Tarzan from Area 77 was able to do well on it, but nonetheless, it's still a good pickup. But on the board right now, we are seeing a couple of things slide through. I was going to say the Minotaur. I was wondering if they're going to do it that early, though, because the Valentina is technically still available.
So the side of GG decides to pick up this Fredrin first pick. It kind of means that there's not going to be a Guinevere available for the follow-up. Now BTK going with the knock-up, so it's 2 knock-ups against each other, right? And then now with the Valentina being picked in, it does open opportunities for things like the Faramis or the Louis that has been kept open in this match. The Harith is also available. The Natan hasn't been picked up too much, is also there. And what's interesting is the Masha has not been kind of used in any of these matches. Maybe it's too risky for a lot of these teams to go in, because quite honestly, Masha's trading HP for kills. It's almost a 1-for-1 each time, but Shark has had a great wins with it, and the Masha win rate in North America is actually quite high in NACT. So it's definitely something that we have to think about. But again, it's quite standard for both of these teams. I want to see something like a Harith or maybe even a carry to replace the Harith, because the Harith just has not been doing so well, Easy.
The Roger, in effect, there it goes.
Yep.
Combination with the Liu Yi, the Wombo combo. In effect, a very strong pickup for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. We have to see how BTK will respond to this. Do we see mlbbzane pulling out that alpha? Do we see him picking up something else entirely? Maybe a Boxia, maybe something with mobility beside it. Definitely going to be an interesting one nonetheless. Maybe even something like a Martis could be an option to negate the CC, especially from the duality over there from this Liu Yi. But nonetheless, they're definitely trying to pressure a lot of the focus picks from the side of BloodThirstyKings. He is going to go in for the alpha on his possible final stand up against Gaimin Gladiators. Both of these teams sitting at match point. This is the deciding factor for who will claim the first seat in the grand finals in Las Vegas.
So by picking up this alpha from mlbbzane, PTK is willing to tank bans against basic, right? They've narrowed his hero pool from the Claude. Now the Roger gets picked up, so the side of GG have the opportunity to just completely, you know, single out basic in these bans. Things like the Harith, right? The Natan, Bruno, Brody, Carry. Those are all options that basic has. But, you know, the side of BTK, they definitely have heroes that they want to go against the comp that GG has built. And if GG is able to find those, exactly, ban out basic. Is he able to use other heroes just as efficiently? That goes, you know, may not be the perfect comp against the side of GG. Now, side of BTK looking to ban out the XP. It's a little bit interesting, but yes, BTK, they still have the first pick available for the XP. So taking out the Terizla, picking up something like a Paquito or a Benedetta, which we haven't seen that much, or even the Yuzong could be a strategy that BTK is trying to put in here.
Or a CC could definitely be picked up on the table too for that mobility.
I like CC.
In the XP lane. May be able to see that slide through. You made a good point over there on limiting the hero pool from basic. You did mention the Brody being a viable option, something we haven't yet to see today. The Irithel still available on the table to play from afar. We are seeing that Natan taken out though, alongside the Claude. Both some great reads from the side of GG. Two marksmen that we actually have seen played today and profited. So I think this is a good read. Right now, looking at BTK's draft though, look at the Valentina, right? We have a couple ultimates maybe that, well, actually not really too many ultimates that you can profit on. Maybe the diversion, be able to teleport, but that's about it from what I'm seeing. I mean, Appraiser's Wrath, I guess, if all else fails, wish for the best with the slam dunk. But right now, you're not going to look at Nicolette having the easiest time. And I wonder if that's something that Gaimin Gladiators is going to lean on to kind of finish out this draft, right? We're still waiting for them to kind of pick up their roamer. Do they go in for something with the crowd control? We've been seeing a lot of heroes kind of picked up. The Grok has been banned out though. That's one of the more prevalent roamers we've seen that can kind of hug that wall and negate the CC. I definitely think they need something. They really don't have to go the crowd control method though, because technically they have enough CC just with Hoon alone over there on this Liu Yi. And then you pair it up with the Fredrin. He has the energy eruption. So right there, I think crowd control for the most part is taken off the board, but they do have to watch out. They got to make sure they pick a roam that the Valentina does not profit on, and they could force Nicolette into a little bit of an awkward situation.
That's a little bit tough. I was going to mention something like a carry Kaja for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, right? Get the Roger in the jungle. I think the Ruby is great with Louis, right? It forces BTK to kind of especially when the I'm Offended does hit through, that's multiple members that are being grabbed up into the same space, and Louis can just profit off of that with the first and the second skill, right? So I think the Ruby is going to be great here. Now, if the side, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, I don't think they're going to go for Roger. The Yuzong gets picked up, and we haven't seen Yuzong do quite well. And the Milo special, this is the only guy in North America that plays this hero, and for a good reason. This guy's good. with the Uranus. He's able to do so much in plenty of different situations, and I think that's the matchup that they were looking for. They locked it in so quickly. BTK might be coming out ahead here, but we'll have to see, right?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. Keeping it interesting. Milo never fails to disappoint with what he showcases to the world, but the Uranus this late in the game on a game number our finals game number 5 between both these sides, deciding if you go to the grand finals or not for the #1 seat is a little risky in my opinion, right? You don't get to see it too often. Doesn't mean it doesn't work though, and I'm assuming he has a plan for it since it was last picked in the draft. But now everything is out on the table. Place your votes, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know which way you think this is gonna go, Gaimin Gladiators or the Bloodthirsty Kings. So far it's been a flip of a coin, 50-50. We got to see GG take game number 1, BTK game number 2, GG game number 3, BTK game number 4, taking us to a game number 5. And here we are in the upper bracket finals. Which team will earn their seat into the NACT Grand Finals for Las Vegas?
Weezy, it couldn't be any more hyper than this, right? Like game 5, the last series of tonight, 2 of the best North American teams for our entertainment, for a show, right? This is the golden match that we've all been waiting for, and it's able to go in a best of 5 all the way through. This is exactly what the people wants to come out for. You're going to see a small advantage for the side of BTK, having that jungle pressure for Alpha, and the grand finals ticket up on the board. It is HyperX Arena for Las Vegas, May 12th. Mark that on your calendar. Use the registration link and come out and say hi to all the casters and talents.
That's right. We definitely look forward to seeing you guys there, as we are seeing a couple of emblems on the board, a couple of brave smites for the side of GG. The Quantum Charge over there for Zia, trying to make the most out of the mobility on this Roger. We got to see him get that Savage earlier against BTK, so definitely something that they're going to have to watch out for.
Now, we talked about the Uranus match. I want to put this out there in the very front. I don't know if GG has the ability to deal with the Uranus when it comes down to the late game. Traditionally, we have heroes like Lunox, Carry, DHS Claude, or DHS users out there. But this time around, we have a Roger. And in our previous matches, we've seen Zia kind of go for something like an endless battle BOD build. So without DHS pressure on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, I don't know if they have what it takes to get the Uranus here.
Speaking of pressure, Black Dragon from Fried Chicken trying to zone out BTK from entering the Turtle Pit, and it looks like that will go to Gaimin Gladiators with little to no contest. Milo doing a good job, though, applying that pressure on this Uranus. One of the heroes that is almost unkillable, somebody you don't see too often. You know, I think the X factor in today's game is how will Milo perform on this unorthodox pick?
That's a everyday thing. We want to see how Milo performs in every single match. He's been such a staple in BTK's lineup. You know, he's created a lot of attention, but honestly, it's well deserved. This man has put himself in the spotlight and has performed continually at an extremely high level. So definitely props to this man here. The opening for both of these teams are quite standard, right? The utility jungle able to get the objectives quite good, but this time around, Alpha does not have an Angela. It does the sustain coming out from the Minotaur and the Bloodless Axe, able to hold up against the damage that the Gaimin Gladiator and the CC that Gaimin Gladiator has. Ruby and Louis, those are 2 hard people to, you know, run up against, and I think BTK is going to have some trouble with that. But BTK definitely has a lot more split push available. They have a carry that is much better for late game. If they're able to push this out, Basic may be able to carry them, but if it's going to be an early game end, it has to be MOBA Zane putting the impact early on.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch out for that impact. And also, on this Lu Yi pick from Hoon, right? The diversion plays is definitely something that BTK is going to have to try and anticipate. Got to expect the unexpected when you have a Lu Yi on the opposite side of the table. Right now, though, I think another thing to kind of keep an eye on is Basic. He was forced to run this carry. They limited a lot of his marksman potentials. With the carry, he is running that Purify, which is great for the crowd control, but there's a lot of CC for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. So I think their goal is to try and overpressure him, force out that Purify, and to get an easy set. So I think Basic's positioning is going to be pivotal to him being able to provide that late game damage that BTK is going to thrive on. And right now, you are seeing GG putting that focus in the jungle. They're able to claim the first turtle, but this time around, BTK looking to contest. Milo taking a little bit of damage.
Yep, and that is just going to be how the story goes for Milo here. He's just going to be botting as many members as GG is able to offer until they grab that anti-heal to be able to stop him. But Milo should have quite a great time, especially in the early on. Now, Mobazane, Black Dragon does come through, does get resetted here. The side of GG has so much members.
Ooh, Chicken versus Zane, though. Doing a lot of damage. Hoon will find Nicolette. First blood for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. A Mage taking down a Mage. Zane very low. Looks like GG will be able to overall win that trade and take this turtle.
Yeah, I think it's just due to the amount of CC and the front line that side of GG has, right? The Alpha can't really trade that well against something like a Yuzong where he has the Petrify. Can't really face the Ruby brute force, especially without an Angela. And also the Louise giving him just a little bit more trouble. So the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely have a lot of front line that just zones away Mobazane quite easily. But on the other hand, you talked about how Basic's position is quite important in this match. I also want to say that BTK doesn't have the best front line sets for the carry to perform at a very high level. Yes, they have the Minon's Fury, but that's on an awfully long cooldown. And besides Minon's Fury, there's not much going for the side of BTK to be able to stop the dives that Gaimin Gladiators have. So that may be a problem that Basic kind of has to deal with here. But early game, 6 minutes in, it's very neutral for both of these teams. I think they're both willing to go with the long run here.
Yeah, on the bot side, you are looking at Milo trying to cut that lane, but a good read from Fried Chicken, not allowing him to proxy it. Right now, though, GG with the slightest advantage, now 1,600 gold ahead of BTK, and we know you even blink or look in the wrong direction.
Oh, it's
and one of these teams will close out this game with an early finish. Whoa, I'm offended. I'm personally offended with how that did not connect. But you are going to go ahead and see a little bit of utility wasted from the side of GG, but they still are able to find the advantage and take the turret for the top side.
There's some blind sets coming through, some high IQ plays paired up with the teleportation. Mobazane here might get CC'd.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and use the alpha charge to go back to safety, though. We'll kind of use his ultimate, though. On the bot side, though, we are looking at Milo putting down that pressure up against Yuzong. You did mention it may have worked out better in their favor if they would have went for an XP laner with a little bit more of that set potential. Time will tell. I'm kind of wondering how the Uranus will kind of play into this. We said this is the X factor. There goes the diversion, though. Where are they going? Straight to the turtle.
Wow.
Gonna go ahead and break Milo's ankles right there. And again, another turtle into the hands of Gaimin Gladiators. And a possible kill. Milo need to get out of there, able to sustain himself. But the objective goes to GG.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely abusing the divergent coming out from the Louis. Hoon has been on top of this pick. Pretty much every single divergent has created some sort of impact. He diverted up top, you know, messed around with a little bit, got that tower, and then diverted into the turtle. So they were able to move around across the map, and you can look at the gold, it's showing significantly, right? The Roger has done so much better compared to the carry early on. Yes, the jungler is still pretty much caught even, but Mobazane actually in the backside just hiding here.
Yeah, you are going to look at the focus now on the bot side for GG, trying to take the opportunity. They have the numbers. They're able to take the top turret, and now the bottom one is in play. Zia will be able to claim it. GG now pushing through onto BTK, looking for some kills. Mobazane need to get out of there, but look at BTK in position to take this fight. Best player will find Mobazane, though, and win that trade. We're not seeing BTK get any trade-offs from these engagements so far.
Yeah, I just don't think this... There's just a lack of CC and a lack of hyper ability, right? They were able to hyper the alpha quite well in the game 2 to get their victory, especially with the Angela, but this time around without an Angela, doesn't feel like the Alpha is giving that much power, especially how slow the Mino is, right? Things like Florin, Estes may be better options here, but yes, BTK is still lacking a lot of CC department.
Yeah, speaking of crowd control, Fried Chicken able to find Koro, not able to get out to safety. Nicolette will fall as well. Zia with the Lycan Pounce will take him down. 4 kills unanswered for Gaimin Gladiators, and the tier 2 on the bot side will fall.
Yeah, it just feels like GG's draft here is just much better than what BTK can handle in this situation. The Louis Ruby zones out pretty much anyone. The Roger early game already having 1, 0, and 3. Higher impact, way higher than basic, right? The Roger has 4 out of 4 kill participation. He's involved in every single one of these team fights. Again, BTK, especially with the lack of CC that they have in their draft, it's very hard to involve an early game carry with something like that. Versus on the other hand, if they didn't pick up the minnow, they were able to get something like the Kaja or a Terizla or a Kai, right? They can set up fights near the carry and able to pin things for the carry to have the free hit available. But no, this time around, BTK opted to go for a little bit more damage, a little bit more matchup in favor. Yes, Uranus, very, very hard to deal with, but maybe with the new anti-heal items, it might just not be that much of an issue.
Well, if they can survive to the late game, I think that's where Milo can profit. But Hoon, planning on finishing this early, will shut down Milo in the mid lane. Look at the diversion play. We'll be able to take the turret in the mid lane, and now the conceal. Oh, I'm offended for the double set. Leads to the double kill. Zia once got the Savage, now looking to get another one. 2 kills on the board for him right there. GG, 7-0 overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit one-sided at this point. It's almost an 8k gold lead 10 minutes in. One of the biggest leads that GG has had this early on.
Whoa!
And they're just going for it.
Yeah, they're going in for the kill, for the finish. In the heart of chaos, they found unity. In the face of despair, they found courage. And in the end, they found victory. Closing out this series, GG wins against BTK, knocking them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, well said, Weezy. 11-minute match for the Gaimin Gladiators to be able to take this series. The full best of 5 was played for everyone here, but the Gaimin Gladiators was able to get the very last victory in a very convincing and fashionable fashion here. They just completely dominated the early game, 9-0 and 29, a complete clean game. Once again, these matches are ending quite short. It just means that there's just completely one-sided drafts for either of these teams, and they're just making some small mistakes that added to a snowball, and then they were just unable to find a way to come back in this game. BTK unfortunately falls short in this best of 5 series here.
Yeah, GG officially claiming their seat into the grand finals in Las Vegas. They have now secured their spot on the offline event. BTK knocked down to the lower bracket. We'll still have another opportunity. We'll be forced to fight head-to-head up against Area 77. It's definitely going to be a good match, but nonetheless, a great series.
You know who won? The Yuzong won. We've seen such a struggle with the Yuzong in this whole entire series. He's just been dying left and right pre-4. And then when he gets onto the 4, he's just unable to find the team fight that he's looking for with the Petrify. But this time around, Fried Chicken is able to show the Yuzong is still there. The rich guy belongs to Zia. Carry going into Hoon's hand. Sandbag, Milo's going to be the one that takes on the Uranus. And also the Forgotten One, Shark, with a 2-man flicker conceal set on the Ruby. We were wondering, hey, what is Shark going to be playing? He paired the Ruby with the Loe, now with the conceal and the flicker, able to make the game-ending play, getting 2 members and completely just wiping BTK members out.
Yeah, it was a very fast finish nonetheless. And this is the first game in the series that mlbbZane did not get the sandbag. It was actually Milo. As you are looking at the head-to-head, Zia able to push through 4-0 and 5 compared to Basic, both marksmen from opposing sides. Zia able to claim that Savage in today's series as well. Definitely something to throw on his highlight reel for his NACT run this spring season. Nonetheless, both of these players, excellent marksmen. Basic had his highlights, and so did Zia. But overall, Zia and Gaimin Gladiators able to push through for the victory.
Yeah, Zia and Hoon both with 100% kill participation and high damage across the board, about 40k each. And that's mixed damage. That's both physical and magic damage. So the side of GG, they definitely had the setup correctly for their mages and their marksmen to have the damage output. And this is the benefit of Roger. Early game damage. If he's able to get some snowball, he's able to out trade early, he's able to have a good lane, which all of them is quite convincing for Rogers to have. He's able to push through quite well. And Hoon on this Louis, no wonder we've seen this hero being banned out over and over and over. Right, the Louis, the divergence. We saw Hoon teleport topside, off cooldown, teleport into the jungle. He's just going across the map over and over. Even the game-winning play was set up by that divergent. It is definitely a hero that we have to watch out for in this patch so far, and Hoon has definitely proven it in today's series.
Yeah, an excellent series nonetheless. And now, back on over to the caster's desk. Welcome back, Liz, on that amazing series.
Wow, I don't know what to say. It's a 5-game series that no one really expected, but everybody wanted to see. So congratulations again to GG. The last game was quicker than I imagined, actually. I mean, the Uranus, what did you guys feel about some of the out-of-pocket picks that they pulled out today? Like Uranus coming from BTK side and also the Odette coming from GG side.
The Odette, I liked it. It wasn't like if it would have been an Odette last game of the series, then I would have been a little questionable, but I feel like it was at the right place at the right time. But for the Uranus pick, I feel like it was just a little too risky, especially for what was on the line in the grand finals match of that series. Like, that's definitely a very risky play, but I wouldn't say it was what led them to their downfall. Overall, it was just a little bit better synergy from the side of GG in the end that kind of pushed through. I think the great plays from the Lu Yi over there from Hoon to be able to teleport to the turtles, to the objectives, getting there a little bit faster than BTK is what allowed them to get that early finish.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, the Louis and the Ruby was just too hard to deal with on a jungler that requires you not to be CC and to be able to cast spells continuously. The alpha was just completely zoned out. That draft, it was just really, really tough for the side of BTK. It's not that it was impossible, it was just a very, very hard scenario, especially without the CC that they need to get that victory.
Yeah, agree for sure. Seems like GG was limit testing, and it kind of shows that their limit's not very far. There's not much that you can do against BTK because they're super, super strong. And the minute you lose your guard down, you give BTK a win. So that's what we saw today, and I can't wait for tomorrow's series. But speaking of the previous game, Zia on that Roger. And we see a little bit of a tension coming in, like Zia getting that Savage, and then best player pulling out that Roger and proving that he is still the best Roger in NA, but it did not happen.
Yeah, it definitely didn't happen. A lot of surprises, even the battle of who was the better Yuzong, and overall, both sides not having the best play style with the Yuzong. But in the end, I guess it kind of came in favor. But nonetheless, it was exciting to see. I think everybody was wondering which way this would go, how far apart these two teams were. And honestly, there's not that big of a difference. It was very close. Even though the last game was a one-sided story, the entire series overall, the entire war, was a very hard-fought and close call.
Yeah, I mean, the series went to the best of 5 and went to the very end. So yeah, both of these teams are battling it out at the highest level. It was a ridiculously hard match to go through. And I mean, congratulations to GG for securing the first grand finals spot.
And who couldn't have they done it with? Zia for the MVP. Weezy, let's take a look at their skills.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you ask me who the MVP is, I was going to say, well, there's one answer to that. It's definitely going to be Zia, dominating not only on the time, but also on that Roger. Look at that triple kill. He was just stacking up the kills and numbers. Definitely performing at a higher level right there. You were able to see him push through that mid lane. I think that's what led to his Savage. But overall, very comfortable performing today and was a major impact on the success for GG.
And the flicker forwards that Zia has pretty much all game was so calculated, and he was able to just get those kills that he needed for the reset. And not only was he able to perform well on the Roger, the Natan came out to play. And he showed us why the Natan was so good in these drafts, especially with 4 Magic. Like, man, like Zia can do anything with any hero at this point.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Magic is not really what we want to see in a lot of times in tournaments, especially if you build that Athena shield. But it seems like that game didn't really come to it. So we have an interview with Zia coming from GG. Congratulations to Zia getting that MVP. I see you have the lights going on. Celebrate the victory?
Oh no, I'm just looking at my screen. Hi Liz.
All right. Hi Zia. I mean, the elephant in the room, and when we talk to you, is that Roger Savage captured on the NACT arena. Is that the Zia we're seeing? The Vegas Zia?
Yep.
And I mean,
so, yeah.
we saw, yeah. We saw you practicing that Zia, practicing Roger and Natan on casually as well. So speaking about Roger, Best Player joked last week that his Roger is the best Roger in NA, and after your Savage kind of pulled it out in the jungle role. I mean, what do you have to say to that?
Nothing. Nothing actually.
Nothing?
Nope.
Nothing?
Nope.
Okay. I
if
mean,
if you think he's the best, he's the best. I don't have no comment about that.
Okay, all right. No comment it is. And then going to the draft that you guys went with, I mean, we know you've been patch testing for a while. Can you give us a few heroes that you feel like is the biggest patch winner?
Right now, biggest hero? I think the Herald, but I couldn't make it work today. I don't know why. But the Herald is like the biggest, I think the strongest right now in this patch.
But I mean, even you couldn't make it work. Weren't you the Supreme Canada Herald?
Yeah, but you know, maybe it's gone. Maybe I have to try it again in Vegas.
So you feel like the Herald is the biggest buff for the patch changes, but then you guys couldn't make it work.
I couldn't for some reason.
All right. I mean, we look forward to seeing that in Vegas. What about some of the picks that were a little bit shocking for me, at least, like Odette and the Odette picked and the Odette banned? What went on with there?
The Odette ban, we did that because of their team fight comp is too strong. If we give them like a AoE mage that can burst everyone quick, so I think. Yeah, but our pick, I think it was good, but the Angela Alpha was way too strong early. Maybe if we played that more slow, I think we could have won, but we lost.
Interesting. We lost. I mean, there were other options, like the Eve also got some changes, the Farsa, but you guys went with Odette. That's interesting.
I think it's best for Alpha. If it's like a damage jungler, it's good, but they just had Angela and Alpha had like two items on the turtle fight, so we just got destroyed that team fight. So we couldn't make Odette work. Basically that. And the Angela Alpha is strong.
Yeah, but you guys made the series work, and I think if there's one person in the team that played so consistent and carried the team through this 5 series, have to be you, Zia, with the Natan 1 versus 3 triple kill, and also the Roger Savage. That's the Zia that we're looking for at Vegas. Now, going some personal questions. Are you still working full time? Are you still working full-time and part-time ML, or are you doing like just streaming now?
I'm doing full-time ML right now. Because I think the prize pool is way too big for MSC to be doing work, and you know, so I have to focus more on ML.
I like it. So you're streaming full-time and then practicing with your team on the rest of the time. Guys, go support Zia on his stream on his YouTube channel. And last question, you guys already secured your spot in Vegas. But tomorrow we still have match between A77 versus BTK. With that matchup, who do you think would win and who do you want to win?
I think it's gonna go 5 games. I see A77 winning. But if they don't draft right, they're gonna lose strong. They need to respect what BTK did today. But I see A77 winning. But
really?
at the end, at the end, I don't really care who goes. So we'll see.
True. I mean, we don't want to grill Zia down. You guys did really well against Area 77 last week.
Yeah.
But you had a little bit against BTK. Why do you think A77 might win against BTK?
Because they beat A77 beat BTK regular season, so it might be BTK's kryptonite, and our kryptonite is BTK. So, I mean, we'll see tomorrow, but I'll see A77 winning.
Well, whichever it is, GG already made it to Vegas, and whichever competition you guys face in Vegas will be the strongest in NA as well. So thank you, Zia, for joining us on the table, and best of luck to you guys in Vegas.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Wow.
Wholesome
A77. What do you guys think?
Honestly, very humble, and I respect it, right? I mean, I think the Roger question was interesting. He didn't want to showcase that he was better than best player, but I feel like he knows the real answer to that. But we'll just keep that one in the books. But nonetheless,
he doesn't think it needs to be answered.
No, I think he just he lets his work speak for itself and lets the people decide. But nonetheless, overall, it's going to be an interesting match, like you mentioned, to be able to see BTK up against Area 77. That's going to be one for the books. I do think Area 77 does have a chance. I don't think BTK can take them lightly. I mean, they have beaten them before, so it's definitely not going to be a breeze. But if they perform like they did today, then we're going to have an electrifying series.
So what are you saying, Weezy? You're going to vote for A77? Is that what is on the books?
I got to think on it tonight, all right, Yuwei? But I'm going to tell you what, I voted for GG today. And I'm one up on Trex, and I know he's watching right now because we've been trying to break that tie for a minute, and then it was officially been severed.
it was a 50-50. It could have gone both ways, and it was a great series, right? Everyone kind of predicted it was going to be a great series, and it definitely was here. So, no hard feelings. I think everyone came home with the win tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Liz got 100% predictions. Weezy got 50, and Yuwei ended up with that big old egg, number 0. But let's take a look at what happened today with a little recap. First up, we had swipes coming from Area 77. Unfortunately, that does mean that Devious activity is knocked out of the tournament. Now, second half, we had a best out of 5 series going to its max, with GG finally securing that win 3 versus 2. Now, tomorrow, that means BTK has to face against Area 77, the only other team that has taken a loss to this season.
Oh, man.
Now looking at the playoffs bracket, yeah, man, it's going to be explosive. GG, though, officially claiming their first seat, the one of the only seats into the grand finals. A hard-fought battle overall, but still able to maintain the best record this NACT spring season and for the playoffs. But right behind them, who will take the last remaining seat? Will it be BTK, or will it be their possible kryptonite, Area 77?
I mean, both of those teams have performed quite well today, so it's going to be a very, very tough series. Just like what Zia said, it's probably going to get dragged on into the 5th game, so make sure, guys, to come out and support tomorrow. One of the biggest matches setting up for the grand finals. It's going to be quite exciting here. Yeah,
and I mean, we got possibly one of the best series for the NACT spring so far. Any last words you want to say to the fans? And today is our last live broadcast online this season. So any last words you want to say to all the fans for following so far?
That's right, guys. It's been an amazing journey. Like Liz stated, our final day casting online for the NACT spring season, and it's been a blast. A lot of twists, a lot of turns, and my favorite, a lot of burns in Land of Dawn. But it's been a pleasure being on the desk alongside these familiar faces, and we hope to see you guys there in the grand finals, so make sure you claim your tickets.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to all the fans out there for supporting, and also the teams for coming in, the producers, the referees out there working tons ends, you know, until their back hurts. But for me, you know, this is a bittersweet thing for me. It's one of the last opportunities of the NACT, at least for the spring season. So I do want to give a shout out to my mom and dad. I know they're watching out there. It's been a pleasure being on the desk with Weezy and also Liz. I know we got plenty of people in the background. So thank you guys all for supporting the stream.
Well, that was pretty heartfelt. I gotta say, I never expected mom and dad to be watching out there.
Oh, they're watching.
Wow, I mean, props to Yuwei's mom and dad. And all right, I mean, I think the most bittersweet part of today is we do have to bid farewell to Devious activity. I mean, their journey might end here for this NACT spring, but we know their spirit will continue in the upcoming matches, and everything that happened this season will be in the books in the history of the NACT. Now tomorrow, we will have the last showdown, ultimate showdown online between Area 77 versus BTK. Who will be our last contender? Securing their ticket to Vegas, we'll find out tomorrow. Stay tuned for more upcoming broadcasts and follow our amazing casters on their social medias. We'll see you tomorrow.